Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the certificate of nomination for the proposes appointment of the Right Honourable David Johnston to the position of Debates Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 111.1, I have the honour to table in both official languages the certificate of nomination with the biographical notes for the proposed appointment of the Right Honourable David Johnston as the Debates Commissioner. I request that the certificate of nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs.
Don't go away. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages today the 2017-2018 Annual Report of the Office of the Correctional Investigator. I'm also tabling the response to one recommendation in that report that is directed to me in my capacity as Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, the response to one recommendation directed to the Department of Public Safety, as well as the response to the 19 recommendations that were directed in the report to the Correctional Service of Canada. And further, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2017 Annual Report on the RCMP's use of the law enforcement justification provisions.
The Honourable... The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is also rising for another tabling of documents.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Anderson, seconded by Mr. Sweet, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my honour today to table the Freedom of Conscience Act. The purpose of this is to protect the rights of healthcare professionals who conscientiously object to participation in medical assistance in dying, making it an offence to intimidate or try to force a healthcare professional to be involved in this activity. It also makes it an offence to fire or refuse to employ a healthcare professional for refusing to take part in, either directly or indirectly, in the provision of medical assistance in dying. I believe it's time to stand up for the doctors and healthcare providers who aren't willing to leave their core ethics behind when they're at a patient's bedside. Access to MAID and the right to conscientious objection are not mutually exclusive.
Mr. Anderson, seconded by Mr. Sweet, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Jennett, seconded by Mr. Jesnevsky, moves that Bill S-240, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 10 years, members of Parliament have been trying to pass legislation to address the scourge of international organ trafficking. My colleague, the member for Etobicoke Centre, as well as the former Liberal MP and Justice Minister Irwin Cotler, have both presented bills on this issue in the previous Parliament. None, though, have up till this point passed either House. I'd like to commend the excellent work of the Senate and Senator Atulajan in particular for getting Bill S-240 through the Senate. Great work was done. Constructive amendments were proposed and passed in the committee to ensure that we have an effective system for prohibiting the terrible practice of harvesting of organs. This is further than this bill has ever made it before, but it is critical that we pass this legislation in this Parliament so we don't have to start all over again. It's been 10 years, multiple members, multiple parties, and I hope that we'll finally be able to get this done this Parliament.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture, ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this petition is timely, coming on the moving of the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. This petition, signed by several dozen Canadians, does call upon this Parliament to take action to curb the traffic in organ harvesting. So I am pleased to table this petition this morning.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to table a petition. And the undersigned are calling for a national framework for the action to promote eye health. From folks in my riding, they're asking the government to develop a national framework, citing that a number of Canadians with vision loss is expected to double in the next 20 years, and that there's an emerging eye health and vision care crisis that's affecting all segments of the Canadian population, but in particular with Canada's most vulnerable populations, children, seniors, and Indigenous people at particular risk. Therefore, the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to commit to acknowledging eye health and vision care as a growing public health issue and respond to it, particularly with Canada's vulnerable population, and through the development of a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care, which will benefit all Canadians through the reduction of vision impairment resulting from preventable conditions and the modification of known risks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. This petition, again, is quite timely, building on what my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, had mentioned. Bill C-350 in this House, Bill S-240 in the other place. These petitioners from across Ontario are encouraging the government to act and prohibit Canadians from travelling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, or to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table today two petitions. One is in support of C-350 and S-240, S-240 being the bill which has now passed the Senate that I've just tabled in this House. It calls on Parliament to quickly pass Bill S-240 that would make it a criminal offence for a Canadian to go abroad to receive an organ that was violently harvested from someone without their consent. The second petition deals with the Canada Summer Jobs Values Test. It notes the protections of freedom of conscience and belief in Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and in light of that, calls on the Prime Minister and this government to withdraw the values test attestation requirement from the Canada Summer Jobs Program.
For Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I would like to present a petition signed by 36 constituents in my riding of Etobicoke Centre. The petitioners are gravely concerned with the ongoing systematic persecution against the Uyghurs and other ethnic Turkic groups by the government of China. These human rights violations have included mass arbitrary arrests, imprisonment in detention camps, torture, disappearances, forced ideological re-education, and the deliberate obstruction of contact with family members of Uyghurs living abroad, including in Canada. The petitioners pray and request that the House consider all available options to put a stop to this persecution and urge China to fully respect its international human rights obligations.
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Because ocean plastics are making their way into everything, every beach on our coasts, into salmon that we eat, and are choking seabirds, albatross, whales, sea turtles, terrible images across the country. Petitioners from Alma, Quebec, Nanaimo, Ladysmith, Gabriola Island, in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, urge this Parliament to adopt a national strategy to combat plastic pollution, particularly focused on marine plastics.
Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table a petition in support of Bill C-350 and Bill S-240, which has been tabled in the House here. It's opposing, and it's in support of the problem of harvesting organs for financial gain. This is a problematic issue. It needs to be dealt with. These petitioners are in favor of getting this motion passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Government bills. Third reading of Bill C-76, the Elections Modernization Act. Madame Le Boutillier, seconded by Mr. Morneau. Madame Le Boutillier, for Madame Gould, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that Bill C-76, an act to amend the Elections Act and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-76, the Elections Modernization Act. This legislation represents a generational overhaul of the Canada Elections Act and will allow it to better address the realities facing our democratic system in the 21st century. As many in this House will know, this legislation is making our electoral processes more transparent and more accessible to all Canadians. Let's be clear, Madam Speaker. Voting is a right. As parliamentarians, it is our responsibility to make voting accessible to all Canadians. Members of this House will know from previous debates on this bill that C-76 makes a number of important changes to federal elections in Canada. This bill will make voting more accessible for members of the Canadian Armed Forces, those who lack certain types of ID, and Canadians with disabilities. It will make participation in our democracy easier for those who have children or are responsible for sick or disabled family members. It gives the Chief Electoral Officer the flexibility to make elections more efficient. It extends the right to vote to over 1 million Canadians abroad, and it repeals the element of the Harper Conservatives' so-called Fair Elections Act that made it harder for Canadians to vote, which is why, of course, so many people refer to Bill C-23 as the Unfair Elections Act. Madam Speaker, I am currently the only female member of Parliament elected from Nova Scotia. In fact, I'm only the 9th ever elected to represent my beautiful province since Confederation. We clearly have work to do, which is why I want to focus for a moment on the provisions of C-76 that make it easier for women to participate in our democracy. Historically, women have been disproportionately responsible for caring for young, sick, or disabled family members. C-76 will do two things to help people in this situation. First, the legislation will increase the reimbursement rate for candidate expenses related to caring for a family member to 90%. Second, it will exempt those expenses from the campaign spending limit. No longer will candidates be punished for taking care of their young or vulnerable family members. Madam Speaker, I would like to remind this House that this legislation is also repealing the measures that the previous Harper Conservatives enacted, which made it harder for Canadians to vote. Certainly, some of the more egregious aspects of this so-called Fair Elections Act included the elimination of vouching and the voter information cards, also known as the VIC, as a form of proof of address. As a result of those changes, many Canadians saw increased barriers to voting across the country. In fact, a 2016 StatsCan survey found that approximately 170,000 Canadians did not participate in the last election because they lacked the required ID to vote. This is completely unacceptable. The Conservatives will tell you that it isn't hard for Canadians to attain an ID to vote. They'll make false comparisons between voting and boarding an airplane or buying a six-pack of beer. But let me assure you, Madam Speaker, many senior citizens who are living with relatives who may not have a valid driver's license or do not have bills addressed in their name would be greatly helped with the use of the voter information card in order to provide a proof of address. Other examples include Canadians who would have their mail sent to a P.O. box, or students who are often in precarious living situations while studying. Madam Speaker,
I just want to remind the members of the official opposition that they will have an opportunity to ask questions and comments, and I would ask them to hold their comments right now until such a time as I ask them for questions and comments. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me remind members of this House that in a democracy, voting is a fundamental right. Unlike the Conservatives, we believe our democracy is stronger when more Canadians, not fewer, vote. Madam Speaker, I now want to touch to the amendments that the official opposition have put forward at report stage. Simply put, their amendments would have removed accessibility measures, removed the Chief Electoral Officer's mandate to communicate with Canadians about voting, remove the ability for one voter to vouch for another, and take the right away from over 1 million Canadians to vote. It's clear that the official opposition is opposed to more Canadians voting. Sadly, this doesn't surprise me. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives will stand here in this place and claim to be champions of Canadian democracy. But I wonder how they genuinely can say that when they have delayed and filibustered throughout the study of this legislation. Let's be honest, the Conservative members attempted to block this legislation purely for partisan purposes. Mr. Speaker, rather than strengthening our democracy in Canada, the Conservative members of the House and Procedures Affairs Committee wanted unlimited spending abilities for political parties in the pre-writ period. Madam Speaker, we're leveling the political playing field with C-76 to ensure that our elections are more fair, transparent, and secure as a result of this amended legislation. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives insisted on delaying the important work of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs and preventing good legislation which will help more Canadians vote from proceeding through this House. Earlier this fall, the committee invited the Minister of Democratic Institutions to appear to the start of clause-by-clause consideration. But rather than agreeing to set a time and date to begin clause by clause, they filibustered throughout the minister's appearance, in which she waited but never received a single question. To be completely frank, Madam Speaker, I still cannot see what their reasoning was for these delays, apart from wasting the minister's time, delaying the important work of the committee, and preventing good legislation, which will help more Canadians vote from proceeding through this House. I just can't imagine how Canadians could support these games and tactics. Many Canadians choose to study or work abroad at various points in their lives, and with the advancement in technology, Canadians are more mobile than ever before. As it has been said many times before in this House, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, and regardless if you were born in this country or took your oath of citizenship recently, by virtue of being a citizen of this country, you are entitled and have the right to have your voice heard in our elections, which is why it's puzzling that Conservative members in this House would attempt to prevent over 1 million Canadians from voting in our elections, simply because they are living abroad. In spite of attempts from the members opposite, Bill C-76, if passed, will ensure that Canadian citizenship entitles you to vote in federal elections, regardless of where you currently reside. It's as simple as that. Madam Speaker, during the consideration of this legislation at the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, the Conservatives put forward amendments that would require parental consent for young people to participate in Elections Canada's register for future electors, lowering the administrative monetary penalties for those who break election laws, restricting the capabilities and independence of the Commissioner of the Canada Elections in performing his or her duties, and restrict the use of the voter information card to provide one's address. Those are just to name a few. Madam Speaker, let me return to an amendment submitted by a Conservative member of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. The requirement of a parental consent for young people to participate in Elections Canada register of future electors. Members of this House who are parents will know that parental consent is required for many memberships and accessing various online platforms, and certainly it's for good reason. But to conflate a young person's interest in the democracy of our country and our electoral system with something nefarious is just another attempt by the Conservatives to create barriers to voting in the hopes to suppress the vote. Members on this side of the House are not surprised by this, Madam Speaker. The Harper Conservatives attempted to build a case of fear and distrust in our elections through Bill C-23, with the removal of the use of the voter information card to prove address, which they felt was being used by voters to vote multiple times, which, as we know, is simply not true. We now see the same fear and divisionary tactics from the members of the former government now being used by this opposition with their proposed amendments. Madam Speaker, it should also come as no surprise that the Conservatives did attempt to amend C-76 to restrict the independence of the Commissioner of the Canada Elections. After all, it was the Harper Conservatives who restricted the Commissioner's power to investigate in the first place. Members of this House will remember that through Bill C-76, we are reinstating the Commissioner's independence and empowering him or her the ability to better investigate possible violations of elections law. We are giving the Commissioner the power to seek a warrant to compel testimony and the power to lay charges. We are doing this following the recommendations after the 2015 election, where the Chief Electoral Officer stated, and I quote, "The inability to compel testimony has been one of the most significant obstacles to the effective enforcement of this Act." End quote. Following the Chief Electoral Officer's compelling argument, I find it deeply concerning that all members of this House wouldn't support this measure in Bill C-76. Madam Speaker, what is stranger yet is that the Conservative members of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs did not support the amendment submitted by the honourable member from Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame, which added additional punishments for third parties using foreign funding for regulated activities. Under this amendment, third parties who were found guilty of offences related to the use of foreign funds could be subjected to a punishment equal to 5 times the amount of foreign funds that were used. In fact, the reason I find it surprising that they didn't support it is this amendment can also be found in Bill S-239, a bill introduced by one of the Conservative caucus colleagues, Senator Frum, and yet the members opposite still did not support it. Given that the proposed amendment is the same punishment set out in Bill S-239, I have to wonder if the amendment was purely not supported because it came from a member on this side of the House, or was it not supported because it actually strengthened the legislation? Either reason is completely unacceptable. This fall, the new Conservative critic for Democratic Institution, the member from Calgary-Midnapore, brought a new collaborative tone to our work, and I want to thank her for that. Collaboration from all 3 parties at the Standing Committee and Procedures and House Affairs has made this a stronger bill. Members will not always agree on everything in this chamber. In fact, it is disagreement and debate which can produce better policies for all Canadians. That's why I want to highlight some of the amendments brought forward by the opposition members that the committee was able to come together on and agree on. This included more protection for information contained in the Register of Future Voters, creating a better definition for third-party activities in Canada, and expanding vouching so that any voter on the list in the same polling station can vouch for another voter. This builds on other important amendments brought forward by the Liberal members of the committee. In fact, I would like to highlight just a few of the amendments presented by my colleagues on this side of the House that further strengthen this legislation. A complete ban on foreign money spent at any time, not during the writ or pre-writ periods, for third parties. A new obligation on social media platforms to create a registry of all digital advertising published and paid for by third parties, political parties, and nominated and prospective candidates during a pre-writ and writ period. And, as previously mentioned, allowing employees of long-term care facilities to vouch for residents. In fact, during debate on this bill at report stage, we heard concerns from the member from Thornhill with regard to foreign funds in our elections. And he said, and I quote, "Bill C-76 would double the total maximum third-party spending amount allowed during the writ period, and it would still allow unlimited contributions from individuals, donors, and others. unlimited spending by third parties, and unlimited foreign donations outside the pre-writ and writ period. In wrapping up, while there are admittedly some modest improvements made to Bill C-76, it remains a deeply deficient attempt to restore fairness to the Canadian election process. End quote. Simply put, Madam Speaker, this bill, as amended at committee, will prohibit the use of foreign funding in all third-party partisan activities and advertising, regardless of whether they are taking place during the pre-election or the election period. As a result, I am proud that this bill will now ban all foreign money, all of the time, to further protect our elections from foreign influence. I must also note that, for the member's reference, this amendment was supported by all members of the committee, including his own caucus colleagues. On the subject of pre-writ spending, by virtue of the creation of these timelines during an election year, Bill C-76 has created a maximum writ period of 50 days. I have heard from constituents in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's that while leveling the political playing field is important to keep our electoral system fair, they also see that the fixed election date rules cannot be abused again. The previous government rigged the system to their own advantage, and many Canadians were frustrated to be in such a gravely extended campaign period. Madam Speaker, before I wrap up, I wanted to go into detail on one other aspect of C-76, the Canadian Armed Forces voting. These women and men of the armed forces make tremendous sacrifices on behalf of our country and to protect our free and fair Canadian elections, and yet they vote at a lower rate than the general population. This is likely in part because the Canadian Armed Forces voting system is terribly outdated. Canadian Armed Forces members are required to vote on a base ahead of an election day. Often, they are required to vote in a different manner than their families. This system made sense when it was established, but it is no longer practical. That is why we worked closely with the Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence to modernize forces voting. Under C-76, the Canadian Armed Forces members will now be able to choose to use the civilian voting program. Those who wear the uniform face some of the most dire consequences of government policy. We have an obligation to ensure that their voices are heard during elections. I want to close by reiterating that this is important legislation, Madam Speaker. C-76, as amended by committee, will make voting easier and more accessible to Canadians. It will make it easier for Canadians to run for office. It will make it easier for our women and men in uniform to vote. Bill C-76, as amended, will ensure that Canadians enjoy a democratic system that is more accessible, more transparent, and more modern than ever before. I encourage all members here to support this important legislation, which will modernize our elections for future generations to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question supplémentaire, the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge. Oops, sorry. Is it not?
I didn't hear.
Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The parliamentary secretary, in her speech, had a lot to say about the Conservative opposition, and I'm disappointed that she would actually cast aspersion on the motives of the Conservatives in their opposition to this bill. No Conservative believes that a Canadian entitled to vote should not be able to vote in an election. Canadians always believe that Canadians should vote and should be encouraged to vote, and that all Canadians eligible to vote be able to vote in an election. And it is just absolutely untrue, Madam Speaker, to suggest that any Conservative favors any kind of policy that would prevent people that are entitled to vote. So that needs to be clear, Madam Speaker. And but the other part of her criticism, she spent a lot of her speech talking about the Conservatives. When Conservatives amend legislation and perhaps have proposed numerous amendments to legislation, or insist on fully debating amendments, we are doing our job. We are not the audience. We are not elected by our own members to sit and watch a government propose legislation and pass legislation that we oppose.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find the comments interesting from my colleague across the way because, first of all, StatsCan survey in 2016 showed that 170,000 people less were not able to vote because of measures brought in by the former government. So to say that they didn't want Canadians to vote, I think, is shown differently. Secondly, with regards to amendments being brought forward, I think that, as I mentioned in my speech, we worked closely with the opposition. We accepted amendments from all parties. We made sure that we were able to come to agreement on things, but it was discouraging when there were amendments brought forward that their Senate bill actually supported that they weren't able to support. So I think this is strong legislation, Madam Speaker, and I think that we need to make sure that it gets through this House. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Speaker, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her comments. I'm surprised she's taking such the relationship, the friendship between the Conservatives and Liberals broke down. It was actually a deal between the Conservatives and the Liberals to raise spending limits that allowed the bill to get through. It's sad the relationship's fallen on rockier times now, obviously. The bar was quite low for the government. All they truly had to do was repair the damage done to our elections process by the Harper government and actually introduced a bill 2 years ago to do it. And then what did they do with that bill? Nothing. They just sat on it for 2 years. Then they roll it into a larger piece of legislation. Then they can't figure out when to call it. Then it gets late. And then they break a promise that the member from Winnipeg will remember well, because the Liberals in the last Parliament spent a whole opposition day saying never should election acts be forced through Parliament under time allocation. What is C-76? Well, it's an election bill. What's happening to it? It's under time allocation. Strange how the Liberals say one thing in opposition another. My one question for my friend is this. She quoted the Chief Electoral Officer a number of times and how important that testimony was. He said that the one place this bill fails at dramatically is on privacy. So why do they believe the Chief Electoral Officer sometimes, but when it comes to protecting our democracy from cyber attacks, from foreign influence on the web, they rejected every single amendment that the New Democrats moved to improve this bill and ensure our democracy is kept safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his comments and for his passion on this file. With regards to privacy, the minister has said that yes, more needs to be done with regards to privacy. We believe that there is there are a lot of concerns around privacy about how our system is structured. There are studies going to be done in the House or through committees, and we look forward to seeing what those privacy suggestions are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks on the process. It's nice of her to mention this.
Appearance of the minister at PROC. We asked the minister, we said, will your government ensure that major announcements, particularly spending announcements, cannot be made during the writ period, Madame la Présidente? Will your government ensure that government resources are not used to pay for campaign-style events? For example, town halls featuring the Prime Minister or other ministers, public consultations featuring elected politicians as opposed to bureaucrats or other public televised or stream events during the pre-writ period. Will your government ensure that government departments cannot release public opinion research, reports, or other documents that may influence public opinion, except, of course, those required by law, during the writ period? And will your government ensure that no major announcements about policy intentions or budget projections can be made during the pre-writ period? So given those requests that we so kindly made to the minister, I am asking the parliamentary secretary si elle a les bonnes nouvelles à propos des demandes que nous...
If she can tell us more about that visit of the minister.
The Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I can confirm to the member and this House that the government has updated its communications policy so that the suspension of advertising activities now takes effect on June 30th in a fixed date election year. This is in line with the proposed pre-writ spending period in C-76. I also want to thank the honourable member from Calgary-Midnapore for her work on this bill, and in particular for advocating for this change to the government policy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I asked a specific question and referenced the Chief Electoral Officer. I can also reference the Privacy Commissioner, the BC Civil Liberties, our European colleagues, our American colleagues. The Justice Department in the United States even warned us that we need to dramatically improve our security regime. Understand this, there's a natural tension that sometimes happens around making the rules about elections between what the parties want and what Canadians need. The parties, the Liberals, the Conservatives, and previously the NDP, wanted to keep our privacy over how we collect data. Here's the problem. There are no privacy rules that apply to the political parties at all right now. All of the experts, including the Chief Electoral Officer, said you can't do that anymore because foreign influences are looking to attack our democracy by hacking into the party databases. And unless there's rules governing and protecting that data, our democracy is made vulnerable. The Liberals know this. We've already studied this. The Ethics Committee already studied this and came out with a recommendation that Liberals agreed with, and Conservatives, and New Democrats. For the life of me, I don't understand. I honestly don't understand. With all of these warnings, and us a year away from an election, where the threat is there is a clear and present danger to allowing Canadians to exercise their franchise in a free and fair way, that Liberals looked at all of those warnings, had all of that research already done, and said, no, thank you. We'd like to study it more, which is code for Liberal saying no. That's when Liberals don't want to do something, they say, well, let's study it some more. We did study this. We have the evidence. Can the Parliamentary Secretary offer us one reason why it was a bad idea to include some protections for data and Canadians' privacy and some protections for our democracy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting when the honourable member said that to study something means no. This bill came with 87% of the recommendations made by the Chief Electoral Officer. We've made 87% of the recommendations we have taken into account. So to say that we didn't study it is disingenuous. But the fact of the matter is that we have talked about privacy. This is the first step in.
Point of order, the honourable member for.
This happened unintentionally, but I believe that the member just used an unparliamentary term when she said that the honourable member had been disingenuous. That I'm sure she meant mistaken or something like that, but disingenuous implies a deliberate attempt to distort things, and that the honourable member would never do that, and I'm sure she would never make that accusation. I'm sure she'll want to withdraw that word and replace it with something else.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I withdraw the word. I should have used the word mistaken. My apologies to the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. But with regards to privacy, Madam Speaker, we know that this is something. This is C-76 is the first step. It's going to make sure that we start a process that needs to be developed further, and we will make sure that we will look more closely at privacy as we go forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I rise today to speak in opposition to Bill C-76, a bill that takes Canada backwards if its goal is to protect and enhance Canada's electoral processes. So I spoke on this bill at second reading, and at that time focused on the absence in this bill of meaningful measures to protect Canadians from a growing trend of foreign interference in Canada's elections, and I'm going to return to that theme today. But I first want to take a step back and address the broad failure of this government's track record on the democratic institutions file at large. Perhaps before I get too far along, Madam Speaker, I do ask for consent from the House to speak, to share my time with the member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Have unanimous consent to share his time? Yes? The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, resuming debate.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much to my colleagues in the House. Following the last election, This government, when its ministry was sworn in, they claimed that they would be the most open and accountable government in history. Ministers were issued letters that instructed them to ensure that they conduct themselves in a manner that would withstand the greatest public scrutiny. And they made a speech from the throne that contained a very clear and specific commitment on electoral reform. Well, Madam Speaker, the wheels came off all of these assertions almost immediately. Within the first few weeks of this government, it came to light that its ministers were fundraising from their own lobbyists and their own stakeholder groups in secret. The Cash for Access fundraising regime that began. We saw also how the promise of being the most open and transparent government in history quickly gave way to repeated assertions in this House, especially from its House leader, that they were acting within accordance of the law. So we go from the highest possible scrutiny to, well, you know, it's a loophole and it's not illegal, so what we're doing is okay. And, Madam Speaker, this is important because it goes to the heart of what the principal problem. There are many problems with this bill, but I'm going to focus on the one that I'm most concerned about, and that's money. And this party has demonstrated, this governing party, that it struggles to raise money from regular Canadians motivated by ideas and motivated by things that are simply important to them for the good of the country and for their own reasons. They rely on fundraising from lobbyists, fundraising from stakeholders, people that have something directly in the game in their relations with the government. And this has spilled over into the realm of third parties and reliance on third parties to also act as proxies for this government and to help it win elections. So the first bit of business under this minister's predecessor was its promise on electoral reform. And electoral reform, this was a part of the speech from the throne. It was a campaign promise, not one that they really led with in my part of Canada, in my riding. My Liberal opponent, I don't recall her bringing it up at all in the forums that I attended with her. I don't recall hearing about it at the door, but I know it was brought up, and they did campaign on it in other parts of the country. And they deliberately were cultivating support from the people that might be traditionally expected to vote for the NDP. And these people voted for the Liberals, they helped elect them, and they expected that promise to be kept. And we know what happened. Under the previous minister, the Liberals were surprised to find that opposition parties were not going to quietly roll over, let them rig the game to their advantage for the next election, nor was the Canadian public, for that matter, interested in doing so. They established a special committee, asked for its recommendation, and when they realized the committee was not going to tell them what they wanted to hear, they established a bizarre parallel rigged game of consultation, and finally, when the committee did make a recommendation that they couldn't accept, they buried that election promise and instructed the new minister to table a less ambitious bill. In fact, there was at that time already a bill that my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley pointed out that was tabled under the previous minister, and it sat there for 2 years without anything happening on it until this spring when we got into Bill C-76. So with this history on democratic institutions and electoral reform, I can't imagine why any of my constituents would expect me to give credit to this government and to support the legislation that they have before us. But as far as the specifics of this bill and the current conduct of this government, there are still very serious problems with this bill. There were some minor amendments that were proposed at committee that may have made some subtle improvement. But right now, foreign third-party entities can still fund their Canadian proxies and participate in our democracy with foreign money. The parliamentary secretary said that was an amendment that was dealt with at committee, but it is not so, Madam Speaker. There is no provision for audit outside of the writ and pre-writ period, a foreign third-party entity can give money to its Canadian proxy that can participate in public, can advertise or can conduct itself in opposition to a particular party or on a particular issue. There is nothing to prevent the Canadian entity from taking that money, perhaps using that for administration or using that for legal purposes, freeing up its other resources to participate in public discourse in politics. So I have real concerns about this, and it's not something that we're making up, Madam Speaker. The Tides Foundation brags about how it influenced the last Canadian election. You go right on their website and it'll tell you they take credit for defeating or for helping defeat the last government. They sent millions of dollars into Canada, Madam Speaker. They sent money to Lead Now, who in its Harper report talked about how it paid organizers to go out and campaign in the last election, and how in 26 out of the 29 seats they targeted defeated Conservative candidates. It's not a secret, Madam Speaker. They openly boast about these activities and about the ability to influence a Canadian election. So until we get this right out of politics and we make an actual clear stand with audit provisions that span the period between elections, we're still going to be at risk for this type of activity. And Madam Speaker, I use the example of Tides and Lead Now and some of the other groups that they funded because that's real and that happened in the last election. But who knows in the next election? I mean, who knows, Madam Speaker, which other organizations or governments might use the loopholes in this law? So this government has very little credibility on this entire file, and I won't support the bill for that reason. But one other thing I want to point out in the minute or two that I've got left, we saw this week how this government had the chance. There was an expectation that 4 by-elections would likely be called this past Sunday, and in fact only 1 were called. If this bill passes, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister will not be able to call a by-election within the 9 months that precede the fixed date that exists for next October. The 3 seats that are still vacated from the resignations of Peter Van Loan, September 3rd, Tom O'Carroll on August 2nd, and Kennedy Stewart on September 16th, if the Prime Minister doesn't call these by-elections soon, they won't be able to be called if this bill becomes law. And Madam Speaker, I think that would be a real shame. You would have citizens of 3 ridings would go over a year without a member of Parliament. That 9-month prohibition against calling a by-election before a general election is scheduled, when added to the 6 months of flexibility the current Prime Minister has, will actually allow the disenfranchisement or the non-representation of constituents for potentially 15 months. And I hope that that's not what is happening right now. I would hope that with the leader of a federal party nominated in Burnaby, that this Prime Minister isn't deliberately preventing this by-election from happening. But we'll have to see how this eventually plays out. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I see my time is up.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, yeah, Madam Speaker, I was elected in a by-election, and Stephen Harper waited months and months, 6 months, before he finally called the by-election in Winnipeg North. I didn't make accusations that the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, was trying to manipulate. The Prime Minister was doing what it is that he had the right to be able to do. And he waited full 6 months in the Winnipeg North. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, I want to recognize the Conservatives for what it is that they're actually doing with this legislation. Let there be no doubt, Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party does not support this legislation. As they applaud, Madam Speaker, they will do whatever it is they can to defeat this legislation. We saw it with that Stephen Harper mentality in the previous government, Madam Speaker. My question is, will the member put aside the facade and just be very clear to Canadians. They have no intentions in any way to see this legislation pass, period.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad that he was listening and he did hear the part where I said that I do not support this legislation. That is true. I don't support this legislation. And if you listened a little bit more carefully when I spoke about the timing of the call of a by-election, I was pointing out that under this bill, should this Prime Minister call it 6 months or wait 6 months, as the previous Prime Minister did in the case of Winnipeg North, then there will be no by-election if this bill becomes law in the meantime. So this isn't about the timing of calling a by-election. This is about preventing a by-election. My point is about preventing a by-election from actually happening.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Balkley Valley.
I just learned a new expression today, Madam Speaker, and that feels good that we can still learn after all these years. My friend from Elmwood Transcola just described the Liberal question as an angry softball that was just thrown to the Conservatives because in his vehemence, my friend from Winnipeg North just asked the Conservatives in an angry way, do you not support this bill? You don't? Well, no, they don't, because it was the Conservatives who mucked with our election process, I would argue, around vouching, around the idea that a Canadian who's has the ID and is on the records and rolls could vouch for another Canadian who was missing some of the ID requirements. My question is this, though. There's a strange piece of Bill 76, because the Liberals claim that's what they're trying to fix, is to allow Canadians to vouch for others, where a Canadian who's just one polling station over, I mean, they're voting in the same high school gym, but they're on a voter roll that is different from the voting roll of their neighbor. Might be right across the street. And so we thought that was just a technical problem, because you can imagine that scenario happening, saying, I know my friend across the street, I'd like to vouch for them, here's my ID, everything's good. And then they go to vouch for them, and under Bill C-76, they won't be allowed to because of a tweak in the bill. So we tried to fix that loophole or that mistake, and the Liberals voted against it. The parliamentary secretary leaned down the way and told her colleagues, don't vote for that. I wonder if my Conservative friend can understand the Liberal motivation if what they're trying to fix is enfranchisement and allow people to vouch for one another who live in the exact same community.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, I certainly would never profess to be able to get into the motivation of the member for Winnipeg North and what he might have meant by that. But I do again want to restate, because I've heard this in debate. I'm mostly from the Liberals, but now we've heard it from the member from Skeena-Balkley Valley, that the assertion that somehow Conservatives don't want eligible Canadians to vote. Conservatives do want eligible Canadians to vote. We want any eligible Canadian to be able to, we want systems in place that will facilitate all eligible Canadians to be able to vote properly. Canadians want a system that they can rely on and know that that people that are eligible to vote are able to vote.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here today and again address this bill, Bill C-76. But before I begin speaking yet again to Bill C-76, a bill which myself and my colleagues have tried to intervene endlessly in an effort to improve it, in an effort to provide true democracy for Canadians in terms of having integrity within not only our electoral process, but as my kind colleague, the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge, just indicated, also legitimacy of the electorate, which I think is something which is very integral to Canadians in terms of having confidence within the electoral process. So it is for all of these reasons, and as I said, our attempts at committee were endless, really limitless in terms of trying to bring about, in fact, close to 200 amendments in an attempt to really make this bill watertight, absolutely bona fide in terms of democracy and democracy for Canadians, instead of what it has unfortunately become, a public relations exercise in an attempt for the government to try and demonstrate that they are doing something to attempt democracy, when in fact the holes are so large, one could drive a Mack truck through them. And, you know, I know that my colleagues, some amongst me which are on the committee with myself as well here today, can certainly look ourselves in the mirror and look to Canadians to say, we did it. We did everything we could possibly do in an attempt to have a process that is truly democracy for Canadians and completely made in Canada. I might add, something that we have also attempted so hard to avoid the potential for foreign interference, foreign influence. And again, Madam Speaker, I bring to the attention that this is a public relations exercise really for the government. They are attempting to say, you know, we did it. We modernized the Elections Act. We made a process, which will absolutely ensure that there is no interference or influence. When, Madam Speaker, I can tell you, from my young time on this file, I must say, I've only been in this position, my goodness, 6 weeks now, so it's certainly been a lot for me to catch up on, but I've got the great benefit of amazing colleagues and wonderful staff, and I've certainly tried to move the process along for the benefit of Canadians. But certainly, we certainly can look in the mirror and say that we did everything that we possibly could in an attempt for Canadians to have the best process possible, the best electoral process possible for democracy here in Canada. But, Madam Speaker, as I was saying, before I talk more about this, and I would actually like to use a specific case example that I have in front of me here today, based upon a study which was done, an investigation that was done on behalf of the former member for Calgary Centre. And I'd actually just like to use that as a case example to show that this bill does nothing to fix the problems which were presented within this case. And I will get to that, Madam Speaker. But as I mentioned, I simply cannot proceed to that until I get to the two elephants in the room, or I guess it would be the donkeys in the room. That's a joke. Thank you. And those would be, the first one would be the by-elections, Madam Speaker. I simply cannot be here today without recognizing the fact that only one of the 4 by-elections have been called. This is incredibly unfortunate, and it's so unfortunate because not only, Madam Speaker, does it leave more than 300,000 Canadians without representation, as has been brought to the attention of the House by my colleague, but once again, it is unfortunately this government's attempt to manipulate and politicize the political processes for their own gains. I must admit, Madam Speaker, I was actually quite shocked yesterday when I saw my NDP colleagues like hooting and hollering over the joy, that this bill being passed. I should say last night in the House. Oh, because guess what? They have the potential to not have a sitting leader in the House for the next election. In fact, it's very possible, it's very probable, and I don't know how they can be so completely overjoyed with something that potentially leaves them without a leader with a seat in the House of Commons. How can they possibly support a bill that would leave them up on this front? So beyond that affront to them, and who am I to speak up for them or have to defend their interests? I would just merely like to point this out for their benefit, since they didn't seem to understand that in their joyous cries of support in the final vote last night. So it just sort of behooves me to mention that. So certainly the by-elections, but then also this morning, surprise, the debate commissioner. I have to hand it to our Liberal colleagues. They are very crafty, in choosing the former Governor General. Sort of a kryptonite, like, oh, this is someone selected by us, by our former Prime Minister. But, Madam Speaker, I have to point out that does not that does not negate the process. You know, certainly, you know, someone who is given the song sheet to anything, it doesn't matter who they are, right? They must sing the lyrics that are there. And these rules we have seen for debates have been laid out by this government, very specifically. You know, 2 debates, 1 in English, 1 in French. Participants meeting 3 of these criteria, one of which is, again, so subjective, but this is nothing new for this government. But again, just once again, an affront to democracy. Yeah, I think my colleagues on the committee can verify amongst me here. Did we ever see a short list? Did we ever see a name? I do not believe that we did, in fact. And this is once again just an affront to democracy. This Liberal government trying to rig the rules for their benefit. And we will never accept that on this side of the House. We will fight for Canadians because Canadians, Madam Speaker, have the right to say, this is how I want to hear from the potential leaders of my nation. What could be more important than that, Madam Speaker, for Canadians to have the right, to have the voice, to say this is how we want to hear from our leaders. This is the format and how we want to hear from our leaders. But they are being denied that with the creation of this position and of these rules. They are once again being denied their voice. But, Madam Speaker, I just would like to turn quickly now to C-76 and how, in this case study, which I'm about to present, does not address the problems as recognized here at all. So this was, of course, a complaint brought forward by Canada Decides, the first point being that in regards to regulation of third parties. And it's unfortunate because foreign interference is talked about significantly in this first part of the complaint. You know, Madam Speaker, I can verify that the rules brought forward here in this bill do nothing to absolutely ensure that foreign interference, foreign influence will not occur. And this is something that we ask for time and time again in committee through our amendments, to create the segregated bank accounts, to ensure that third parties do not have the opportunity to receive $1 million for administration costs, and then, oh, lo and behold, it gets moved over into election spending. We pushed so hard, Madam Speaker, in an effort to limit the activities to making sure that political activity was recognized and held to account. And unfortunately, because of the pushback from this government, this was not the case. So in regards to this case, I cannot verify, I cannot confirm that these things were rectified. I mentioned as well in regards to the requirements before the pre-wit. You know, they receive as much money as they want and do whatever they want before those times. So I certainly can verify that it does nothing in an attempt to fix that. As well, Madam Speaker, I will say that there are no donation limits in terms of contributions received externally. Again, prior to this pre-writ period. So, I guess in closing, I would just like to stay with this motion where I started with the by-elections. I move, seconded by the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, que la motion soit modifiée par substitution au mot suivant le mot que dit ce que suit le projet de loi.
Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, should not now be read a third time, but should be returned to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, who will study a new Section 378 and find ways to prevent the government from preventing the by-elections when there are many vacant seats. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Ms. Guzzi, seconded by Mr. Collin, move that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments be now read the third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 378 with a view to amending it so that as to prevent a government from cherry-picking which by-elections to call when there are multiple pending vacancies in the House of Commons. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, let me give a real example. Elections Canada, during elections, will send out to Canadians across the country a voter ID identification or a voter card. Information card is the actual wording for it. And many of the constituents, and I'll use my own riding in Winnipeg North, would receive these cards, would take that card with another piece of ID, believing then that they could actually go and vote using those cards. We in the Liberal Party and the New Democratic Party and the Green Party recognize that as a positive thing, being able to use that voter ID card. Now, or identification card. Now, the Conservative Party, on the other hand, and Stephen Harper opposed it. So they said no to Canadians and Elections Canada, you can't use that card. This legislation says, no, Canadians should be able to use it. All the political parties, Elections Canada agrees with it. It's only the Conservative Party. Can my colleague from across the way explain to the constituents of Winnipeg North, and indeed all Canadians, why it is Stephen Harper and the Conservative Party, which really hasn't changed very much, Madam Speaker, why it is they oppose the use of the voter ID card or information card?
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank very much the Honourable Deputy House Leader for that question. You know, Madam Speaker, I feel so strongly that this really is the party of the legitimacy of the electorate. And I don't think Canadians will ever hold it against us in our efforts to ensure that there is legitimacy within the electorate. I mean, yes, certainly we absolutely feel that Canadians should have to present the right and proper identification to ensure that they are in fact entitled to the precious right to vote, perhaps one of the greatest rights of being a Canadian, the right to vote. And Madam Speaker, you know, I will also add that not only were the government negligent in regards to the subject of identification, you know, but also in regards to non-residency electorate. You know, we push so hard for legitimacy of that as well. And Canadians will never, ever hold it against us for trying to hold our electoral process and the legitimacy of the electorate accountable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to speak to the amendment that was just raised. There's certainly no interest in delay from New Democrats. We've been waiting so long, urging this government to get on with it. The reason the amendment makes sense right now is because of an unusual decision that the Prime Minister has taken with regards to by-elections in Canada. The practice for the last generation is that when you have a group of by-elections, seats that have been vacated, you'd hope if the Liberals cared about democratic rights and Canadians having representation, you would want to move those by-elections expeditiously as possible forward. The Prime Minister, very cynically, I would argue, chose just on the weekend to only move one out of a series of by-elections. The one that he had to, by law, move, but the other ones are sitting there, their citizens are sitting there waiting. And the Prime Minister said, no, those folks will have to wait. The amendment on Section 378 in this bill, we actually didn't contemplate needing to improve this because we didn't think Prime Ministers, this one, or any Prime Minister, would be so cynical as to not move by-elections on behalf of Canadians, just to allow this. I think this is a quick fix, because I think this power needs to be limited. I don't think it should be up to the Prime Minister to be able to wait 6 months, then call an by-election that could go on for 6 or 8 months more and deny Canadians that right. Is that not the premise of the amendment and the fix that we need in our electoral laws?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore has less than a minute to respond.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the seconder of the bill and my colleague, the honourable member. You know, I would definitely say, you know, democracy is not a buffet, Madam Speaker, where we pick and choose what we want. Democracy is a tool that should be served for all Canadians. And in this case, it is not. And I really hope that the House will support this motion in an attempt to address that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I welcome this debate because, well, finally the Liberals got on with it and introduced a bill to fix the previous I use the term loosely, by the previous government, which made it more difficult for a whole series of Canadians to vote. This, as the parliamentary secretary earlier was talking, this is a bill in their terms that is a generational overhaul, and even in the name of the bill itself, it is a modernization act. So that gives Canadians the clear sense that we don't do this very often. We don't renew our election rules, the rules by which we all participate in our democracy, the ways the parties and third parties participate, the way that voters experience the election. We don't do this very often. And there was a principle that was long-standing in Canada, that we would never change those rules in this place unilaterally, that it was bad practice and bad faith for one party alone, the government, to force through changes unilaterally to our rules, because then Canadians would be left with the very distinct impression that maybe the ruling party at the time was putting in rules that helped the ruling party out in the next election. That is a fair assumption to make. You don't even have to be quite so cynical as some folks in the Prime Minister's office to make that assumption. So the practice in this place for generations was that when we changed election rules, we did it together collaboratively. Well, the previous government unfortunately broke with that tradition over a fight around vouching. They felt that there were problems with the vouching system. We fundamentally disagreed. Oh, the evidence also disagreed, that there wasn't massive fraud taking place in our elections, and that these changes were more about disenfranchisement than ensuring proper enfranchisement of our voting rights. So how we got here with this government is an important part of this conversation. They said the bar was quite low. Fix Stephen Harper's Unfair Elections Act. Not hard to do, just undo a bunch of the damage that they had done in Bill C-23 in the last Parliament. Government introduced the bill. It took them a year, but okay, new government. And then for 2 years, didn't move the bill. It just sat there on the order paper. And I can remember getting up in this place with the Democratic Institutions Minister and saying, hey, where's your bill? What else are you working on? Because at the time, we had been going through the whole electoral reform process. Some of my colleagues will remember well. ERIE, it was called. It was a committee, special committee set up. We had participation from all parties, including a representative of the Bloc and the Greens. We had a whole tour around the country. We visited every nook and cranny. The chair I see is smiling and his fond recollections of all of those days we spent on the road together. And it was actually an incredible privilege, not just because we got to hear from experts within Canada about our democracy and how it could perform better, about voting and how to count the votes in different ways that much of Europe and most of the world, in fact, had changed over time, evolved. We also, and more importantly, got to hear from average ordinary Canadians. We had an online survey, some 33,000, I think, people participated. We went around and held town halls and heard from witnesses from each of the provinces, but also just had an open mic where people could come up for a few minutes and tell us what they thought was needed. And as a parliamentarian, this is the very lifeblood. This is the very motivation of why we should be here, is to have that open access to Canadians. And they poured their hearts out to us talking about voting reforms they wanted to see. And they overwhelmingly supported proportional voting systems. That was the evidence that we heard both from the experts and from the public who came before us. And then unfortunately at the 11th hour, in a most awkward and quite cynical move, the Liberals kind of pulled the plug. And for months just wouldn't talk about what it is that they wanted, what kind of voting systems they were interested in. The Prime Minister had hinted at one that he liked out of Australia, a ranked ballot. But very early on in the committee process, we heard from experts that said ranked ballots wouldn't work well for Canada. It would be first past the post, but on steroids. And it worked very well for a traditionally centrist party, a party that sort of borrowed a bit from all sides at all times. Good gosh, who could that possibly help out? Oh, right, it was Liberals. So that got shot down out of the gate. And then the disinterest from the Liberals in terms of moving anything forward became obvious, to the final point where the then Democratic Reforms Minister got up in this place and slammed the committee itself for having failed to do its job, and then was the former Democratic Reforms Minister, because that didn't go over well. So we then move forward and we see the government taking so much time that they actually blew past the Elections Canada deadline, which was last spring. Elections Canada came before our committee and said, hey, if you're going to make any changes to the way that elections are run, we need legislation passed through the House and through the Senate last spring. And the Liberals said, right, saw the deadline, introduced the bill the day after the deadline had passed. The committee began to work. The Conservatives started a little filibuster. That took all spring and then into the fall, and then the government blinked, and then they worked out a deal together. So nice to see parliamentarians getting together and working out. The Conservatives and the Liberals worked out more pre-election spending money, put more money into politics. Liberals were okay with that. Now they're upset again at the Conservatives, so things are returning back to normal, I guess. We just saw a few minutes ago, we were just outside of the House of Commons talking about the Debates Commission, which this very same committee had studied as well for quite a while and made clear recommendations that I have here. The second and the most important one is that the leaders' debate, which is an important part of our democratic process, a lot of Canadians watch them in French and English and make up their minds as to who they want to support. But it got a little tricky in the last election, leaders not showing up and kind of screwing up the process a bit. So a debates commission was promised 3 years ago. And for months and months, the Liberal new Minister of Democratic Reform told us, don't worry, we're not really consulting with you because we're just going to use the report from the committee, the Procedure and House Affairs, PROC. And we said, okay, if you follow what PROC studied and recommended, then we should be fine. The second recommendation says the Leaders' Debate Commissioner must be selected unanimously by all the parties in the House. That seems like a good idea, because you don't want the person who sets the rule over that important debate to be favoring one party or another, or to be chosen only by one party and not anybody else, because then Canadians would ask, that was a partisan appointment. That's not right. It shouldn't be a partisan appointment, especially just by one party. And then we just watched the Democratic Reforms Minister step out in front of the cameras and say, we've appointed a commissioner. We decided alone, and we set the terms for who can participate in the debate, and that commissioner that we appointed is going to set what the topics are and what all the rules are to follow. Us, unilaterally, say the Liberals. Trust us. And on democratic issues, this government seems to have some kind of fundamental twitch that comes up again and again, where in the decision between collaboration and working with others and unilaterally having all the power in their hands, the Liberals again and again and again choose the latter. And I don't know why. It's actually quite stupid, strategically, because when you make recommendations that are only supported by yourselves, then you're open to accusations, and proper accusations, of bias, of trying to rig the rules. And for heaven's sakes, I just don't know why. Not just for the spirit of collaboration to try to work together to strengthen our democracy, that's not motivation enough, but just out of political strategy. The Liberals wouldn't understand that if you work with other parties and have them support your recommendation, there's just much less controversy out the other end, that Canadians will trust the results more. Yet time and time again, the Liberals choose to go it alone. And then it blows up in their face again and again, and then they want to blame somebody. So here we are on Bill C-76, pretty flawed. I mean, 338 recommendations, amendments. A whole bunch of them came from the governing party themselves, so they wrote the bill and then had to correct the bill. And then just last night, we voted on more corrections to the corrections of the bill. So that's not great, that it took them 3 years to get here, and there were so many fundamental problems in it. And a bunch of things remain uncorrected. I'll give you one example, Madam Speaker, and I think this is a good one. Canadians would worry about someone trying to cheat, steal votes in an election, spend money illegally. Well, how would Elections Canada be able to investigate that? They need to compel testimony, which exists in the bill. But what doesn't exist in the bill, which Elections Canada wanted, was the power to require receipts, checks, stubs from all of the political parties, like they do for us as candidates. Us as candidates, if we claim to spend money, we have to demonstrate how the money was actually spent. Political parties don't. Well, that's strange. Because how can you do an investigation and find out if something went wrong or somebody maybe cheated if you can't get the evidence? It's like passing criminal laws in this place. We're going to strengthen the laws to protect Canadians, but we're going to deny the police the ability to gather evidence. Well, you can't bring a person to trial if you don't have evidence. So the Liberals actually had it in the bill, took it out to require receipts and invoices. We tried to put it back in, and the Liberals said no. The chief electoral officer said, I need this ability in order to catch the bad guys. That somebody working in some party office starts to cheat and spend money in a bad way, Elections Canada is not going to know because they won't have evidence. And in order to have an investigation, you need evidence. Let's talk about getting more women into Parliament. We all remember Daughters of the Vote. It's an excellent program. The government just decided to fund it a little bit more. It's when women from each, young women, particularly from each of the ridings all across the country, come and they occupy these seats. 338 of them sitting in these seats. And last year they got to question the Prime Minister, and boy, were they good. They were tough and fair, but mostly tough. And we look at our parliamentary situation with respect to, does Parliament reflect what the country looks like? Do we look as a group, if you stand us out on the front steps, do we more or less look like, and the first thing you'll notice, there's not a lot of women. It's 26% in this Parliament. Last Parliament was 25%. We went up 1%. At the current pace, we will have a gender equity Parliament in 83 years at the current pace. And the Daughters of the Vote said, that's not a sufficient timeline, Mr. Feminist Prime Minister. When are you going to get on this? So one of the ways you could get at this, we all can encourage more women, more people of diverse backgrounds to run. That's a good way of doing things. But really, like in many things in life, you got to follow the money. And so one of the changes we proposed was from my former colleague, Kennedy Stewart, who had a bill in this place the Liberals said they liked but then voted against. It's how typical. But what it said was, when we reimburse parties for spending, which the public very generously does, we should reimburse to 100% those parties that try to present candidates that reflect the country, that are close to parity. And those parties that just want to present 100% pale, male, and stale candidates, well, then they'll get less money back from the public. It's like a form of encouragement to say, hey, don't just mouth the words, but actually go out and try to really recruit diversity so that we can have diverse views. How radical is that? The Liberals voted against that, and instead they said, well, we're going to allow women to claim childcare expenses for 30 days as part of their election spending. They can fundraise on that, and they can get childcare for 30 days. That's the barrier that's holding women back from running in office, those 30 days, 35 days in the actual writ period. Come on. Come on. For a feminist prime minister, allegedly, because I don't have a lot of evidence to show that he is, but allegedly, you'd think that if he had a proposal in hand that would have more women over time get into office, that would be good, unless he's happy with 26%. And he seems to be, because you know what he did recently is he decided to protect all of his incumbents from a nomination race. Just said, they're all protected, which is essentially saying he'd like to have the status quo. No, I know this because I think there's a riding association that does not want to have their current incumbent MP represent them again, a Liberal riding association, and the Liberal Party recently told them, step in line or walk out the door. That's a love of the grassroots if I ever saw it. Now, privacy is a huge part of the conversation that we had. Privacy for Canadians. We New Democrats believe in the rights for people to have privacy over their personal data. And as we move in deeper and deeper into the social media world, into the internet-based economy, privacy and the protection of privacy becomes incredibly important in commerce, but also in politics. And here's what the rules in Canada right now say with regards to how the parties manage huge databases of information about the Canadian voter. Nothing. Canadian law says nothing. So if this is a modernization bill, if this is a once-in-a-generation attempt to make our elections free and fair and protect our sacred democracy here in Canada, you'd think in 2018, because it's 2018, we'd have something in here about that data, about protecting Canadians' rights. Because here's the threat, and we've seen it exposed. It's not an imagined threat. Anybody heard of Cambridge Analytica, right? Cambridge Analytica actually, in the last Parliament, approached a number of MPs, myself included, and said, you'd like to hire us. Because you know what we'll help you do? We'll harvest data from your social media sites, from Twitter and Facebook. We'll find the emails out, because you can't normally. Someone just likes you on Facebook, then they like you on Facebook. That's no big deal. But you can't find out their email address, and we'll get you their friends as well. We'll be able to micro-target folks that may be associated and interested to you. Well, to political parties, boy, oh boy, that's red meat. That's interesting. That opens up whole new worlds. And what we can do now with social media is hyper-target. That the old days of putting out political ads that just sort of had a scatter approach to appealing to voters are gone. Micro-targeting is where it's at, and the Liberals, up until last year, prided themselves on being able to micro-target. They said that's how we won the last election, and in fact had hired Cambridge Analytica, gave them a $100,000 government contract to come on in and do what? Has anyone seen the contract? No, you have not, because the Liberals won't put it out. So they hired the guys that got caught up in a thing called Brexit. Folks remember Brexit? Britain certainly does. They're going through it right now, where they had a vote in England where voters were hyper-targeted, that databases had been harvested, Facebook likes and share groups had been manipulated, and were only being sent a whole bunch of mis- and disinformation about what Brexit meant. And the British Parliament has been trying to unravel this thing ever since Brexit happened as to how that vote, that referendum happened. I want people, particularly from Quebec, to imagine if under the last Quebec referendum, we found out after the fact that in the election, that referendum had been tampered with by outside groups and agencies, that if foreign governments had gone into the data profiles of Quebecers and targeted them one by one and spread misinformation about the effects of their referendum vote. And we found out after the fact. What would the reaction of Quebecers be like on what was ultimately an incredibly close vote as to whether Quebec would seek to leave Canada? Do you think anyone would cast aspersions on the results of the vote, whether they'd won or lost? That whoever had lost would say the vote wasn't done fairly. And that's what they're saying in England. The U.S. Justice Department has said the last U.S. election and the current U.S. midterms are being tampered with right now through online hackers, Russian and Chinese, right now. So the threat is real, the threat is now. And so then you look for this modernization bill and say, what protections are we, oh, very interesting, October 30th. 23 years ago was the vote. Oh, fascinating. I wish I'd known that before I started talking, because that would sort of made the point even stronger. 23 years ago today. That the elections that are happening right now in the U.S., the Democrat and Republican databases had been hacked in the last election. We saw the emails that were being spread about. In that case, we know Russian agents, and that the U.S. has warned Canada. In fact, you know who else has warned this government? Our own Secret Services Agency, CSE. The commissioner, the Minister of Democratic Institutions asked our spy agency to look at our democratic process and make recommendations to her, and they reported just last summer and said, on privacy, we do not have sufficient protections to protect our democracy. So her own report, the one she commissioned from a Canadian agency, said things are not sufficiently strong. And the Liberal response was to reject every single recommendation that New Democrats put forward to make things better. Recommendations based on the evidence we heard from the Chief Electoral Officer, from the Privacy Commissioner, from the BC Civil Liberties Union. Group after group. In fact, Madam Speaker, there wasn't a single witness that came forward that said, please don't do anything. And here's what the Liberals offered up in Bill C-76. Every party must now have a statement on their website about privacy. Of course we do. It doesn't mean what the statement is or whether the statement is enforceable or there's any consequences for breaking your promise to Canadians. Whoa! Canadians are quaking in their boots. What strong, tough Liberals these are. Put a statement on your website that's not enforceable, that is virtually meaningless. That's what Liberals think is protection of our democratic institutions. My goodness. Come on. Be serious. For once, on this, be serious. There wasn't a single witness that came before committee that said status quo is acceptable. In fact, the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada said, if there is one area this bill failed, it's privacy. The Privacy Commissioner said, and I quote, "This bill contains nothing of substance in regards to privacy. These are the experts. These are the watchdogs. These are the people that we trust. We should trust them." And last night, when we moved these amendments to make things better, to encourage more women to participate, to allow for better protections of our privacy, to allow more enfranchisement, Liberals rejected them again, just as they did at committee. For the life of me, I don't know why. I really don't. We're meant to work together in this place. We're meant to not have real fundamental disagreements about the rights of Canadians to cast a free and fair vote in our election. I sure wish Liberals would back up some of their rhetoric with action. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable, l'Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Not sure which conspiracy theory I want to deal with first, but in terms of the choice of the debates commissioner, I fail to see how David Johnston is a partisan appointment. Former Governor General, someone who has even moderated debates before. But in terms of the timing of the bill, the member must know that even if a bill has not been passed, and you'll know this from the hearings on electoral reform, on the Electoral Reform Committee, Elections Canada begins preparing in advance of a bill passing. The Commissioner even said that during hearings on electoral reform. But now I'd like to shift to the official opposition's continual focus on electoral fraud, and I'd like the members' comment on a quote from a book called One Person, No Vote, which of course is a play on the famous phrase. It's a book by Carol Anderson, Professor Carol Anderson, who says, "The most common tool of voter suppression are laws around identification. Crackdowns on what can be used as proof of address are often indicators of suppression." So I would like the members' comments on that quote.
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
We've seen, particularly in the U.S., we've seen the most dastardly forms of trying to suppress certain votes. And sometimes it's done through identification, sometimes it's gerrymandering. There's all sorts of tactics that politicians there use, and I'd say sometimes politicians here have used to I would say around vouching, very briefly, it certainly targeted folks who were homeless, younger people who were more mobile and might not have those pieces of identification readily available, and particularly Indigenous voters. Where I live, 40% or so of folks are Indigenous, and ID availability for Indigenous Canadians is less that, particularly rural Canada. I would caution my friend, though, on the conspiracy theory comment, because I was very careful with the examples that I brought forward. Unless he wants to say that the U.S. Justice Department is promoting conspiracy theories, or the European Justice Department is into conspiracy theories, or the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada is into conspiracy theories, or the Privacy Commissioner of Canada is into conspiracy theories, I think that language around this content is actually not deserving of the debate that we're having. I would also suggest this: it's not Elections Canada had to make some of these modifications on the fly, if you will, because the government was so late bringing the bill. But the Chief Electoral Officer said this is not ideal. It is better to have a bill passed in its final form and then they act upon it, because imagine the police starting to enforce things that are not yet passed into law. This is not good practice, and he was forced to do it. It was not the first choice, clearly.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always interesting and stimulating to hear my colleague from the NDP speak, even though we don't generally agree. It's always interesting. And I had the privilege of sitting on the Elections Committee led by the member for Lac Saint Louis, and that my colleague from the NDP also participated in. Madam Speaker, this is my question. I'd also like to recall that it's exactly 23 years today that the 1995 referendum took place. So, Madam Speaker, my question is this to my colleague. A few moments ago, the government unilaterally decided to appoint the person in charge of televised debates. We don't dispute the experience of this person, but would it not have been preferable to consult the political parties first? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Thank you for the question. And I also have good memories of the committee we sat on. Now, to answer with respect to the Debates Commissioner, it is in nothing at all, it's not at all about the qualities of this individual. So regardless of their qualities and experience, the point is that the minister promised me and many people that she would respect the work of the committee that made recommendations. In other words, that all parties must have a conversation together and must select someone to at least decide on a short list of 3 or 4 individuals. Because what it means without that is that the government is actually deciding alone on a very important issue, and that is the leadership debates. So I don't understand what's happening with this government. There is a problem with their principles and with their morals when it comes to democracy. And this is a problematic trend, a risky trend. Actually, it's a threat to everyone, because it all boils down to power for them. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, the member was here in the chamber when I posed a question to the Conservative Party to be very clear that the Conservative Party opposed and they want to kill this bill. You see, there's a difference. Often an opposition party will vote against legislation. Doesn't necessarily mean in all circumstances where they will go absolutely out of their way in order to kill the legislation. The Conservative Party would like to be able to filibuster this bill, kill this legislation so that it never becomes the law. Surely to goodness, a member across the way with the experience that he has understands that. On the other hand, the NDP are saying we should never use any tools at all in order to be able to pass legislation such as this. Would the member not recognize that if we don't look at the toolbox, then with the Conservatives committed to never allowing this bill to pass, that there's a certain element of hypocrisy or lack of transparency coming from the Democrats to be arguing that they want to see the legislation pass, even though it might need some improvements, Madam Speaker, and at the same time say never use any of the tools that would ensure that the legislation does get passed.
For Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Well, normally when it comes to hypocrisy, I would tend to defer to my colleague because he is a bit of an expert when it comes to it, because I have a whole series of quotes from him, from his lips in this place, saying the tactic that they're doing right now should never be done. So the question is, how did we get here? How did we get here is because the Liberals took so darn long to bring the legislation in the first place, and then they're up against the wire, and then they say, oh my gosh, there's a 6-hour filibuster, let's cut a deal with the Conservatives to get it through and then put it under time allocation. Those were all choices made by the government. No one had a gun to their head saying, don't bring the bill in for 3 years. They just chose to do it. And you wonder why. I think they actually invoke the panic. They invoke the deadline and say, oh my goodness, we're past that now. We must panic and we must rush this thing through without debate. They're doing it again and again. It couldn't be it might be hypocrisy, actually, just from a lack of incompetence. I'll let you pick, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Transcona.
Madam Speaker, I'll start just by agreeing with my colleague that Liberal incompetence does breed a certain sense of urgency, but for them to use that as a tactic, I think, is quite wrong. There are a lot of things that need to get fixed, and we're worried about them. But to purposefully delay and then present something complex and insist that we need to, run roughshod over the complexities because of their delay, I think is not a tactic becoming of this place, Madam Speaker. On the question of the new debate commissioner, though, one of the things that I find interesting about the process or lack thereof is that the government appropriated $745,000 this year for a process to develop a new debate commission and to implement it. But presumably they put develop in there because there was going to be some sort of substantive process that clearly required substantive funds. I'm just wondering if he can speculate as to how that money might have been spent, given what appears to be a serious lack of process around appointing a new debate commissioner.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley has just about a minute to respond.
So $750,000 on the process to pick the commissioner, I have no idea. The because I would have paid for the coffee if the minister wanted to come talk to us and say what kind of qualities, because we don't actually know. We don't know the criteria by which they picked the new debates commissioner. We don't know who else was on the list. We don't know what job description they negotiated with the new commissioner, who's a very nice guy, very, smart. He's done a lot of work. But the fact that the Liberals spent $750,000 to just unilaterally pick the former Governor General, who was kind of just down the road at the time they started this, there's also begs the question of the $5.5 million they've attributed to now running 2 debates, one English, one French. Again, podiums, glasses of water, a little bit of a backdrop, but $5.5 million seems to be what the Liberals think that should cost. The process is messed up. They know it's messed up. They do this again and again, where they delay 2 years, 3 years, they sit on their hands on something. Then in the panic and the crisis, they say, we'd like to work with you, but we can't because there's no time available. It's getting weak.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Surrey Newton. Madam Speaker, I recall when the whole issue of amending the Elections Act first arose under the previous government. Ever since that time, the notion of amending the Elections Act seems to have revolved around the issue of voter fraud. That's all we heard about in the previous Parliament, about how new rules needed to be brought into play in order to prevent voter fraud. And then during this debate on this bill, C-76, what has mostly come from the official opposition is again a focus on voter fraud. And I wonder if this kind of discourse doesn't breed an unfortunate misperception on the part of the public as to how our electoral system works. But that's been the tack that the official opposition has taken. Essentially, their discourse is focused on the issue of the voter identification card. Ironically, voter fraud is not a problem, Madam Speaker. It's really a bogeyman. The only recent incident of voter fraud that I'm aware of is the robocall incident, in which case a Conservative volunteer, Michael Sona, went to jail for his role in that. And I remember actually campaigning on the last weekend in 2011 when my campaign manager called me in a bit of a panic saying, we're getting calls at our office from people who have gotten calls saying that the location of their voting station has changed. So I don't know how many calls were made in my riding, but some were obviously made, and they were made across the country as well. But what I'd like to focus on is an article in the Globe and Mail on the issue of voter fraud, an article by Denise Bakisoon in reference to the U.S. experience, which is relevant because our systems are comparable in many ways. And I quote, "Meanwhile, the threat of voter fraud has always been manufactured. One study focusing on impersonation found 31 probable cases between 2000 and 2014, during which more than 1 trillion American votes were cast. This August, the Department of Justice investigation into the 2016 election process in North Carolina found that out of almost 4.8 million ballots, 500 had been cast by ineligible voters. Most were people with criminal records who didn't know their records prevented them from voting, so they weren't attempting to do voter fraud. They just thought they had a right to vote, which I guess they didn't in that circumstance. Meanwhile, the focus on voter ID is really motivated by a desire to dissuade voting, to suppress voter participation. And I read a quote before, which I will read again, from Professor Carol Anderson in her book, One Person, No Vote, a play on the well-known phrase. The most common tool of voter suppression are laws around identification. Crackdowns on what can be used as proof of address are often indicators of suppression. By not allowing the voter identification card to be used as ID, the so-called Fair Elections Act made it just a little bit harder to vote, tilting the balance away from voting for some. Because we know that, in some cases, people get frustrated if there's an impediment or if they feel, that somehow there's this impediment to going to vote. There's a minor inconvenience. Some people will say, you know what, I'm not going to vote in this election. And we know that is some of the thinking that occurs sometimes. Now, the Fair Elections Act's prohibition on the chief electoral officer's ability to run programs to encourage voter participation is another example of this attempt in the previous amendment of the Elections Act to discourage voting. Now, Bill C-76, I'm glad to say, moves in the opposite direction, in the direction of increasing democratic participation, of expanding rather than reducing the franchise. And I'll give you some examples, Madam Speaker. Bill C-76 encourages voting in the following ways. First of all, it allows the use of the voter identification card once again. It doesn't mean that somebody can just go to the polling station and show the card and get to vote. They have to prove who they are, their identification, and that usually requires a second piece of identification. Allow a second example of how we are expanding the franchise to vote is allowing employees of long-term care facilities to vouch for multiple residents, which makes sense. In a residence, a long-term care facility, there's usually one or two people tending to a number of residents, and they know who these people are. They know their families. They know quite a bit about them. So it makes perfect sense to allow that person to vouch for multiple residents. It's a common sense change. Allowing the chief electoral officer to sponsor voter awareness campaigns. Again, to think that somehow the chief electoral officer is advocating for one party or another is one of the conspiracy theories that I think has been born around the issue of amending the Election Act. Creating a national register of future voters to get youth engaged in the electoral process early, long before they reach voting age. Madam Speaker, that makes a lot of sense. I just met an hour ago students from St. Thomas High School in my riding. They must have been about 15, 16, and I told them about that part of the bill, that aspect of the bill, and they seemed quite excited, as did their teachers, around the possibility of registering ahead of time before they reach voting age. So expanding the right, another example of how we're expanding the franchise is expanding the right to vote for 1 million Canadian expats abroad. It will no longer be required to reside outside Canada for less than 5 consecutive years, nor will it be required that a person intend to return to Canada to resume residence in the future in order to vote. But last but not least, making voting quicker and easier by allowing voters to vote at any table in the voting station rather than wait at a specific table, and expanding the current use of mobile polls during advance polls to better serve remote, isolated, or low-density communities is just another example of how we want to make voting easier. We want people to vote. We want to expand their democratic franchise. And of course, we'll be making it easier, Madam Speaker, for people with disabilities to vote, which of course is the right thing to do. For example, assistance at the polls is currently only permitted for persons with physical disabilities. Bill C-76 makes assistance available irrespective of disability. In other words, whether it's a physical or an intellectual disability. Also, an elector will be able to be assisted by a person of their choosing. Currently, that's not possible. Now, we know that, some people with disabilities, many of them have a particular caretaker whom they know and trust. Well, they will be allowed to have that person help them with voting, as opposed to arrive at a voting station and the voting station says, no, we're going to assign this person to help you to vote, which can be intimidating, I would think, to some individuals. Currently, transfer certificates are only available for people with a physical disability when the polling station is not accessible. Bill C-76 would make it available irrespective of the nature of the disability and irrespective of whether the polling station is accessible. Further, the Commissioner of Elections Canada would have the flexibility to determine the application process in a way that is, for the certificate, in a way that is less challenging for an elector seeking accommodation because of a disability. The current process for persons with disabilities to vote at home will be extended irrespective of the nature or extent of the disability. Finally, Bill C-76 proposes to establish a maximum reimbursement of $5,000 for candidates and $250,000 for political parties who take steps specifically to accommodate electors with disabilities and reduce barriers to their participation in the democratic process. So I'm personally proud, Madam Speaker, as a Canadian, of Bill C-76's progressive values when it comes to implementing the rights of people with disabilities in the electoral process, Madam Speaker. And also we see that Bill C-76 strengthens the electoral system against fraud, including in the context of the new digital technologies that we are now seeing can disrupt election results based on the influence of false information and manipulation. In other words, the bill empowers the Commissioner of Elections Canada to seek judicial authorization to compel testimony in order to ensure timely and thorough investigations, and it authorizes the Commissioner to lay charges. So we're strengthening the bill to protect against voter fraud, and we are expanding the franchise, and I'm very pleased and proud of that as a Member of Parliament and a Canadian.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague across the way for his speech. And I did have the opportunity to attend the Electoral Reform Committee's meetings in Regina and got a chance to get to know him a little better. I do want to just make two comments, two disappointments with this bill, and through you, Madam Speaker, ask for my colleagues' comments. I think many of us would say that young people came out to vote, especially young New Democrat voters and young Liberal voters, came out to vote on the promise from a Prime Minister who promised that 2015 would be the first election, the last election, that would use first past the post. And I think many of those voters will be very disappointed to see, although pleased to see some of the changes within this bill, very disappointed that the real change that this Prime Minister promised didn't include that very explicit promise. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague didn't also expect more from this bill, and also given the fact that we've waited 3 years for that change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Speaker, and likewise, I enjoyed chairing the committee with the Honourable Member present in Regina especially. You know, the issue around electoral reform, I'll address it. I chaired the committee. I obviously was at all the hearings. I was part of the process from beginning to end. I entered the process with a very open mind in terms of what kind of system could possibly replace our current first-past-the-post system. And what emerged over the course of that process was a realization that there was no consensus in this Parliament, in this House, as to what a best replacement system would be. Indeed, the Liberal Party did favor a preferential ballot. It's no secret that the Conservative Party didn't want any change, and we know that the New Democrats and the Greens preferred proportional representation. And I remember the chief electoral officer saying you could make a change without a referendum if a majority of parties in the Commons agreed on a particular system, but that was not the case, and that I think is really the reason why we did not move ahead with this particular issue.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we know that the responsibility of parliamentarians as we put legislation in place is, in fact, to protect our democratic system here in Canada. It's a system that we hold very dear to our heart, and it's something that helps us to function as the society that we enjoy, the country that we enjoy, the country that we call home and that we invite others into to also call home with us. Now, protecting that democracy means that elections must be fair. They must be set up in such a way that one vote counts equally to another. Now, under the Liberals' changes, they are putting in place the ability for someone to come and to present an identification card as a form of ID. Now, Madam Speaker, in the last election in 2015, we know from Elections Canada that 16% of these cards were sent out in an incorrect way. So either they went to the wrong address, they went to the wrong person, they went to a non-citizen, or an individual received multiple cards to one location. And so, therefore, this actually, in being able to use those cards as an identification mechanism by which an individual is able to vote, it actually degrades our system, because it means that 16% of those votes are not valid, Madam Speaker.
Exactly.
Now, I would like to hear what the opposite member to me would say in response to that.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis has a minute to respond.
The beginning of my speech was, which is that the party opposite has made amending the Elections Act, has branded it as an issue in voter fraud. We know that the person, when they get to the poll, have to establish their identity. A voter information card by itself will not suffice. But if there was such a problem with voter identification cards, we would see cases of voter fraud. We haven't seen any. The only cases of voter fraud we've seen have involved the robocall scandal that was, that took place under the previous government. And again, I reiterate the quote that I read before, which is that, 1 billion American votes were cast between 2000 and 2014, and there were only 31, instances of impersonation or the belief that someone was trying to impersonate someone else. It's just not a problem.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And maybe a good way to start it off is, and I put it in the form of a question earlier today, the Government of Canada, in working with opposition parties, we have, I believe, wide support for many of the initiatives that are within this legislation, whether it's from New Democratic members or Green Party member, the leader of the Green Party, from Elections Canada. We have listened to what Canadians have had to say on the importance of our electoral system in every region of our country, Madam Speaker. I believe that the Minister has done an outstanding job in bringing things together and presenting to the House what I believe is a modernization of Canada's elections laws. We want to see additional strength. Today, around the world, Elections Canada is very important in terms of recognize the role, the strong leadership role it plays in many countries throughout the world. We are often looked to as a country to go to get a better understanding in terms of how we can have independent elections and how well overall we have done as a nation through the Independent Office of Elections Canada. So the minister brings in the legislation. There's a healthy debate that takes place. It goes into committee, and unlike the previous administration, where there was no opposition members that were being listened to. Elections Canada wasn't even being listened to, Madam Speaker. We had many amendments. Amendments that came from the Conservatives, from the New Democrats. We had a great deal of input from the leader of the Green Party, even the government itself, members on the government side that listened to what the stakeholders were saying, in particular Elections Canada, which led to many government amendments at the committee stage. And we now have even a better piece of legislation as a direct result of having gone through that process. Now, the NDP will cry, saying, well, we had a lot more amendments that were rejected. Yes, not all of their amendments were good. Not all of them were rejected. Some of them actually needed further study and so forth, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives, on the other hand, they wanted to bring it back to the way it was. And we didn't support that, Madam Speaker, and we believe that Canadians didn't support that. And the best example I could give is the example that was just made reference to on those voter cards, Madam Speaker. Canadians across this country are sent in the mail or delivered a voter information card, which has their name and their address on it, Madam Speaker. It tells them where they're going to be voting. A lot of Canadians, including myself and my household, will retain the card. Many people believe that you could take those cards and use it as a form of ID, and why not, Madam Speaker? Take it to be able to vote and use it as one of those ID pieces or documents, Madam Speaker. Elections Canada didn't have any problem with that. Members of the Green Party didn't have any problem with that. Members of the New Democratic Party didn't have any problems with that. Only Stephen Harper and the Conservatives. No change. Even under the new leadership of the Conservative Party, there is no difference. Stephen Harper's party, the new leader's party, what's the difference? I don't know, Madam Speaker, especially when it comes to some of the legislation, this being one of them. They have a problem with Canadians using something that's being supplied by an agency, Elections Canada, that is recognized around the world as an independent body. The Conservatives, for some whatever reason, do not believe that that should be allowed for Canadians because they don't trust them, Madam Speaker. I see shame on the Conservatives for not recognizing what is a very obvious thing and an important part of democracy. This legislation does a great deal in terms of making changes to modernize, Madam Speaker. We are making the electoral process more accessible. With Canadians with disabilities, caregivers, and members of the Canadian Armed Forces. We are restoring voting rights to more than the 1 million Canadians living abroad. This legislation does modernize. And what I find it interesting, Madam Speaker, is how we have the Conservatives who are very transparent, and then we have the NDP who are really trying to hide their real political objective. Now, let me explain that. We know that the Conservative Party, and they've demonstrated it again today, as they did in committee for many, many, many hours and days, Madam Speaker, that not only do they want to vote against this bill, they will do whatever it is that they can to prevent this bill from ever seeing the light of day. You don't have to be a genius to filibuster a bill. You give me 12, 14 members, Madam Speaker, I could hold up a bill for weeks with just a dozen members, Madam Speaker. It doesn't take a genius in order to do that. The Conservatives have made the decision under no circumstances do they want to see this bill pass. Then we get the individuals, the leadership coming from the NDP saying, well, we support the legislation, but there's no way, under no circumstances, should the government use any of the tools to ensure that it gets passed. Well, Madam Speaker, this bill, if it was up to the Conservatives, would never, ever pass. We'd be debating it till after the next federal election. I'll give the Conservatives credit. At least they're being transparent. The NDP are trying to come across as great Democrats when they have no intentions of trying to ensure that this legislation passes. And they should be embarrassed, Mr. Speaker, because they consistently try to give an impression which is just not true. And it's not the first time in which they've done that, Mr. Speaker. And then they'll say, and they, in their statements, well, the member implying myself, that I've advocated that you, for example, shouldn't use a time allocation on motions. What they don't tell you is that on many occasions in the third party, I stood up and I said at times you do need to use time allocation as a tool. Otherwise, the opposition, if you have an irresponsible opposition, will prevent you from getting the business done which is important to Canadians. Now, what do the New Democrats and the Conservatives say? Well, why did we wait so long? We didn't wait long. This has been in the process for a long time. And we finally got it out of the committee stage. Mr. Speaker, there are other pieces of legislation, and the government has a fairly significant agenda starting from day one. Remember, day one, the legislative agenda was the tax break to Canada's middle class, something in which both oppositions, I must say, Mr. Speaker, voted against. But today, we're talking about giving strength and restoring democracy because of some of the, or giving strength, I should say, Mr. Speaker, adding additional strength to our democratic institutions, Elections Canada. And that's, in fact, what this is doing. Out of I believe 130 or the many recommendations from Elections Canada, I believe it's over 80% of them are in fact being acted on.
And as opposed to recognizing the legislation for what it is, legislation that is very much reflective of what Canadians want to see brought in terms of electoral changes, legislation that gathers the vast majority of the recommendations from that independent agency, Mr. Speaker. We have, instead of recognizing for what it is and wanting to see the legislation pass, instead we have the official opposition that wants to go back to the days of Stephen Harper and prevent this legislation from passing at all costs. And then we have the New Democrats playing a game as if they want to see the legislation pass, but they're prepared to join the Conservatives and support a filibuster that would ultimately take it all the way past the next federal election. I believe that Canadians deserve better, that if you support and you want to see a healthier democracy, then you should not only be supporting the legislation, but you should also support the idea of getting it passed in a timely fashion. Elections Canada has been very clear in terms of being able to act on the legislation as it has been going through, as we've had to go through the many hours and days of the Procedures and House Affairs Committee in dealing with this legislation. But we have had a very solid commitment, Mr. Speaker, from this government to ensure that we do modernize the Elections Act. Whether the Conservatives want it or not, we're going to do it, Mr. Speaker, and we hope to continue to receive the support from the Green Party and my New Democratic friends. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary says that Canadians deserve better, and he's absolutely correct. They deserve better than this mangled bill. They deserve better than, you know, in the past, Mr. Speaker, when parties actually won elections, they actually had a level of statesmanship and magnanimity in the way that they approached things like this, dealing with opposition parties, so they actually could produce a bill that would be fair, would be beneficial for all Canadians, but instead they produced a bill that basically benefits them. Now, at the expense of sounding like I'm defending my NDP colleagues, and I don't mind doing that on occasion, he mentions that they weren't transparent. Well, I've actually heard some words from the NDP today that were very transparent, and this member didn't mention at all about the fact that this bill does not deal with the security of our elections and the fact that our own security agency has warned the government about the ability for foreign interests to manipulate our democratic process. And he didn't mention the fact that he is impeding the opposition parties from using the money that Canadians have freely, lawfully given to them to use in an election. He didn't mention either one of those. I wonder who isn't transparent.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I won't reflect on the individual that posed the question personally, but let me address what it is that he just finished saying as directly as I can. The Conservative Party under Stephen Harper brought in legislation that had no support from other political parties, that brought it to a committee stage in which they didn't listen to any opposition, not only opposition members, but other stakeholders, including Elections Canada, Mr. Speaker, in making the types of changes that they made. And I made reference to a specific one that Canadians can really relate to. I don't know, the members need to get away from the speaking points and realize that what the member was describing was Stephen Harper, and when he was the Prime Minister and the changes that they made. Mr. Speaker, we have been very cooperative.
Questions and comments. Is it questions and comments? Questions and comments. La députée de Rosemont, la petite patrie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis un peu...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite stunned to hear the speech of the Parliamentary Secretary. When he was in the opposition, he said dozens of times that we should never impose closure on an electoral reform bill, anything that affects citizens' rights and elections. Today he's changing his mind and he has turned his coat. How is it that the Liberal government left this bill sitting around for 2 years and are presenting at the very last minute. It's irresponsible. How is it the Liberals, who promised that they would consult all the other parties before appointing a commissioner for debates, decided to impose their choice and made a decision all on their own, a Liberal decision? I want to know what his definition of the word hypocrite would be. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Leader of the Government in the House.
I also indicated that at times it's necessary in order to use the tools to get legislation through, because sometimes you get opposition parties that will go at all costs to prevent legislation from passing. The member across the way has to explain why it is that his party would be prepared, and that's what we're hearing from the New Democrats today. They would be prepared never to see this legislation passed, because that's what the Conservative Party wants. The Conservative Party does not ever want this legislation to pass. So, if we don't follow the advice when I gave it in third party, that at times you need to use legislation or the toolbox in order to get your legislative agenda passed, then it wouldn't pass, and we wouldn't be able to modernize the Elections Act. So, the member across the way and the Democrats need to look in the mirror. Do they want it modernized or do they not? I believe if they want to be consistent, Mr. Speaker, that they should support the actions of this government on this issue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just for the sake of novelty, I thought I would do my entire speech without yelling or screaming even once. Let's see if that helps to set the tone for the rest of the debate. I thought it was going along pretty well until the last intervention, and then we sort of went off the rails in that regard. I wanted to start, Mr. Speaker, by dealing with a couple of things that have nothing to do with Bill C-76. The first is to draw attention to the poppy on my lapel this afternoon. There's been a developing tradition in the last couple of years here where members will be wearing poppies that are different from the traditional one put out by the Legion. Sometimes they're an Aboriginal poppy, sometimes they have some other significance. This one is done by the Women's Auxiliary at the Perth Legion, and the funds go directly to the local Legion. I also wanted to take a moment to deal, because I was unable to do so in either spot, with a matter near and dear to my heart. This is the issue of freedom of religion, the right to worship safely and peacefully. This was, and I'm speaking, of course, of the tragedy that occurred last Saturday at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I chaired a parliamentary committee, all-party committee, dealing with anti-Semitism, and subsequently, along with a Liberal MP, co-edited a book about anti-Semitism. This is, of course, the very worst example we've seen in recent years on our continent of anti-Semitism, and, of course, like all members, I speak out in solidarity with that. I wanted to mention one other thing before I move on from this topic. I learned of this tragedy because I was informed of it by an email sent out by an Islamic group called Launch Good that raises money to assist people who face tragedies of this sort. Typically, these are tragedies within the Muslim community. A year ago, I and a number of other people, including some MPs, contributed to the Launch Good effort to raise money for one of the survivors of the Quebec mosque shooting. This time they were raising money on behalf of the victims of the synagogue shooting, and I think that's an indication of the kind of generosity of spirit that we see among the great religions of the world and those who truly believe in their faiths. Now, none of that is germane to Bill C-76, so I want to turn to this. I will be splitting my time with the member for Battle River Crowfoot, who, like me, is a survivor of the class of 2000, and so his writing becomes more and more appropriate with time, as all of us who've been here since 2000 develop deeper and deeper crowfoots at the corners of our eyes. It's been a great pleasure to serve beside him and the other survivors of the, survivors would be the wrong term, veterans, the veterans of 2000. I had meant in dealing with Bill C-76 to delve into a number of the issues relating to the way in which the government has pushed forward on this bill, or rather has pushed all too little on this bill until the last minute and now is in a panic to get it done in time to go into effect for the next election, the unnecessary delay. Now, we'll return to that theme if there's time, but I wanted, Mr. Speaker, to start by talking about an issue that arose today, and it is the subject of a proposed amendment to the motion before the House, and that, of course, is the motion introduced by my New Democrat colleague calling for us to return it to committee so that we can deal with the issue of by-elections. There is a by-election underway now in the riding to my south, where my esteemed colleague, a late colleague, Gord Brown, who sat in this very seat on which I have my hand at the moment. He passed away, of course, earlier this year. The Prime Minister took the maximum allowed period of time before calling a by-election for that riding, which means that the people in Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes have gone without representation far longer than is appropriate. I say, with regard to that, shame on the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister failed to call several by-elections for several vacancies, including the one in Burnaby South, that is where the New Democratic candidate is the current leader of the Democrats, Jagmeet Singh. There can be only one purpose in delaying that by-election. It cannot be because the Prime Minister was caught off guard by this or because there's some kind of impediment keeping him from doing this. The former member for Burnaby South, Mr. Kennedy Stewart, our former colleague, resigned on September the 14th, but he made public the letter to the Speaker in which he had announced his intention to resign on August the 2nd, and he made it clear back in May that he intended to resign. So that is now 4 months in the past. The by-election should have been called immediately. There can be only one purpose for delaying this by-election, and the purpose is the following. And as I say it, take account of all the insincere posturing about being a friend of democracy that we hear from the Prime Minister of Canada right now. The reason for delaying this by-election is to ensure that Jagmeet Singh doesn't get to take a seat in the House until the last second. Now, why would the Prime Minister be doing this? He'd be doing it because this is an extraordinarily effective tactic for neutering the leaders of opposing parties. We saw an example of just how this works the year that I was elected, the year that my colleague from Battle River Crowfoot was elected in 2000. We were elected November the 27th, 2000. The election was called a snap election in October, mid-October 2000, and Stockwell Day, our former leader, was newly elected in a by-election on September the 11th, 2000. He came to the House, began speaking here, was beginning to bite, beginning to have some effect, and so the Prime Minister called an election to essentially neuter him before he could become effective. Now, the Prime Minister can no longer easily affect the date of the election, but he has the ability to delay and delay and delay the calling of the by-election in order to ensure that Jagmeet Singh will meet with a similar fate, that he will be unable to come here, advocate effectively for the causes he believes in, and start nibbling in to Liberal support from the left, just as our leader has been very effective in doing so from the right. Now, that is an affront to democracy, I submit. And I don't care how many sincere looks the Prime Minister gives to the camera while he explains whatever his ostensible motivation is. The fact is that he is stripping away a vital aspect of parliamentary democracy. There is a real need to deal with this sort of thing, to prevent this sort of misuse, especially when it comes to the election of party leaders to the House of Commons. We've always had a practice of showing a kind of courtesy. I thought Jean Chrétien was egregious in his abuse and violation and turning away from that practice when he called a snap election in 2000. But really, he does not hold a candle to a Prime Minister who, based on the fixed election, seems to simply want to hold off the by-election forever. That's wrong. It's always wrong. It's wrong when this Prime Minister does it. Now, I have 2 minutes left, so let me talk a little bit about the urgency of getting this bill through and the need to use time allocation. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals introduced a piece of legislation dealing with election changes, Bill C-33, in November 2016, and then they never brought it forward. Much later, over a year later, they came out with the replacement for Bill C-33, containing most of what Bill C-33 contained, plus some new additions. That was the current piece of legislation, Bill C-76. The year-long delay is not the fault of the opposition. It is the fault of the government. The government likes to say, well, you know, we were constantly filibustered in committee. We couldn't get anything done. Well, the committee, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, on which I sit, met in the spring to deal with this bill, and then it met again in mid-September when the House resumed. An entire summer went by during which this committee did not meet. It could have met. It could have met. There's nothing stopping a committee from meeting over the summer. Indeed, a couple of years ago, another committee I was on, that would be the Committee on Electoral Reform, met all through the summer. This past summer, a number of committees met. Some of them met several times. This committee could have done that. That is not the fault of the opposition parties. That is the fault of the government. And going back yet further, the government could have started dealing with this legislation much earlier, but instead they chose to deal with their electoral reform legislation that was going to change our electoral system. That was introduced. There's no legislation, to be clear. There are hearings on it. And they delayed that for the better part of a year in order to consume enough time that only one electoral system could possibly be put forward and implemented in time for the 2019 election, preferential voting, because it doesn't require redistribution. So, Mr. Speaker, there has been a delay at this point of about 3 years of the 3.5 years. I should be careful what I say. 2.5 years out of the 3 years that have gone by so far. All of it is because of the government's own delays. To try now to say we ought to be imposing closure and limiting debate on a 300-page bill because we dragged our heels. I can only say this in response to that. Through you to the government, I would say your mismanagement ought not to constitute my crisis, nor ought it to constitute a crisis for the people of Canada. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his speech. And I want to come back to his closing reflections on the mental gymnastics of the member for Winnipeg North. Of course, you know, he's quick to point out that there may have been times in previous parliaments when he was in opposition that he said that from time to time allocation needs to be used. But I won't repeat the quotes because we've put a number of them on the record. He was very clear in the last Parliament that with special respect to bills having to do with modifications to the electoral system, that was a no-go zone. So even if he wanted to say and did say in other cases that from time to time the use of time allocation might be appropriate, he was very clear in the last Parliament that on the issue of making changes to the elections process, it was not permissible to use time allocation, and that a government unilaterally ramming through changes was not on. So there's a little bit of revisionism here going on. I know the honourable member who just gave his speech was in the last Parliament, and I wonder if he might offer us the benefit of his experience to provide some reflection on this bit of maneuvering on the part of the I'm trying to find some parliamentary language there. Maneuvering on the part of the member for Winnipeg North.
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you to my colleague. Frankly, I'm not sure I can really add to what he just said. Maybe I should let those comments stand. It lets me draw attention to another matter that I know is very important to my colleague from Winnipeg Transcona, as a New Democrat, and that is the justification that the member from, forgive me, I've forgotten. What's the parliamentary secretary? Winnipeg North gave. Thank you. I always get confused with these compass direction ridings. There ought to be a rule about that. Just this. The defense he gave of delaying the by-election on the explanation that other by-elections have been delayed in the past. Well, first of all, I'm not sure that the by-election delay for Lees, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes was legitimate. I don't see how the people living directly to my south in that riding deserve to be unrepresented for 6 months. I haven't seen how that's benefited them, benefited issues that have existed in their ridings. And I want to add, this is a special case. This is a matter dealing with the leader of a party, allowing that party to function fully in the House of Commons. To withhold that by-election is utterly unjustifiable and cannot be justified on any precedent based on any riding in which the candidate is not going to be the leader of one of the recognized parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to debate the C-76. I'll have a speaking slot later, for which I'm very grateful. But the timeliness of the intervention from the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston is very helpful for me because I was unable to pose a question earlier to the member for Lac Saint Louis. And the member for Lac Saint Louis, of course, had done a spectacular job as the chair of our Parliamentary Committee on Electoral Reform, on which both the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston and I both served. But I think that the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis misspoke when he said to the effect that everyone knows that the Liberals favoured preferential voting, a ranked ballot. Now, our committee was tasked with replacing first past the post, making a recommendation for a replacement. And I just wonder if my friend from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston can confirm my memory that the Liberals on the committee never put forward to our committee the proposal for preferential voting. They didn't put forward any proposal at all.
Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Yeah, that's my memory as well, although I do think that it's very clear that preferential voting was the preferred option for the start of the Prime Minister. There's no doubt about that. I wish he'd said so openly. That would have led to a very different reaction in the 2015 election when many voters fled the New Democrats and perhaps the Green Party as well for the Liberals, particularly in British Columbia where this was a live issue, for the Liberals on the expectation that when he said we'll be moving to a different system, the assumption they made was that the different system would be some form of proportional representation. I think you can get some idea of the legitimacy of preferential voting for a parliamentary system where every riding tends to replicate the results in every other riding from the fact that it's not one of the items on the ballot in British Columbia. I'll just add as well that preferential balloting need not be a bad system in the right circumstance. We use it for electing the Speaker of the House. I myself designed that system, and I note that in the City of Kingston they've just through a referendum, which is what you should do before you change your system. They have agreed to change to a preferential system for municipal elections. Again, there's no party labels in municipal elections. I think in that sort of situation, it's a good system. And I congratulate the people of Kingston on that decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honour to rise today in this House and to speak on Bill C-76, an act to amend the Elections Act. Really, today has been one of those days where this morning here in Parliament and Parliament Hill, we had a committee that was looking at parents that had lost newborn children or even those during pregnancy. And boy, as we sat and listened to some of the stories of those individuals, it just brought, I think, most of the committee to a place of tears. And then this afternoon, now we come and we look at a motion or a bill that is to amend the Elections Act. And again, it's just the broad range of things that happen on Parliament. This morning you see people really genuinely being affected, and today you see a bill brought in place really for all extent and purposes just to give an advantage to the Liberal Party. I should say, though, Mr. Speaker, that I sincerely regret the fact that many of my colleagues are denied a similar opportunity given the Liberals' government decision to move time allocation on this bill. An opportunity with an appropriate amount of allotted time for MPs to express the views of their constituents is a fundamental principle of democracy upon which this House of Commons is founded, and they are being denied. It is for this reason that we on this side of the House adamantly oppose the Liberals' blatant, disrespectful maneuver, disrespectful to MPs, and more importantly, disrespectful to those Canadians who wanted to be heard on this issue, shutting down this debate. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians will justifiably punish the Liberal government for silencing them on this very important issue, electoral reform. At the very crux of our democracy is the election, and how we facilitate that election is key, and Canadians
have had their voice silenced. I'm equally confident that Canadians will take great exception to the bill before us today, which leaves our elections wide open to foreign interference, and it does so at the benefit to the Liberal Party. It is widely suspected that in the 2015 federal election, Liberal candidates defeated their opponents in several key ridings due to foreign interference. The speed at which the Liberals are trying to ram this legislation through Parliament a year before the 2019 election clearly shows their eagerness to once again win with just a little extra help. I firmly believe, Mr. Speaker, that every vote cast by a Canadian citizen matters. I will therefore continue to work with my Conservative colleagues to keep foreign entities from undermining our democratic institutions, especially through the very fundamental exercise of elections. As my honoured colleague from Thornhill pointed out last Friday, Bill C-76 would double the total maximum third-party spending amount allowed during the writ period, and it would allow unlimited contributions from individual donors and others, unlimited spending by third parties, and unlimited foreign donations outside the pre-writ and the writ periods. Effectively, Mr. Speaker, this loophole will allow foreign charities to give millions of foreign dollars to Canadian charities, and those millions, as my colleague stated, can be dispersed as Canadian dollars to third-party groups to support and oppose parties and candidates. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to know where the money for elections is coming from. And it is up to the Liberal government to ensure that third-party entities are being fully transparent and that there is no undue and outside interference. Bill C-76 fails miserably in this regard. It is also up to the government to ensure that non-resident electors are not treated the same as those who are full-time residents, residents who are impacted daily in their daily lives by the regulations, by government decisions, by economic realities, by red tape. Mr. Speaker, those individuals that are here living here deal with all those regulations. Allowing non-resident electors to vote regardless of how long they have lived outside of Canada or whether they intend to return, to ever return, is simply wrong. Most non-residents were unable to vote in Canadian elections until 1993, when expats living outside Canada for fewer than 5 years and who intended to return were granted the right to vote by mail-in ballot. I wholeheartedly agree with the less than 5-year rule, but obviously the Liberal government does not agree. And again, Mr. Speaker, I believe that for all intents and purposes, they do not agree because they are looking for ways to have an advantage. And as a result, the legislation that's before us today goes further than simply restoring voting rights to short-term expats, because the Liberals feel it's in their advantage. Under Bill C-76, anyone who has ever lived in Canada will be able to vote. Following the introduction of C-33, C-76's predecessor, and as noted in November 16th, the South China Morning Post, and I would quote this from that article, quote, this would theoretically include most of 300,000 Canadians who live in Hong Kong, most of whom are returnee immigrants and their children. Huge number of Hong Kongers emigrated to Canada ahead of the 1997 handover, but many have now returned as dual citizens, unquote. So they give the example of when Hong Kong was given back to mainland China, that many people came to Canada and to other countries. Now, many of them have returned. The same article goes on to express the divergent views of two Hong Kong residents. One, a civil servant close to retirement, who spent 11 years in Canada before leaving in 1995, said, and I quote, "Having the right to vote is an honor. This will motivate me to pay more attention to their political news because I still have family members living in Canada, and I will spend more time over there after I retire," unquote. And he said in that article that he would vote if he would vote in Canada at the time of an election if he was allowed to. But then the same article did a comparison to a 39-year-old high school teacher in Hong Kong who was born in Canada, but he said that he would not vote because, and I'll just quote for you what he said. He said, quote, "I lived there only 10 years when I was young. I do not know that much about Canadian politics and have not been following closely of their news. So I believe it would be irresponsible for me to vote," unquote. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would agree with him. If it would be irresponsible, as it is irresponsible for this Liberal government to lift the less than 5-year voting restriction and thereby open the system up for abuse. Someone who has no idea of the issues, no idea of the candidates, no idea of what is really happening, putting an X. When their country and their passion is where they're residing, in the case of this 39-year-old for some 29 years. Another C-76 measure that leaves the Canadian democratic process open to abuse is the use of the voter identification card as acceptable voter ID. Mr. Speaker, in the last election, in 2015, nearly 1 million erroneous VICs, voter identification numbers were given, cards were given out, creating the huge potential for voter fraud. Mr. Speaker, I cannot support a bill that has the potential to undermine our highly respected electoral system. The fact that a voter ID card is taken as an identification of integrity, when we know that out of the 16 or 17 million people that were eligible to vote in the last election, there was over 1 million that were falsely given out. And so, Mr. Speaker, what the government is trying to enshrine in this bill works against fair elections. It works against the very principles of democracy. And, Mr. Speaker, when anyone is willing to take away the rights of someone else to advance their own, I would just warn Canadians in regard to that, because if they're willing to take that from someone else, what will they be willing to take from you in the future? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up on a theme of today's debate, which is the denial by the member of Winnipeg North that he was very much committed to the fact in the last Parliament that time allocation should not be used on bills that modify the Elections Act. And so I want to offer to my colleague and ask what he thinks of the remarks made by the member for Winnipeg North in the previous Parliament when he said, "We need to recognize that the Canada Elections Act is like no other. It defines the rules that apply when we knock on doors and ask for votes, when we ask Canadians to get engaged and vote. This legislation should be designated such that time allocation cannot be applied to it." So in the context of remarks today, where he said, well, you know, I did say sometimes maybe you can use time allocation, I just want to know what the member thinks about the fact that we're under time allocation on a bill that has to do specifically with the Canada Elections Act, and that member said specifically bills that amend that act should not be under time allocation. So how is it that he thinks that member is getting up today and trying to justify the government's use of time allocation on this bill when he very clearly said that this particular bill should never be put under time allocation?
The honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. I would agree with him. I think it's hypocritical almost to be able to take both sides of the issue just depending on, which side of this place you're sitting in. And it really undermines the value of Parliament. It undermines what we do here. I mean, Mr. Speaker, not only that we bring forward facts that we hope we can convince the other government or the government to change or at committee study, but we debate these issues, we question the government, and we expect them to allow every member of Parliament to speak on these things. And I'll just say this, that when you go back door knocking or when you are rubbing shoulders with your constituents, I mean, yes, they understand the issue of legalization of cannabis. They understand the issue of legalization of euthanasia. They understand, the immigration issue right now coming through. But they get this too. Anytime changing the way we conduct an election, Canadians are moved by it. And I can tell you, in a few constituencies where we know there was foreign money brought in and spent and made a difference in the election, you don't think that those constituents are frustrated? And now we have a government that shuts down debate on it and says, trying to bring this cone of silence almost over the whole issue of what they're trying to accomplish. Mr. Speaker, it's a sad, sad thing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is a very good story is the fact that we have a government that's actually listening and responding to what Canadians in all regions of our country want to see, and that is a modernization. The changing of many of the aspects of the Unfair Election Act that the Stephen Harper had brought in. And the biggest difference is that with this legislation, there is wide support for it that goes beyond one political party, whether it's NDP or Green Party. Elections Canada has many of the recommendations, a vast majority of the recommendations from Elections Canada have been incorporated into this. I'll contrast that to the Stephen Harper legislation any day. As I believe Canadians would be very supportive of. To my friend across the way from Elmwood, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to him that he read further, and he will find that I have always indicated at times there is a need to use the tools that are there in order to advance the government's agenda. We have an opposition party that completely refuses and does not want this legislation ever to see the light of day. If it was up to the Conservatives, the legislation would get its final debate after the next federal election, and that's not good enough for us. We want to modernize this legislation. The Canadians deserve a healthier election process.
For Battle River, Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that honourable member just contradicted himself. Because exactly what he said was, he said, here we are, the Liberal government, we're here, the government of Canada, just put all your trust in us. And then he said, you just have to accept that we know what Canadians want. We've consulted to some degree, and we know what they want. But then he turned around and said to my NDP colleague, he said, don't you believe that we have these tools to advance the government's agenda? And that's exactly what he's doing here, Mr. Speaker. You can throw all the consultation out the window. They have not listened to Canadians. Yes, some Canadians may think that parts of this bill are all right. I imagine you can find certain parts of it that Canadians would agree with. But, Mr. Speaker, when you consult with Canadians, you find out how bad this bill is. And Canadians want no part of it. And, Mr. Speaker, I think when he said that we use closure because it's a tool that we have to advance the government's agenda, was his wording, I think I would probably agree with him.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Coast of Bays, Central, Notre Dame. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today in support of Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. We are fortunate to live in one of the strongest democracies in the world. We are a nation that is respected for the strength of our human rights, equality, and freedom. But what makes our democracy so robust is the fact that we are willing to continuously look at ways to make it stronger, and that, Mr. Speaker, is what this bill does. After a careful review of Elections Act, the Chief Electoral Officer made over 130 recommendations on ways to improve how our democracy functions. Both the House and the Senate committees have studied these measures in detail, and along with input from experts from across all of Canada, our government has introduced this legislation to modernize the Elections Act. This legislation will bring Canada's electoral system into the 21st century. Bill C-76 will make it easier for Canadians to vote, make elections easier to administer, and protect Canadians from individuals and organizations that would seek to influence our vote. Mr. Speaker, a key element of this bill is reversing the previous Harper Conservative government changes that weakened our elections and made it harder for Canadians to vote. Our open democracy and the right to vote underpin the strength of our country. When attempts are made to weaken our electoral system, it also weakens our nation. What we need is more engaged electorate, higher participation in elections, and a fair election process so that the decisions we make in this House are truly reflective of the entire country and the voters have confidence in our elections institution. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives repeatedly made attempts to put their ambition for power ahead of protecting and strengthening the rights of Canadians, and this bill will bring an end to that. As I said earlier, this bill follows over 130 recommendations that the Chief Elections Officer made after the last federal election, as well as the extensive studies that were done at the committee level. I would like to briefly share what some of those changes are. Mr. Speaker, first, we are making several important changes that will strengthen our democracy and the faith Canadians place in these institutions. By banning all foreign donations and prohibiting foreign groups to advertise in our elections. We will also extend the pre-writ period so that these outside groups are less able to impact voters closer to elections. There will also be new measures to prevent the publishing of false statements to affect election results and stop political bots from interfering, as we have seen happen in other countries. Second, Mr. Speaker, we are taking action to make more young Canadians participate in our elections. This bill will create a national list of pre-electors so that Elections Canada can pre-register youth aged 14 to 17 to vote. Elections Canada will administer the list and sign up young people to receive information about voting until they reach voting age. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this week, my son, who's 14-year-old, he was asking me, they were debating on two different issues. He is 14-year-old and his whole class is very well engaged what's happening on a federal scene and also on a provincial scene, and this will help individuals like Arjun to participate more and be prepared when they turn 18 to vote. This is a common sense change, Mr. Speaker, that all members should support. Our youth are our future, and we need to do everything in our power to support and encourage them to vote, and this will do that. There has been much work and study done that clearly indicates if we educate youth about voting at an early age, they're more likely to vote when they reach voting age, and from that point onwards, they will be more inclined to continue to vote. Third, Mr. Speaker, we are going to eliminate the barriers that the Conservatives put up to prevent Canadians abroad from voting. The previous Harper Conservative government removed the rights from over 1 million Canadians. We believe that every citizen has a part and role to play in this country, and we need to make sure their voices are heard. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of increasing participation and making it easier for Canadians to vote, through this bill, we will allow Canadians to use their voter information card as a legitimate form of identification at the polls so that individuals are not turned away from voting because of troublesome rules that seek to suppress voters. Lastly, this bill will provide a complete modernization of our elections laws, including increasing the time advance polls are open and allowing for the special ballot kits to be made available electronically. Advance polling locations will be required to stay open for a period of 12 hours during the 4 advanced voting days. Making the special ballot kits available electronically will allow electors to be able to receive their ballots electronically with instructions as to how to return the printed ballot in a way that will guarantee the integrity and the secrecy of the vote. This bill will also allow electors to vote at any of the tables in polling station rather than wait at a specific table assigned to their polling division. This will require Elections Canada to introduce a minimum level of technology in polling stations to manage the list of electors. It will enhance the electors' experience by making voting more convenient and significantly reducing wait time on election day, as well as during the advanced polling days. We believe these changes are important because we are a government that encourages Canadians to participate in the electoral process and seek to build consensus because, as the Prime Minister and the member from Papineau often says, I quote, "There is more that unites us than divides us," unquote. I hope all members of this House will join me in supporting these common sense reforms that will strengthen our democracy and make our elections more fair and accessible, and in doing so, make our country more stronger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I greatly respect this member, but I have to say that his argument about broadening the franchise to Canadians so that it'll be easier for them to vote is a little interesting in his case, the fact that under the previous regime, he lost in 2011, and under the dreaded Harper regime, he won in 2015. How could it be so terrible if that was the case? But I want to ask him specifically in regards to what the bill does not do. What it does not do is defend Canadian democracy against foreign intrusion. I wonder what he thinks of the fact that many amendments at committee instructed the government to take that into consideration and make that part of the bill, and the government decided not to deal with it, when in fact our own security apparatus at CSIS said that that was something that was a great danger to our democracy. Why is it not included in this bill?
Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get to the second part, the first part, the honourable member asked how come I got elected in 2015. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, there were two strong, different, stark visions in the election. One was the Harper conservative right-wing philosophy. On the other hand, it was a progressive policies that Prime Minister and the member from Papineau brought his vision. That is the key, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians were able to vote Liberals in a majority government, and I was able to get elected in Surrey Newton. And Mr. Speaker, on the other part, Canadian citizen is a Canadian citizen. I can give you a perfect example, Mr. Speaker. My brother, who's a Canadian citizen and a Canadian committed, always willing to make a difference. He's working for a Canadian company overseas. He should be allowed to vote irrespective whether he's there for 5 years or 10 years serving the Canadian organization.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It certainly has been an interesting debate today in the House, and it's been an honour to be able to participate in that debate. And of course, there were great debates in the last Parliament, just as in this Parliament, about the nature of the Elections Act, which governs our elections. And the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, in the course of those debates, he has been very critical of the Harper government and the changes that they brought, and we're always in the market for good ideas about how to improve our democratic system. In the Elections Act, one of the ideas put forward by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is that the Elections Act should be amended so that time allocation couldn't apply to it. And I wonder if the member agrees with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader or not.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I take a pride when I stand in this House of Commons. And when the first election happened, that was a midterm election for Winnipeg North. And I have seen, Mr. Speaker, the member from Winnipeg North working day in, day out to represent the desires and hopes of Canadians that live in Winnipeg North. There's no match, Mr. Speaker. In fact, not only Winnipeg North, I have had the opportunity to travel with him to India when he was fighting for the rights of his constituents up there as well, when he was talking to the Consulate General there. In fact, he was in Surrey Newton, Mr. Speaker, recently, talking to the voters and see how things can be done differently. So we have the democracy, so we can work progressively to make a difference in people's lives. And on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, time to time, government has to carry its agenda, and that is what we are doing, because we are trying to represent the Canadians and their best interest possible.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Don't know how I'm going to follow up from that. That was quite blistering, intelligent, and if I do say so myself, something that I must surpass. I will try. I don't know if I'll have any success. Nevertheless, I want to say thank you to my colleague from Surrey Newton Delta, or is it just Surrey Newton? Delta's still there. All right, Surrey Newton. All right, there we go. Thank you very much. The lower mainland of British Columbia is well represented. We know that. So nevertheless, I want to thank my colleagues here for bringing forward their thoughts on this. We're now into third reading on C-76. We're just about to hand it over to the Senate. I hope it gets the acceptance. For me, this is a journey that has taken place for quite some time. This, for me, started on C-33 in the last Parliament. And it was called at the time the Fair Elections Act. There was much to do about the title, of course. A lot of people made fun of the title because a lot of us felt it wasn't fair in many respects. Some changes were made that were acceptable, certainly, but for the most part, it was a bill that was troubled in the law, and now here we are, we're winding back some of the, in my humble opinion, the mistakes that were made in C-33. So C-76, four main themes. We're talking about amendments to third-party spending. Very important because, of course, third-party spending has come up quite a bit through politics throughout the world. The United States grapples with this issue every year, not just every 4 years. Throughout Europe, same sort of situation where you have to track the third-party spending that is looking at how they plan to affect elections, and this bill substantially addresses that issue, far more substantially than what has been done in the past. One of the things that they're encapsulating in this legislation is the fact that they're describing the activities around politics and the things that you can spend on. Right now, there are all sorts of ways of communicating with the people. With the onset of polling years ago, now we have, of course, push polls, pull polls, and all that sort of thing, as well as the fact that we also have the social media to contend with. So there, in the past, advertising was held to newspapers, radio, television, that was it. Now, of course, through social media, there are all types of advertising, and the ways to track advertising spending has become much more difficult as well. So therefore, encapsulating all of that in this legislation, I think, goes a long way. For example, in the past, we always talked about the advertising issue. Right now, there are 3 elements in this legislation that we must address, and that includes, of course, election advertising, as I've mentioned, and, of course, also we're talking about political activities, election activities that must be addressed, and rallies and this sorts of things, plus surveys. Finding out the information, bringing the information back to the candidate, to the campaign, and the expenditures surrounding those. The second part of C-76, reducing barriers to participation and increase accessibility. The accessibility measures in this legislation, to me, are essential. I'll get to that in a moment, but reducing the barriers to participate, and in particular, I talk about the voter information card, which come up quite a bit, and I'll address that also a little later. Modernizing voting services, of course, I mentioned the advent of technology now. We're using technology a lot more in all facets of life, not just when it comes to election campaigns. And of course, amendments related to privacy and protecting personal information. So when it comes to the third party, let me go back to the first part. What we're doing here is we're broadening the scope of third-party activities. So third party must register with the CEO, which we feel is necessary. If they spend more than $500, then they have to go forward, and they have to be registered, and they have to be tracked in light of that. So we also talking about spending on, as I mentioned, the advertising, partisan activities, and election surveys. Now, defining 2 periods to measure this, there is a pre-election period and the election period, when the writ is dropped till election day. It's very important to capture what is happening in the pre-election period in this legislation, because we want to track how it affects the election itself. Third-party spending is a big part of that. Foreign prohibition, also something that came up in, I've been here 14 years, and this issue comes up substantially when it's talking about foreign participation in our elections. Now, it's not prolific to the point where it is a major problem, but it could be. And I think that the language in this legislation curtails a lot of that activity. So to be precise, people who do not reside in Canada, talking about spending on elections, corporation, these people cannot register with third parties. Corporation do not carry business in Canada or not formed in Canada. A group where a responsible person does not reside in Canada. So it defines the entity by which third-party spending is done. I want to get on to another subject that's also encapsulated in this bill that to me is a step ahead. And it's called the Register of Future Electors. There are many jurisdictions around the world, and even within Canada, that look at voters younger than the voting age of 18. They go through the process of registering them so that when they turn 18, it becomes a simpler measure. But really, what it does is that it incorporates younger people to get involved into the election itself. It's not partaking in an election, not like when you take part in an election in school. What they're doing is they're enumerating themselves to be registered, so that when the election arrives, then they will be far more ready and far more aware of the situation of how you register to become involved. Because let's face it, it is a right to vote. We have a right within our charter. And therefore, these people, to exercise that right, get to the point where they work up to the age of 18. So jurisdictions, for example, in Canada that do this right now, Nova Scotia, PEI, Ontario, Yukon, and around the world, the UK, New Zealand, Australia, Argentina, all partake in this registering of younger voters before the age that they're eligible to vote. And I think that's only fair. I mean, within the major political parties in this House, you can vote at 14 years of age for a leader. And so, therefore, if the parties recognize that they're incorporating people at this age to vote, then certainly it's incumbent upon Elections Canada, which they agree with. They're excited about this as much as I am. Maybe not, but it seems they are. They too are now involved in the process. So that is also something in this bill I think is overdue, but now we're embarking upon that. Accessible voting, amendments to make it easier for voting for those needing assistance. Bare essentials right now, it needs to be improved. We are looking at assistance by friends or relatives to mark a ballot. That process is becoming easier. Vouching in seniors' residences, that too is becoming easier. The right to vote is, for Canadians, it is an inalienable right for them to have that access to vote. So therefore, the access to vote must be enshrined within legislation, and the access to vote must be improved through the Canada Elections Act. So the other part of the disability too involves when it comes to spending and how we do this. Money spent on those with disabilities can be included for election expenses, but not part of the cap. So therefore, you can make expenses, you can get reimbursed for your expenses for those with disabilities, but it doesn't go towards the cap of overall spending. This is the type of legislation that could go a long way. It may seem like a small measure to many of us, but it's not a small measure if you're campaigning for someone who's with a disability. Clause 5 restores the broad-based authority of the CEO to educate and inform the public. This is what was, to me, was an egregious error of C-33, the former Fair Elections Act, when they took that power away from Canada Elections, because the problem with it was that they were not able to inform the public about voting and the process and the democracy of it. They were basically pigeonholed to one particular part, which was only to youth, and there's nothing wrong with that. That will continue. But now Elections Canada has the ability to go beyond this and to bring out to the public information about the democracy, the voting, and I think it helps promote people who not taken part in democracy are above the age of 18, Canadian citizen, and therefore that is essential. The other part, voter information card. How many times would I go around and see people with that voter information card on the refrigerator, on the door, waiting for election day? They would take it down to the voting booth and say, here's part of my ID, and they'd be turned away because it's not ID. And to me, that was just wrong. So therefore, I'm glad to see that we're restoring the voter information card as valid ID when it comes to this, because in the past with C-33, the problem with that legislation in many respects was that it was a solution to a problem that didn't exist. And the problems around voter information card were so minuscule that they felt it wasn't necessary to use, and to me that was an egregious error. So I'm glad to see that back for all facets and I see my time is almost done, but finally I would like to say I'm glad to see that the Commissioner of Elections Canada has returned to the fold, back to Elections Canada and out of the Public Prosecution Office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
Questions and comments. La députée de Rosemont-la Petite-Patrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very interestingly, we have people who have good memory around here, and this is an Opposition Day motion tabled April 10, 2014, saying that Standing Order 78 be amended by adding the following: no motion pursuant to any paragraph of this standing order may be used to allocate a specified number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of any bill that seeks to amend the Canada's Election Act or the Parliament of Canada Act, and that Standing Order 57 be amended by adding the following: provided that the resolution or resolutions, clause or clauses, section or sections, preamble or preambles, title or titles being considered do not pertain to any bill that seeks to amend the Canada Election Act or the Parliament Act of Canada. Who tabled this motion, Mr. Speaker? It was the Deputy of Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame. He was the sponsor of that motion. I wonder why a couple of years later, while they waited 2 years to table this bill in this House, he completely changed his mind from his own opposition day motion. What happened?
For Coast Bay Central Notre Dame.
If I recall, the debate was about changing C-33, doing exactly what it is we're doing right now. That's the whole point of this. The point is to walk back what was done by the Conservative government, which they agreed with what we were doing, by the way, at the time, which I'm assuming they're voting for this legislation for that reason alone. There are so many egregious things in this that we wanted to fix, and it's all done right here in C-76. The whole point of the thing was that, as I said before, this was the making of a solution to a problem that did not exist. And right now, we're working it back because we truly believe it's an inalienable right for us to have access to vote in our democracy if you're above the age of 18 and if you are a Canadian citizen. That is your right. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague, who always has intelligent and engaging things to say on this subject, and indeed on all the subjects that have come across our table at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, I always find his comments to be a source of insight, and it's always a great pleasure to work with him. I wanted to ask him about a matter that is not contained in the bill itself, but that has been up for discussion today and is the subject of a proposed amendment to the motion before us today, and that's the issue of the by-election in Surrey South, which is being at this point delayed, I think, unnecessarily. I wanted to find out if he agrees with me that it's not really appropriate for the Prime Minister to hold off on a by-election in a seat that we knew would be vacant as far back as May, when a party leader is a contestant. That if this does not effectively strip away the ability of that party, the New Democrats, to participate fully in the debates of this House and to function as a potential alternative to the Liberals and the Conservatives. His thoughts would be greatly appreciated.
Member for Coast Bay Central Notre Dame.
Yeah, I've never been in a position where I had to make a decision as to when a by-election would be held. I don't presuppose anything of that nature. Here's what I would do as opposed to someone else. I think there's a due process for by-elections, and I think it's being followed, as it always has been in many cases. And I even say that in regards to the former, whether it was Stephen Harper, going back to Paul Martin, and so on and so forth. As far as the party leader is concerned, it seems to me that would be his decision, or her decision, as the case may be, as to when the run. There have been ample opportunities since then. I would only assume that if it's a question of timing. It's not one for us to make sure that the timing is good for someone who wants to run in that particular election. Our goal is to make a due process by which that the by-election follows when it is ready to be called. So I also want to say thank you to my colleague for his kind remarks. I too feel the same way. His insight has always been beneficial. I've read his works as well, and also I look forward to the next round of Procedure and House Affairs. Thank you.
Before we go to resuming debate, I do recognize there are members from the government side that are trying to get in on questions and comments. We're going back to two speeches on the opposition side now, so there'll be ample opportunity to do that. I know members have been quite talkative today, and sometimes a little hard to sort of rein that in, but In any case, we'll go to resuming debate, and we'll make sure that members to my right have an opportunity to get into the debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm splitting my time with the member from Perth Wellington. You know, fair and free elections are the bedrock of our democracy, something that all Canadians can and should be proud of. We all know that every Canadian citizen's entitled to vote, and ensuring the fairness of the system is a civic duty that all parliamentarians and Canadians have an interest in. That's why Bill C-76 is so troubling, because instead of strengthening the integrity of our electoral process, it actually weakens it. What is especially concerning is the proposal to allow voter information cards to act as acceptable voter identification. In the 2015 election, there were serious issues with voter information cards, with some 1 million voter information cards having inaccurate information. That included cases of voter information cards having the wrong name or directing voters to the wrong polling station. There were even cases of voter information cards being mailed to people ineligible to vote, which is a very, very serious matter. The 2015 election was also not a one-off problem. According to Marc Marand, the then Chief Electoral Officer of Canada, these problems were normal, and they were in accordance to past history. More recently, the Toronto Sun reported that a female asylum seeker who has been in Canada only 18 months was urged by Elections Canada to register to vote. The Elections Canada letter told the woman to register by October 23rd, saying, "Registering in advance will ensure you're on the voters list." The problem is the woman shouldn't be on the voters list because she is ineligible to vote. Her husband, who's also not a citizen, said this isn't an isolated incident. He told the Toronto Sun some friends of his on work permits have also been urged to register to vote, even though they too are ineligible. Elections Canada has and continues to have serious issues in ensuring that their information is accurate. So it makes absolutely no sense to rely on voter information cards as acceptable identification, especially considering there are multiple alternative sources of identification that are readily available and that aren't prone to such errors. Under the current system used by Elections Canada, there are more than 30 acceptable forms of identification. One can use a driver's license, or a provincial or territorial ID card, or any other government-issued photo ID with an address as the sole source of identification. Or in combination, a person can use a health card, a passport, birth certificate, certificate of Canadian citizenship, a bank statement, government statement of benefits, income tax assessment, residential lease or sublease, a utility bill, a label on a prescription container, a letter of confirmation of residency from a school, a shelter, a senior's residence, or a First Nation. That's just a few of the possible options. This legislation also fails to deal with foreign interference in Canadian elections. I think all Canadians can agree that foreign influence in any democratic election is a serious concern, and we must absolutely forbid it. So it's really disappointing the government would leave such a large omission in their legislation. Ironically, though, Canadians probably have heard more about allegations of interference in the 2016 U.S. election than the very real foreign influence that happened in the last Canadian federal election. During the 2015 federal election, left-wing lobby groups, one by the name of Lead Now, with the support of the U.S.-based Tides Foundation, targeted 29 federal ridings and spent scads of money to influence the outcome of our election. The Tides Foundation also provided support for more than 14 other registered third parties. The problem is, under current rules, this is somehow acceptable due to a loophole in the law. But again, according to former Chief Electoral Officer Marc Mirand, quote, once the foreign funds are mingled with the organizations in Canada, it's the Canadian organization's funds. That's how the Act is structured right now. And they can use those funds between or during elections, end quote. What this ultimately means is, under the current rules, third parties have no limitations on the use of foreign funds and during elections. I assure you, Mr. Speaker, the everyday Canadians in my constituency don't think this is acceptable in any way. So I'm left wondering why my honourable colleagues across the way are leaving this loophole in place at all. You know, I have a funny feeling this loophole would be a much higher priority for them if the money hadn't directly benefited them in the last election. If a registered third party would like to intervene in a Canadian election, they should do so only with money raised by Canadians. And this is especially important because of the marked increase in registering third parties and their role in Canadian elections. Comparing the 2011 to the 2015 elections, registered third parties more than doubled from 55 to 115 organizations. And third-party advertising spending increased sixfold, from $1.25 million to $6 million. So instead of tackling this issue, Bill C-76 actually makes the problem worse in several ways. Under the legislation, third-party spending limits during the writ period will be doubled for each registered third party. And that also means that there's more foreign money that can be used in Canadian elections. Also, this legislation is also silent on unlimited contributions from individual donors. Donations to political parties now, as we're all aware, are limited to $1,575 a year. Corporate and union donations, as we know, are banned entirely, as they should be. However, there are no limits whatsoever to donations to registered third parties outside the pre-writ and writ period. And that just seems totally wrong. During those periods, they can receive unlimited amounts of funding from individuals, corporations, and unions, whether foreign or Canadian. If the purpose of the limits to political donations is to ensure all Canadians can have an equal say in elections, shouldn't those contribution limits be equally applicable for registered third parties? You would think so. By not limiting donations to registered third parties, some donors, even foreign donors, will be able to have significantly larger voices than other Canadians, and that is simply not acceptable. To put it simply, Canadian elections should be about Canadians, by Canadians, and for Canadians. Bill C-76 doesn't further that goal and should not be supported. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve and demand fair elections. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, I just wanted to let the honourable member know that the allegations that were just made on the floor of this House relating to the organization Lead Now were investigated and dismissed. There was an investigation under Elections Canada that found, and I was just searching for all the details, but very recently it was found that no foreign money whatsoever was used in the Canadian election by the organization Lead Now. So that's a finding of fact. The member may not like to hear it, but those are the facts.
Honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, it's entirely because there is such a big loophole, and it's going to remain to be a loophole. We know that this money was spent, and it's just wrong. And Canadians, I think, we hear all the time about, oh, the foreign influence in the U.S. election, et cetera, but I think Canadians, this was a wake-up call. There was an editorial in the liberal-leaning Toronto Star that decried the foreign influence in Canadian elections. Now, when the Toronto Star starts getting up on a soapbox and decrying it, you know we've got a problem, and that problem exists under the legislation still, and it's not going to be fixed.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, and I had the great pleasure of sitting on the Special Committee for Electoral Reform with some of my colleagues here in the House. And during that time, we heard from many witnesses that, unfortunately, the civics education here in Canada is not where it really should be in terms of enticing young people to be involved in politics, whether it be participating in politics via voting and or even presenting themselves as candidates in elections. And I didn't hear anything from the member opposite's speech with respect to increasing voter participation and interest in the youth population in our democratic institutions. And so I'd like to get his opinion on how he feels that increasing the registration for young people to prepare them for voting will help increase the presence of younger people here in the House of Commons. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, obviously that would be a target market for all political parties. We'd all like to have more youth involvement, and I think that youth are getting more and more involved. I go to campus clubs all the time, and they're starting to get involved. But the matter at hand is, the fact is, the Act as presented is not going to help youth or seniors or any Canadians. It's going to still allow foreign interference in our election, and that's a very, very serious concern, and that's a very serious concern that undermines our absolute democracy. So I think that is far more troubling. Of course, we would all love to get more youth involved. I'd love to see the voting percentages turnout be 90%, and I think we should all work toward that. And I think also it starts with education in schools. Maybe if they had a more balanced education in schools, and where they would consider the right, left, and center arguments instead of merely the left arguments, they might get more engaged and come out to vote.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're doing an excellent job. I just have a quick clarification from the first part of the member's speech where he was talking about the voter cards. I'm just wondering if the member believes that the way the legislation is written now is that voter card would be the only piece of identification a person would need to vote for the general voter.
For Edmonton Griesbach.
That's not the understanding, but the thing is, when you have that voter card, it's a very powerful piece of identification. And as I pointed out, there are even Elections Canada saying there are serious issues in the past with it. So why should we continue to go down that path where it's so unreliable? It's a major issue. And let's face it, don't we all want a system that is perfect, where there's less of a chance for fraud? I certainly want that. I assume that the party across the floor wants that as well. But from their legislation that's being tabled, it doesn't appear that they're quite as keen on that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Free and fair elections are a fundamental part of our Canadian democracy. Unfortunately, for this Liberal government, the entire democratic institutions file has been a failure. And it's been a failure for them since they took office. Right at the beginning, One of the greatest promises they made in the last election was the 2015 election would be the last election under first past the post. 2015 would be the last election under first past the post. There's no asterisks. There was no disclaimer. There was no fine print that said, oh, it'll be the last election under first past the post, unless, of course, we don't get the type of electoral system we want that would benefit us, being the Liberal Party. No, there's no such asterisk. There was no such small print. But nonetheless, the Liberals walked back. And they blamed everyone else for their failures. They blamed the opposition. They blamed the committee itself. They blamed the multi-partisan committee, which came to a general consensus. They blamed that committee, which included Liberal members, for its failures. They blamed the general public. They blamed the public for not having a clear consensus on what an alternative electoral system ought to be. But the failure rests with the Liberal Party. It is, and it continues to be, their failure. And so, while they were failing at the Electoral Reform Committee, they also introduced Bill C-33. Bill C-33, which they claimed implemented many of the recommendations from the Chief Electoral Officer following the 2015 election. But here's the facts. Bill C-33 was tabled at first reading on November 24th, 2016, nearly 2 years ago. Where is that bill today? That bill remains at first reading, unmoved and unloved. And you have to question the motivation of this Liberal government in introducing that bill and then allowing it to sit idly by at first reading. Never once bring it forward for debate in this august chamber. And in testimony at committee, one of the eminent political science scholars, Dr. Paul Thomas, questioned this very motive of the Liberal Party. He said, quote, "The government mismanagement of this file has been very poor, in my opinion." Referring to Bill C-33, it sits on the order paper for 18 months. It says something about the commitment of this government to get moving this ahead. But that, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what has happened. They introduce legislation for window dressing and allow it to sit idly by. But there are other failures in the democratic institutions file. Take cash for access, for example, and the ethical lapses of this Liberal Party when it comes to fundraising. The Liberal government had barely even been sworn in when they were already using their ministers to fundraise, using lobbyists who were registered to lobby their own ministers to fundraise off of them. But rather than admitting they were wrong, rather than admitting that they were wrong to be fundraising off of the access to federal ministers, they tried to legitimize it. They tried to legitimize it by introducing Bill C-50 to try to legitimize this practice. But of course, being Liberals, they left a great big loophole, what we call the Laurier Club loophole, allowing their well-funded Liberal donors to continue to have unfettered access to Liberal decision-makers as long as it happened at Laurier Club events. They might as well have named that clause the Laurier Club loophole, because that, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what it is. Rather than dealing with the issue, rather than dealing with the unethical nature of selling access to senior ministers of the Crown, they simply used legislation to try to legitimize their bad practices. But the Liberal failures don't end there. The very appointment of the Chief Electoral Officer, the person in charge of ensuring our elections run smoothly and run appropriately, free from all interference, they even failed at the appointment process. The former Chief Electoral Officer, to his great credit and to his foresight, announced that he would retire early from his position. He announced this in the spring of 2016 to allow for whoever succeeds him as CEO to have enough time to get familiar with the job and to prepare for the 2019 election. But come the end of December of 2016, when he formally resigned and retired as Chief Electoral Officer, there was no replacement in the offing. In fact, there was no replacement until this spring, nearly 2 years after Mr. Mayron announced his retirement. And even when they finally replaced the current Chief Electoral Officer, even that they couldn't do without failing. The media reported that a new electoral officer had been chosen on April 4th, 2018. They noted they had selected someone that the, quote, consultation, and I use consultation in air quotes, had been done with the leader of the official opposition and the third party. But then lo and behold, weeks later, we found out that the original name circulated in both the media and to the opposition was in fact not the new Chief Electoral Officer, but rather the very competent interim Chief Electoral Officer was appointed as the permanent replacement. And I have to wonder how the Liberals could have waited nearly 2 years to appoint the person who was already doing the job. Mr. Speaker, yet another example of this Liberal government failing on the democratic institutions file. Which brings us to this bill itself, Bill C-76. Both the former and the current Chief Electoral Officer was very clear in their need for this legislation to be tabled and implemented early so that it could be prepared for the next election. In fact, when the then acting, now permanent Chief Electoral Officer, Stéphane Perreault, appeared before committee on April 24th, 2018, he stated, and I quote, "When I appeared last February, I indicated that the window of opportunity to implement major changes in time for the next election was rapidly closing. That is not a new message. Both Monsieur Mayron and I had previously indicated that legislative changes should be enacted by April 2018. This means that we are now at a point where the implementation of new legislation will likely involve some compromises." So what did the Liberals do? They sat on their hands for nearly 3 years and then finally tabled Bill C-76 on April 30th, 2018. April 30th, the same day that the Chief Electoral Officer said he needed legislation fully enacted with royal assent. But no, they only introduced that on April 30th, and then they expected the opposition and the third party to simply roll over and allow this legislation to pass expeditiously. And of course, we can't ignore the fact that this very debate that we are having at this very instant in this chamber is being done under the guillotine of time allocation. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, I'm shocked, because it was this Liberal Party and this Prime Minister who introduced and supported a motion that would have amended Standing Order 78 so that no motion pursuant to any paragraph of this standing order may be used to allocate a specified number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of any bill that seeks to amend the Canada Elections Act or the Parliament of Canada Act. But yet, Mr. Speaker, here we are. Here we are with a bill that's 401 clauses, 352 pages, a bill that the Liberal Party themselves accepted as being flawed by introducing 65 amendments during the report stage, or during the committee analysis. 65 pages, because they recognize that despite waiting nearly 3 years, they were rushed at the last minute to try to get some legislation on the books, that they had to try to correct their own legislation this past summer. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we still see the work to yet to be done in the Senate, in the other place. And I'm intrigued to see what amendments they will be relying on to fix some of the concerns that are expressed in this piece of legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, this legislation is flawed, and we will be voting against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise because I have great respect for the member opposite. I think he is more knowledgeable about this bill than a vast majority of people in this Parliament, and he's expressed that very accurately. And and very cogently, and he can't use this in his election material. But I am therefore disappointed about his speech, because as one of the few person that knows the details, he spent his entire speech not making one comment on the bill, not making one substantive thing that was wrong with the bill. It was more crying over spilt milk about past schedules, which is fine, but it'd be great if he could use the answer to this question and actually say something that's substantively wrong with the bill, because I know he has a good appreciation for both positive things and negative things, details of the bill.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member from the Yukon who does chair the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And I have to give him credit. He is an exceptional chair when it comes to a very difficult file and ensuring that the committee remained on track, especially during the clause by clause. So I do thank him, and I say that legitimately because it is a tough job. He asked for a specific example, and I'll use the issue of foreign financing. We heard recommendations at committee from none less an authority than Dr. Laurie Turnbull, who herself was at one point a senior advisor to the Privy Council Office on Democratic Institutions. She recommended that there be segregated bank accounts for third parties to ensure that every dime that is spent in Canada by third parties is from domestic sources, from Canadian sources who are legally entitled to donate to Canadian political entities, including third parties. That amendment that was introduced by our Conservative opposition was voted down. It would have ensured a high degree of transparency and appropriate usage of funds by third parties to ensure that foreign actors are not unduly influencing Canadian elections. So that's one major concern. And Mr. Speaker, if I had 20 minutes to talk, I could list off another number of amendments that were not approved but ought to have been approved. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech and his important work on the issue. I wanted to just follow up on his question about foreign influence in our elections. Working in the foreign affairs area, I certainly find that this government is often dangerously naive about the kind of threats we see around the world. That the number of foreign governments that I hear from Canadians, from cultural communities especially, that they see efforts by foreign governments to try and influence the direction of debates of politics here in Canada. It's a regular concern that I hear in Canada, and it connects with a reality that we see in other countries, where authoritarian regimes, other powers with particular interests, want to try and shape the direction of our discussion. And yet we have a government that, though at some point seeming to verbally acknowledge this problem, has failed to put in place some obvious concrete mechanisms that would protect Canada from that kind of influence. The member spoke about segregated bank accounts so that that money can't be transferred before an election, which will then be used during an election. I wonder if he can talk more about really the naivety of the government when it comes to foreign policy and foreign interference in our elections, and what Canada can do to respond to that.
Honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. A little known fact is that actually the member and I actually went to university together, so we were classmates together at Carleton University back in the day. So it's an honour to be now a colleague of the honourable members. But he talked about a very important issue, that of foreign influence. We do not want to see the challenges we've seen in other countries around the world being brought to Canada. We would have hoped that the Liberal government would have taken the issue of foreign influence seriously. Our Conservative opposition introduced a number of amendments that would have dealt with this, including one that would have had an outright ban on all foreign funding to third parties that were acting in our electoral process. Unfortunately, those were denied. But the government needs to take this issue seriously. The government needs to realize that this is not a problem that's going to go away on its own, and in fact, this is a problem that is going to get worse. So the number of amendments that were voted down that were introduced by Conservatives that would have provided added safeguards for things like foreign influence in terms of social media financing, in terms of funding to third parties, they were voted down. It's unfortunate, but that was the reality. Now it falls to our opposition to hold this government to account and make sure that there are meaningful safeguards to prevent the foreign influence of Canadian elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak to Bill C-76, the Elections Modernization Act, I would be remiss if I did not highlight the importance of this legislation to my riding of Oakville. One of the most significant issues that was raised at the doors in 2015 was how voters felt disenfranchised by the unfair changes to the Elections Act made by the Conservatives. Voters were unhappy with the additional complications and requirements for voting, and my office still hears from expats who cannot exercise their civic duty from abroad. So this legislation delivers on the promises our government made to strengthen our democracy. I am proud to stand in support of legislation that makes voting more convenient and more accessible for all Canadians. Our democracy is stronger when we see the participation of as many Canadians as possible. This bill includes legislative changes that will reduce barriers to participation for specific groups of Canadians, and that includes members of the Canadian Armed Forces and more than 1 million Canadians living abroad. We are changing the rules for Canadians living abroad by removing the requirements set by the Harper government that non-resident electors must have been residing outside Canada for fewer than 5 consecutive years, and that non-resident electors intend to return to Canada to resume residence in the future. Mr. Speaker, it's astounding to me that some Canadian citizens remain unable to vote in our current system despite being fully eligible. It's high time these changes are made to the Canada Elections Act and bring our electoral system into the 21st century. In my remarks today, I would like to focus particularly on the measures contained in the bill which I believe will help in reducing barriers for Canadians with disabilities, those individuals caring for a young, sick, or disabled family member who would like to run for public office. Our legislative process is stronger when we have a diversity of perspectives and backgrounds present in the House of Commons, and these measures will help encourage the participation of new voices. Running for federal office is, I think everyone in the House will agree, is an incredibly challenging effort. On top of the intense demands of a campaign, some of our colleagues from all sides of the House ran for office while raising young children or caring for sick or disabled family members. The additional pressures of this kind of responsibility may make running for office out of the question for many qualified, smart, and passionate Canadians. This is a great loss to this House and to our country. By helping Canadians with the costs of care for young, sick, or disabled family members, we can help ensure that every Canadian has more opportunity to put themselves forward to represent their community at the federal level. So I look forward to seeing how these changes will bring new and underrepresented perspectives to the House of Commons. We as parliamentarians are responsible for creating laws for all Canadians. It only makes sense that the House of Commons is comprised of people that represent the diversity of experiences Canadians face. And I would remind the House that in 2010, Canada ratified the United Nations Convention on Persons with Disabilities. One of the obligations of the Convention is to ensure that people with disabilities can effectively and fully participate in political and public life on an equal basis with others. That includes the right to vote and the right to be elected. In his report on the 2015 general election, the Chief Electoral Officer noted that electors with disabilities are a growing percentage of the voting population and face particular hurdles when seeking to cast their vote. Working with an advisory group for disability issues, Elections Canada has developed and researched various tools and procedures to help electors with disabilities cast their vote in secret and as independently as possible. The Chief Electoral Officer has also reported on ways to increase the broader participation of Canadians with disabilities in democratic life, such as attending debates and running for office. The report of the Chief Electoral Office on the 42nd election was studied very carefully by the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and many of its recommendations, agreed to unanimously by the Standing Committee, are reflected in the bill before us. Currently, the Act provides that assistance to voters by an election officer is only available to persons with physical disabilities. The Act states, for instance, the Deputy Returning Officer shall, on request, provide a template to an elector who has a visual impairment to assist him or her in marking his or her ballot. This bill would make assistance available to electors no matter the nature of their disability, whether it be visual, intellectual, or cognitive. The current Act uses the term level access to define accessibility of polling stations, for example, providing ramps for wheelchairs. This concept addresses the needs of the mobility impaired. Under the bill before us, level access is replaced by the concept of accessibility, which would include a broader range of difficulties, including vision impairment. The Act would continue to allow the use of venues that are not accessible if the returning officer is unable to secure suitable premises. In these cases, electors with disabilities could take advantage of a number of measures. For example, transfer certificates can be made available for electors with a disability. These enable an elector to change the polling station where they're able to vote. Under the current law, transfer certificates are available for people with a physical disability when the polling station is not accessible. The amendment in this bill would make the certificates available no matter the nature of the disability and irrespective of whether the polling station is accessible. Further, the Chief Electoral Officer would have the flexibility to determine how the process is applied. People with disabilities also have an option to vote at home, and this bill expands that option to include any elector with a disability, no matter its nature or its extent. The Chief Electoral Officer sometimes undertakes pilot projects to explore better options for providing service to Canadians, such as greater accessibility to the polls. With this bill, we would return to the process that was in the place prior to the Harper government's Fair Elections Act, when pilot projects required the approval of appropriate committees of both the House and the other place, rather than the full chambers of both. The bill expands the assistance that can be provided by a person of the elector's choosing. Under the current law, the elector with a disability may choose a friend or family member to help them at the polling station. The same support is not available if the elector wants to vote at the office of the returning officer. Under this bill, when voting at the returning officer's office, an elector with a disability can rely upon the assistance of the person of his or her choosing. And finally, the bill would implement the Chief Electoral Officer's recommendation to give Elections Canada a more explicit mandate to explore assistive voting technology for the use of electors with disabilities. I've been detailing the measures designed to remove barriers to voters on Election Day, but this bill goes further by introducing measures that will help people with disabilities participate more broadly in the democratic life. Political parties can play an important part in helping persons with disabilities play an active part by making their campaigns accessible. Sign language interpretation could be provided at campaign events, for example. Campaign material could be provided in Braille. A ramp could be installed to access campaign headquarters, but these come with costs. To encourage political parties and candidates to make these accommodations, this bill would reimburse the cost to make campaign materials and events accessible, up to $250,000 per political parties and $5,000 for candidates. There are other measures in this bill that will encourage more candidates with disabilities or candidates who must care for people with disabilities to run for office. Currently, the additional personal expenses associated with these disabilities must be treated as campaign expenses. Under the bill before us, candidates would have the option to pay with their own funds, including childcare expenses and other relevant home care or health care related expenses. The reimbursement rate for these expenses would be increased to 90% and would be exempted from campaign spending limits. In closing, I want to commend the work of the Minister of Sports and Persons with Disabilities for her work in partnership with the Minister for Democratic Institutions to see these important provisions included in the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up on a question that I asked to one of my colleagues earlier about the issue of foreign interference in elections. I think seeing news around the world, all members should agree that this is a concern and something we should take seriously. In fact, it's something that the Minister of Foreign Affairs herself has raised with respect to various issues, things that have been said, for instance, about her and her family by messages that have been put out by other governments. Why didn't the government accept a simple fix to this issue, which is to ensure that there are segregated bank accounts so that if foreign funding is coming in for political activity, that it can't go into the same bank account, which will then be used during an election for third-party campaigning type of activities. If you have money from abroad, perhaps from another government with its own hostile or simply distinct interests from Canada, putting money into a bank account that's then going to be used during an election period, surely that creates all kinds of opportunities for foreign influence. And a simple, meaningful fix would have been to require that separation. Why did that member's party oppose meaningful measures to prevent foreign interference in Canadian elections?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to strengthening Canada's democratic institutions and restoring Canadians' trust and participation in the democratic process. We believe the strength of our democracy depends on the participation of as many Canadians as possible. By undoing the unfair aspects of the Harper Government's Elections Act, we're making it easier and more convenient for all Canadians to vote. But, Mr. Speaker, we are also strengthening our laws, closing loopholes, and bringing in more robust enforcement regimes to make it more difficult for bad actors, such as he referred to influence our elections. Through you to the members.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've been listening to this debate for quite some time and hearing the opposition talk about time allocation and the fact that, the issues with having the chief electoral officer in place at a particular time. I'd remind the honourable members, and I'm hoping that my colleague from Oakville could speak to this and speak to all Canadians, that we use 87% of the recommendations of the chief electoral officers. We've heard witnesses, testimony that amounted to over 100 hours of study of this particular legislation, where C-23, the Fair or Unfair Elections Act, only had less than 50 hours. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could speak to the dedication that we've put into this piece of legislation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague for that excellent question. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want an electoral process that's more transparent, an electoral process more accessible, that modernizes the administration of elections and makes the electoral process more secure. This legislation, as was commented on, addresses the work done by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee following the Chief Electoral Officer's report after the 2015 election, and as well the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs study of third-party spending in Canada. This is a very comprehensive bill, Mr. Speaker, following extensive consultation.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. On Sunday evening was the 40th Gala de la Disque, and I want to say just how proud we are of our creators. Be it the rising stars like Hubert Lenoir, or new artists like Claude Bellegarde, or giants like Harmonium. Quebec has seen just how rich and diverse our musical scene is. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to congratulate all of the winners and also all of the artists working behind the scenes. We are better collectively, thanks to you, our artists. You have the courage to invest yourselves, body and soul in your work. So thank you for working with us. And in concluding, I'd like to remind all music lovers just how fortunate we are to be able to see this talent through a vast network of performance halls. Don't miss them. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien recently expressed concern on Radio-Canada about the erosion of French in Canada and Ottawa. And that is a sentiment shared by many of my Québécois friends. I want to reassure all Francophones in Canada. Each day, I personally see how the language is flourishing, how it's being protected in an exemplary way in our institutions. Our government is ensuring that French continues to be highly valued across the country. My colleagues and I have not forgotten that French Canadians are a founding people of our beautiful country. They are an integral part of Canadian identity. I invite and encourage all of my colleagues and this House, its employees, its institutions, to continue to commit to learning, protecting, and helping the French language flourish in our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I have the privilege of honoring a remarkable individual from my constituency. He's been a pastor for nearly 30 years, and this person has chosen to serve selflessly. He's known for helping families through loss and grief, for mentoring youth, for training up leaders, for opening his home to those in need of a place to celebrate Christmas. He's known for working overseas with the world's most impoverished, for teaching in places like Ethiopia and Egypt. And he's known also for helping to raise a whole lot of money for local initiatives such as the school breakfast program, the YWCA Women's Shelter, and maternal health care in Ecuador and Nicaragua. This man has served faithfully as a voice for the voiceless and an advocate for the weak. He is known as a hero to many. As a testament to his love for the less fortunate and his passion to see every child fed, clothed, and cared for through an education, he has served faithfully on the board of Compassion Canada for 13 years and tirelessly recruits others to join him in his fight against poverty. Today, I honor Ian Lawson for his selfless dedication to bettering the lives of others, and I say thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to draw attention to the deterioration of human rights currently occurring in Honduras, Venezuela, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. As I speak, thousands of migrants and from these countries are fleeing to other parts of Latin America and the United States out of fear for their lives and the lives of their children and to seek a better future. Rampant government corruption and inaction has resulted in protesters being illegally detained, in gang violence, torture, and sexual violence. Millions are fleeing due to intense food shortages and a severe lack of necessities. I am proud of our national government and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who has condemned Honduras, Nicaragua, and Venezuela for failing to protect their citizens and have called for the end of all human rights abuses, for the perpetrators to be brought to justice, and for democratic and human rights to be restored and the rule of law followed. I urge us all to be vigilant in what is happening in Latin America. Canada must continue to be a leader on the global stage and condemn regimes that fail to uphold the basic principles of democracy and do not protect the
honourable member for Victoria.
Last week, dozens of constituents came to my community office. They shared their profound concerns about the sobering report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change on limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Canada has a climate plan that falls far short of what science says we need. The latest Climate Change Performance Index has Canada ranked a woeful 51st out of 60 countries. That index refers to Canada as one of the largest producers of absolute greenhouse gases, as well as per capita emissions. Canada could be a leader in fighting against climate change, but instead we've become an international embarrassment. We must strengthen our international climate commitments and begin to build a 100% renewable energy economy that respects Indigenous rights. Also, there's no way Canada will meet its Paris commitments if it goes ahead with the Liberals' Trans Mountain expansion. We need real leadership to address climate change, and Mr. Speaker, we need it now.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, in the early morning hours of Friday past, I received the sad news that the fish plant operated by Hickey & Sons Fisheries Limited in O'Donnell's had caught ablaze and was lost to the fire. John Hickey and his 3 sons, Craig, Todd and Keith, have been operating the plant as well as their own vessel out of the community for more than 30 years. This loss is felt not only in the community of O'Donnell's, but across St. Mary's Bay region, as the plant employed almost 100 people. On behalf of myself, all my Newfoundland and Labrador colleagues, and indeed our government, I offer our full support for the Hickey family and indeed the community of O'Donnell's during this devastating time. All our thoughts are with them today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, this evening I'm truly proud to be one of the hosts for an event highlighting the work of the Tegan and Sarah Foundation. Many of us colleagues will know Tegan and Sarah as the Canadian indie band composed of twin sisters Tegan Quinn and Sarah Quinn. They are amazing musicians and songwriters whom I've had the opportunity to see perform several times. But tonight we shine a light on the Tegan and Sarah Foundation, which fights for health, economic justice, and representation for LGBTQ girls and women. The foundation raises awareness and funds to address the inequalities currently preventing LGBTQ girls and women from reaching their full potential. This work is critically important because LGBTQ women have higher rates of gynecological cancer, depression, obesity, suicide, and tobacco alcohol abuse. Discrimination, provider bias, insurance exclusions, and health coverage mean that LGBTQ women are struggling. So I invite my colleagues to join me tonight to celebrate this important work from 5 to 7 p.m. in room 410, Wellington Building. Thank you, Speaker.
L'honorable député Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it's hardly a surprise that once again comments show a lack of knowledge about our Francophone communities outside of Quebec. I can assure you that the Francophonie in Canada is large, it is diverse, proud, and flourishing. The recent work by our government on renewing the regulation on official languages is proof. Our communities are showing impressive vitality. In Manitoba, there are all kinds of accents: Franco-Manitoban, Franco-Métis, Franco-European, Franco-African, Québécois, Acadian, just to name a few. And we also have record numbers of people registering their children in immersion schools, and as a result, we have many, many people who love French and speak French. From generation to generation, we will be there. From generation to generation.
Member for West Nova.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A.F. Theriault and Sons is the largest family-owned boat company which builds and repairs boats, employing in Nova Scotia, employing 225 people.
Canada, building state-of-the-art vessels such as Halifax's new passenger ferries and a high-speed unmanned hammerheads that are used in Navy training exercises in Canada and around the world. Such accomplishments have played a major role in the sustainability of our area's rural communities and have contributed greatly to the region's economic prosperity.
On October 20th, I had an opportunity to celebrate with the employees at A.F. Theriault and the entire community the 80th anniversary of the company.
Congratulating A.F. Theriault and Son on this historic year, their 80th anniversary, and wishing them 80 more years of success. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I was door knocking in my riding, and there's still far too many people unable to find work. I heard stories of people remortgaging their homes, exhausting their savings, and borrowing from family just to stay afloat. Calgary is being left behind, and neither the NDP or the Liberals seem to care. We know that pipelines are the safest and most environmentally friendly way for Alberta to get its resources to market. But the NDP have vowed to continue fighting the Trans Mountain Pipeline while thousands of oil workers continue to suffer. And the Liberals bought one pipeline and promised to build another, but have failed to deliver. More and more, my constituents are telling me we need a change. Mr. Speaker, this coming year, we will see both a federal and a provincial election in Alberta. When it comes time for my constituents to vote, the failures of the NDP and the Liberals will make their choice an easy one.
Honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend we recognized one of our most revered residents, the late Johnny Bower, a Canadian Hockey Hall of Famer with the Toronto Maple Leafs, who tragically lost his life under a year ago. Joined by Mr. Bower's wife, son, and granddaughter, the city of Mississauga renamed Rink 1 at Meadowville 4 Rinks in honor of his legacy. A part of Toronto Maple Leafs' last 4 Stanley Cup wins, he was the goalie who created the poke check, a great philanthropist and volunteer, and also a mentor in his community to young hockey players. Meadowville residents filled the rink to show their support, and I would like to acknowledge Councillor Pat Sato for being the driving force behind this. Our riding honored a great Canadian, and we know this dedication will inspire generations to come.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to tell you about an important recent event in my riding of New Brunswick Southwest. Several teams of volunteer firefighters joined together from St. Andrews, St. George, St. Stephen, Western Charlotte, Lawrence Station, Oak Bay, Fundy Bay, Eastern Charlotte Regional, Simons, and Hampton Fire Departments, as well as an all-female team made up of volunteer firefighters from Upper Gagetown, Upper Kingsclear, and various other smaller departments. They joined in St. Andrews for a fire truck pull to raise funds for Muscular Dystrophy Canada. Their challenge? Pull a 35,000-pound fire truck across the finish line. As crowds cheered from the sidelines, it was the Hampton Fire Department that pulled ahead and took home the win. Of course, the real winner of the fire truck pull is Muscular Dystrophy Canada. Together, I'm proud to say they raised an incredible $4,700. Wow. I'd also like to recognize Blacks Harbour Fire Chief Dale Shaw for his 40 years of dedicated service. Congratulations to all.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it's my honour today to receive here mayors from 25 municipalities responsible for economic development in Mégantic-l'Érable. We are from large and small cities and towns, and we have farmers, businesses, hunters, fishers. There are projects throughout the region, Mr. Speaker. The challenges are large and tools are required in order to enable the smallest ideas to become reality. A cell phone isn't present in all regions. High-speed internet is caught up in traffic, and it's inaccessible for too many small companies. There are companies putting off important expansion projects through a shortage of manpower. And the mayors are in Ottawa seeking answers. On behalf of my colleagues, I salute the municipal elected officials in my riding who have traveled 12 hours by road in order to talk about economic development. Thank you for your dedication. I'm happy to be your MP.
Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Speaker, many places across Canada had their municipal elections for mayor and council in the past couple of weeks, just as we have in my riding of Northwest Territories. And I want to express my gratitude for all those who put their names forward to represent their neighbours and their communities. Running for election is one of the hardest job interviews there is, with no guarantee for success and often coming at high personal cost, win or lose. I know this from experience, Mr. Speaker, as a previous mayor myself. Last week, the NDP ran up some impressive and historic numbers in the municipal election. The 4 largest cities, towns have elected female mayors. This means the salutation for over 70% of the Northwest Territories residents to use when they address their community leaders is Her Worship. This can only mean good things, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to all those elected, and I look forward to meeting and working with you in the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The 2018 Vancouver homelessness count found 2,181 people without a place called home. This was a 2% increase from last year and the highest since the count began in 2005. That's not even counting the people couch-surfing. People are literally living in tents on the streets and in parks. An average one-bedroom apartment in Vancouver is $2,100 a month. Vacancy rates are under 1%. Home ownership is but a dream, with the average detached home in Greater Vancouver reaching $1.7 million. Meanwhile, both the Liberals and the Conservatives refuse to acknowledge that housing is a basic right. So newsflash to both the Liberals and Conservatives. The need for affordable housing is real and urgent. A national housing strategy that won't see 90% of the money flow until after the next election is absurd. Fold the money and build the housing now, not after the next election.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 2 months since the outrageous news broke that convicted murderer Chris Garnier was receiving veterans benefits despite having never served a day in his life. At the time, the minister promised veterans answers, yet no answers came. When given a chance, every member on the Liberal side of this House voted against stripping Chris Garnier of these benefits. Since then, we've learned that veterans applying for benefits that they've earned are being forced to wait months and sometimes years for those benefits. We've learned that the Liberal government's pension scheme is a shell game, And if you challenge them on it, like Sean Bure did, they'll send in high-priced lawyers to shut you up. Susan and Dwight Campbell, the parents of Chris Garnier's victim, Catherine Campbell, are still waiting for answers. Enough is enough. The Prime Minister needs to show leadership, step in, and revoke these benefits.
The honourable member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
On behalf of all senators and members and all parties present, we extend a warm welcome to all of those joining in this fund on juvenile diabetes.
To 15 in Ottawa to meet members of Parliament and senators to enlighten us about the 24-hour-a-day, 365 days of the year of blood sugar testing, insulin doses, and lows and highs of life with type 1. At the same time as raising awareness, these young advocates are here to thank parliamentarians for listening to them and thank us for supporting the world-leading research conducted by Canadian scientists who are dedicated to turning type 1 into type none. The Juvenile Diabetes Caucus is truly nonpartisan, and we welcome new members. On behalf of all my colleagues in the House, we are truly inspired by the courage and leadership in Ottawa this week by Kids for a Cure.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, Stats Canada has written Canada's 9 largest financial institutions and demanded that they hand over millions and millions of financial transactions from hundreds of thousands of Canadians. And but for a Global News report, Canadians would never know that the government was this far into their personal information. Mr. Speaker, they know now, and they're appalled. Will the Prime Minister use his power and direct StatsCan to cease and desist?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is ensuring that the personal data of Canadians are protected. Statistics Canada will use anonymized data for statistical purposes only. No personal information will be made public. Statistics Canada is actively engaged with the Privacy Commissioner's Office on this project and is working with them to ensure that Canadians' banking information remains protected and private. However, Mr. Speaker, high-quality and timely data are critical to ensuring that government programs remain relevant and effective for Canadians.
Order. The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time that this government has sought to receive private information from Canadians and not tell them. In October of 2017 and January of 2018, Statistics Canada demanded that TransUnion Credit Agency hand over millions of files to the government, and they were not anonymous. Mr. Speaker, they demanded social insurance numbers, names, addresses, dates of birth, detailed credit information, balances owed, balances overdue, and 30 other fields of data. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister tell Stats Canada to stand down?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for a lot of Canadians, this line of questioning from the Conservatives is all too familiar. For 10 years, under them in government, they chose to govern by ideology and not by facts or science. When facts got in the way, they simply stopped collecting them. They fired the chief science advisor and eliminated the long-form census. We brought back both. Statistics Canada is, of course, engaged with the Privacy Commissioner's Office on this project to ensure that the information of Canadians remains protected.
Member for Milton.
I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister is telling Canadians that it's okay for their government to understand all of their financial information held by banks, all of their financial information held by credit agencies, all of their financial information held by utilities, held by mobile phones, every single thing that we use in our lives. is something that this government wants to have their hands on. Mr. Speaker, this is ridiculous. Will they tell Stats Canada to back down from the same?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing is the Conservative Party of Canada learned nothing from Canadians in the 2015 election. When we restored the long-form census as the very first thing we did when we took office in 2015, Canadians from coast to coast to coast cheered. The Conservatives attack data, science, and evidence as the grounding of strong public policy, and they continue to show they're still the party of Stephen Harper. They're still the party of a war on science and facts.
Order. I remind the member for Edmonton Manning and others that the time to speak is when they have the floor, which one would think would happen eventually. The
Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Order. Mr. Speaker, here's the truth. Statistics Canada wants to have access to over 5,000 Canadians' data without their consent. This ranges from bank withdrawals up to social insurance numbers. And the Prime Minister said here in this House yesterday that he is okay with this practice, a practice that allows the Liberal government to get personal data from Canadian citizens without their consent. How can the Prime Minister have access or agree to this demand and allow such a situation to continue? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, we trust the Privacy Commissioner. We will always ensure that Canadians' data is protected. Statistics Canada uses anonymized data for statistical purposes only. No personal information will be made public. But Quebecers and all Canadians understand that getting high-quality data is essential to allow the government to run programs that remain relevant and effective for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Act is clear. The Personal Information and Protection Act, Section 5, Subsection 2, says that the government cannot ask for personal confidential information without the citizen's permission. Again, the Prime Minister said here in this House yesterday that he was okay with this technique of getting citizens' information without their consent. This is simply unacceptable. Why will he not change the situation and do what he needs to do and put an end to the situation? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, it's clear that the Conservatives haven't understood what Canadians told us in 2015. The Conservatives got rid of the long-form census, and we restored it. That was the first thing that we did when we came to office. And Canadians, including Quebecers, celebrated because they knew that having evidence-based, data-based policy is the right way of doing politics, not the old way that Stephen Harper used to promulgate. Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Revenue Agency continues to make news for all the wrong reasons. They're twiddling their thumbs and avoiding dealing with KPMG's wealthy clients and others who were named in the Panama Papers, while mercilessly going after Canadians who receive government benefits but can't afford to defend themselves. The CRA recovered over $1 billion from 332,000 files in the last 5 years, but can't seem to deal with the 3,000 Canadians who were named in the Panama Papers just a year ago. So my question, Mr. Speaker, why do the Liberals have this double standard when it comes to tax fairness? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to ensure that Canadians get the tax credits and benefits that they are entitled to. We've made considerable progress to ensure that eligible Canadians receive their benefits. For example, the CRA now proactively communicates with people who don't file their taxes so that they can get the money that they are entitled to. After 10 years of cuts under the Conservatives, we are continuing to invest in a new customer-based approach. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. But that's the problem. We're not talking about benefits, we're talking about them taking back money from people. Do you remember that the Liberals promised to end inappropriate auditing of charities? It was in the minister's mandate letter, and this summer the Superior Court of Ontario ordered the government to cease and desist. But will the Liberals stop? No, they're going to appeal the case. So will they stop persecuting Canadians who are receiving benefits? Nope, because they're an easy target. Will they track down the wealthy individuals named in the Panama Papers? Well, why would they? They haven't so far. So I repeat, why this double standard on tax fairness? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is taking action to ensure that people who try to evade paying taxes actually have to pay them. That's why we invested nearly $1 billion in our first 2 years in government to allow the CRA to be better empowered to recover money from people who are trying to evade their responsibilities. Furthermore, we are ensuring that we help those who are entitled to receive benefits, even if they're low income and didn't file their taxes. That's what a fair tax system is.
Canadians have seen the egregious holes in our income tax system with the Paradise Papers, the Panama Papers, the Isle of Man scam, and offshore tax havens, wealthy Canadians getting off the hook on paying taxes. Well, this Liberal government has done virtually nothing to crack down on offshore tax havens, but they have targeted regular Canadians. Under this government, well over $1 billion has been clawed back from Canadians, many of whom qualify for the disability tax credit or child benefits. Why are the Liberals denying benefits to families who deserve them?
Right. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to ensuring that Canadians receive the credits and benefits to which they are entitled, as we recognize that they are essential for middle-class families to make ends meet. We've made significant progress in getting benefits to eligible Canadians. For example, the CRA now proactively communicates with low-income non-filers to encourage them to file so they can get the money they are owed. After 10 years of cuts under the Harper Conservatives, we will continue to invest in a new client-focused approach.
The member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Liberals should be targeting tax havens, not targeting families, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister made a snide comment yesterday about the NDP when I asked him about the by-elections. But it's not just the NDP calling for a vote. It's Canadians. Today, party leaders from across the political spectrum called on the Prime Minister to show respect to voters. 300,000 Canadians are being denied the right to representation by this Prime Minister. Will he listen to parties representing 150 members of Parliament and call the vote now?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to go back to the CRA, we've made historic investments to fight against tax cheats. We fully adopted the international standard for automatic information exchange with our partners in the OECD to give the CRA useful data to help fight tax cheats even more effectively. With respect to offshore tax evasion, the CRA is currently conducting audits on over more than 1,100 taxpayers and opened over 50 criminal investigations. As for the by-elections, we look forward to calling them soon and look forward to campaigning against people who are so enthusiastic about the democratic process.
Order. The honourable member for order. Order. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the government has no right to snoop through the personal financial information of Canadians. Yet these Liberals are demanding that credit bureaus and banks secretly hand over comprehensive personal information. Bank balances, mortgage payments, online purchases, credit card statements. Mr. Speaker, they want it all. When will they stop this unauthorized surveillance on Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we've been clear day in and day out when it comes to privacy, when it comes to data protection. This is a priority for this government. And with respects to Statistics Canada, it is subject to the Privacy Act, which means that it must ensure compliance to the privacy principles embedded in the Act, including the protection of personal information. There's rigorous and robust process in place, and they've also engaged the Privacy Commissioner as well, Mr. Speaker. Like I've said before, we've been very clear. We will always make sure that data and privacy are respected.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, working with the Privacy Commissioner means heeding concerns about privacy for Canadians, not using his office for political cover. Now, one expert has said that the law has never really contemplated anything on this scale, and we aren't talking about transactions with possible criminal links. These are regular Canadians going about their business, and the Liberal government wants to know every detail of their financial lives. Mr. Speaker, it's 2018, not 1984. When will these Liberals hear the privacy concerns, or are they going to continue their plans for an Orwellian intrusion into the private lives of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, again, we've been very clear when it comes to privacy and data that we'll continue to make sure that the processes are followed to protect consent and issues of privacy. What I find very interesting is the members opposite continue to undermine and attack Statistics Canada. They've got a long track record against evidence-based decision-making, against facts, against data. What is their problem with good quality data? That is why the first decision point of our government was to reinstate the mandatory long-form census. This was applauded by Canadians from coast to coast to coast, including in Conservative ridings. They should talk to Canadians.
They should.
Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill will come to order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Identity theft is not a joke. Millions of families suffer every year. This Prime Minister is putting Canadians' personal information and identity at risk. There is no way to ensure this information will be protected when earlier this year Stats Canada lost 600 files under his watch. The government has no right to track every financial decision of every Canadian citizen. Will the Liberals cancel this unprecedented and unauthorized surveillance?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, again, we've been very clear. We understand the importance of protecting individual privacy and data. But again, I fail to understand why the members opposite continue to undermine a statistical agency that is revered by Canadians. Well over 80% of Canadians respect Statistics Canada. It's a great organization that collects relevant information that helps communities, that helps businesses, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, with appropriate data so they can make informed decisions. What do they have against good quality, reliable data, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Pernod-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Google and Facebook are serious organizations too, and they've also stolen data. This government wants to trample on Canadians' privacy. After all the mess they've made in the last 3 years, how can we trust them? This Liberal government plans to access the private financial information of Canadians without telling them. Our credit card purchases, cash withdrawals, bill payments, and deposits, they belong to us. When will the Prime Minister put an end to this unacceptable intrusion into people's private lives? Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, again, look, listen to them. Data has been stolen. No data has been stolen. Information has been requested. Statistics Canada makes sure that they follow a process, which is very rigorous, very robust when it comes to making sure that they protect privacy and data. They've also engaged the Privacy Commissioner as well. The members opposite actually have a fundamental problem with regards to Statistics Canada. They don't understand the importance of good quality data, about evidence-based making policy. They have a fundamental ideological problem, and that's very unfortunate.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have 800 pages from just the last 2 years of times when Canadians' information has been breached by this government. Liberals don't protect data. They lose it, they misuse it, and they leak it. Canadians don't trust Liberals when it comes to their information. I'll be happy to table those documents after question period, Mr. Speaker. When will the Prime Minister stop this unauthorized surveillance of Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Again, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. Our government understands the importance of protecting privacy, of protecting data. That's why we've actually engaged in a data and digital consultation process to further build more trust within Canadians when it comes to their data. Our government understands why it's important to make sure that in the digital economy, when transactions occur online, that people have an understanding about privacy, about consent, about data ownership, about data portability. We're taking additional measures to strengthen our privacy legislation as well, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition House Leader, order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians just don't trust Liberals with their private information. But just as importantly, Canadians want to know why the government needs to know who they pay, how much they pay, what they purchase online, what they are giving to their children through e-transfers. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know why the government needs to know that and not even tell Canadians that they're going to be told about it. This is Big Brother on steroids, Mr. Speaker. It needs to stop. The Prime Minister has the ability to stop it. Why will he not stop this unauthorized surveillance of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Again, Mr. Speaker, all the appropriate processes were followed. Statistics Canada makes routine requests. They have clear, robust provisions in place to protect privacy, to protect data, to make sure it's anonymized. They have clear processes in place. The members opposite fundamentally have an issue when it comes to data because they don't believe in the facts. They don't believe in data. They fundamentally don't believe in making sure that we have a mandatory long-form census. This is where the disagreement occurs. We support good quality, reliable data. They do not.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, for decades, women have been calling for pay equity legislation. The Liberals' proposal is a step in the right direction, but it doesn't include measures dealing with salary transparency, as stakeholders had requested. Will the Commissioner of Pay Equity have the resources he or she needs to do their work properly? We still don't know. Why, after 3 years of promises, is there still so much work left to do? And why do women have to wait 4 more years for pay equity to become a reality?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was proud to stand in this honourable place with my colleague, Minister of Status Women, and the President of the Treasury Board to announce that our government will be moving forward with proactive pay equity legislation. This is fundamentally to address the wrongs of unequal pay for work of equal value. Hundreds of thousands of women will benefit from this action. I'm very proud of a government that understands that equity in the workplace is good for all of us.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
So women have waited 42 years for the Liberals to keep their promise on pay equity. Meanwhile, the unions fought Canada Post 30 years in court. And women's organizations have worked tirelessly to get us to this point to finally have pay equity legislation in the House. They worked for decades. So women are done waiting. Do they really have to wait another 4 years in order to have equal pay?
Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to effective implementation and enforcement of proactive pay equity in federally regulated workplaces. Our pay equity plan was constructed with consultation from employers, yes, from Labour, yes, from experts and advocates, and that's why we're so sure that this approach is the right one to take. We are very proud of introducing this proactive pay equity legislation, the first federal government in the history of this country to take this issue seriously.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, they say a gaffe is when someone accidentally tells the truth. And yesterday, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment had such a gaffe. I asked him why his government was exempting large industrial emitters from the carbon tax. And he said that if they were forced to pay the tax, and I quote, we could potentially have jobs leave, and it will do nothing for emissions, which is exactly what our side has been saying. High taxes drive jobs out of the country, global emissions up, and do nothing for the environment. Now that they agree, will they exempt all Canadians from their carbon tax?
Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians across the country expect their government to take action to deal with climate change. That's exactly what our government is doing. We're ensuring a price across Canada on what we don't want, pollution, so we can get more of what we want. Lower emissions, new business opportunities, and more money in the pockets of Canadians. The Leader of the Opposition is at Queen's Park today getting his marching orders from Doug Ford on Stephen Harper's failed plan to deal with climate change. Canadians expect better from the
Order. Order. The Alderman member for Newmarket Aurora will come to order. Order. Allah. And Banff Airdrie as well, please. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, he says now the carbon tax will create business opportunities. Yesterday, his own parliamentary secretary was saying exactly the opposite. He said exempting business from the carbon tax is being done, and I quote, "The point is to keep jobs in Canada so that emitters do not pollute elsewhere." We have been saying exactly that the carbon tax will drive business out of this country to places with poorer environmental standards, killing jobs at home, and driving global emissions up abroad. Now that they agree, will they not axe the tax?
Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our plan is clear. We're putting a price on pollution and making life more affordable for Canadians. Climate change is real. Canadians deserve to know their government has a plan to deal with it, something the Conservative Party doesn't have. What they do not expect is for the Leader of the Opposition to get ordered around by Premier Ford, who is pushing Stephen Harper's failed agenda of 10 years of doing nothing to deal with climate change. Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the member is upset that our leader is talking to my premier in my province, but he should go and back to his province for a moment and take a look at the new exemption that his government is giving to the Belledune coal-fired power plant, Mr. Speaker, which will receive a 96% exemption on the emissions from the smokestack on that coal-fired plant. Can he explain why he's charging more to grandmothers driving to get groceries, but almost nothing to coal-fired plants back in his province?
Order. I ask members to contain their excitement. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell by the excitement on the other side of the House that they've missed me dearly. I'm so pleased to answer the question, Mr. Speaker. Our government campaigned on a commitment to protect the environment and grow the economy at the same time. Our plan involves putting a price on pollution, including a price on emitters. If the honourable member wants to talk about the coal industry, I'd like to flag that we're actually phasing out coal by 2030. When the honourable member was actually sitting around the cabinet table under Stephen Harper's government, they didn't plan to take this action until 2062. That's 32 years with cleaner air, less childhood asthma, Mr. Speaker, and a cleaner environment. If the honourable member wants to get serious about the environment, I'd take this conversation anytime.
Honourable Member for... Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yeah, he'll take the conversation anytime except for the first two questions, Mr. Speaker. I'll just quote the CBC here. CBC, this is the CBC, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal plan will allow 96% of Belledune's greenhouse gas emissions to pass through its giant 168-meter smokestack for free, Mr. Speaker. They say that carbon taxes will save the earth. Why are they taking carbon taxes then off of their coal power plants?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, in the last election, we campaigned on a commitment to protect the environment, grow the economy, and help middle-class families. I'm pleased to share with the honourable member that our plan to put a price on pollution applies to heavy emitters as well. Mr. Speaker, our plan is actually going to leave middle-class families better off. Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy said so, and we've confirmed that when we've come forward with the details on how New Brunswickers and members of other provinces are going to do under our plan. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to seeing the honourable member campaign in 2019 on a promise to take money from his constituents to make pollution free again.
The honourable member for Jonquière. The United Steelworkers are on the Hill this week to pressure the government to end pension theft. They were thunderstruck when the government announced a change to the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, which does not include the necessary measures to protect pensions, yet the Liberals had promised to act in the last budget. The NDP has a bill ready. It just needs to be adopted. When will the Liberals wake up and protect workers' pensions? The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
For her very thoughtful question on an issue that we also think is very important. We support retirement security. That's why we actually strengthened CPP, the Canadian Pension Plan, but we also expanded the Wage Earner Protection Program as well. And as the member also highlighted, in 2018 in our budget, we put a whole-of-government approach when it comes to dealing with pensions in a meaningful way. We are absolutely committed to workers and pensioners, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about pension theft, not CPP. A Steelworkers delegation is on Parliament Hill this week to remind this government about the need to change Canada's inadequate bankruptcy and insolvency laws. They understand that under current bankruptcy laws, their pensions could be reduced with a stroke of a pen. How can this government explain to these steelworkers their failure to protect millions of Canadian workers from the theft of their pensions? How can they explain this betrayal?
Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, pension security is important to our government. That's why in our last budget we committed to a solution to strengthen the pensions. In my mandate letter, I'm also pleased to say that I have been tasked with this. Our government has been consulting with stakeholders on this issue for the last number of years, and we want to continue to get this right. And that's why we're consulting with stakeholders to ensure not that we get any solution, but that we get the right solution. This is a decades-old problem, and what government is solving it? Our government is solving it, and we're going to get the right solution to this problem.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the All-Party Women's Caucus, I've heard from many individuals and groups in my riding and across the country on the importance of women's participation in our workforce and our economy. Pay equity is one way that our government can move the dial towards equality and empowerment. Can the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour, who will be in my riding tomorrow, please update this House on our government's commitment to move forward with pay equity measures? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member of Mississauga, Erin Mills, for her hard work on this issue. Yesterday, I was so pleased to announce that our government is moving forward on implementing pay equity legislation, and I want to thank the Minister of Status of Women and the President of the Treasury Board for their hard work on this file. Pay equity isn't just the right thing to do, it's a smart thing to do. When Canadian women can count on equal pay for work of equal value, our economy grows stronger. A strong middle class depends on an economy where everyone has a real and fair chance at success. I want to thank employers and unions and advocates for their valuable input on our plan.
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to undermine democracy in this country by failing to call by-elections for 3 of the 4 vacant seats in Parliament. He is picking and choosing which Canadians get representation based upon his own political agenda, rather than leaving over 300,000 Canadians without a voice in Parliament. When will this Prime Minister respect democracy and call these by-elections?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
It's such a pleasure for me to get up in this House and talk about democracy, because today Bill C-76 is going to 3rd reading, and that means that more Canadians in 2019, if it passes through the other place, will have an opportunity to vote than they did under the previous government. But, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Elections Act sets out a time period for elections, for by-elections. Those will all be called within the time allocated, and we are very proud about the upcoming by-election on December 3rd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister continues to treat our democracy like his own personal game. He sets the rules and Canadians are his pawns. Canadians were told today that he has chosen a Commissioner of Debates for federal elections. He has done this without any discussion or consultation with Canadians. When will this Prime Minister stop acting like a dictator and start respecting our democracy?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after consulting with Canadians, after roundtables organized by the RPP, after the Procedure and House Affairs Committee conducted an excellent study that I thank them for their hard work on this, we are so proud to announce the Right Honourable David Johnston as Canada's first Commissioner, independent for debate. Mr. Speaker, this is so important because in 2015, Mr. Speaker, Speaker, that party's former leader, Mr. Harper, did not participate, did not want to have those national leaders debates, and this ensures that Canadians will have official debates in English and in French accessible to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, they made that appointment without any consultation with the other parties. Right. And what the Prime Minister has done is made a unilateral decision to name the debates commissioners, sets the rules, and spending $5.5 million to set up the office of the commissioner, an office nobody was asking for except for the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister continues to abuse our democracy for his own political gain. Will the Prime Minister abandon his attempt to manipulate and rig the upcoming election?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
We are so proud that the Right Honourable David Johnston will take on this role to ensure that all Canadians from coast to coast to coast, official language, minority communities, Canadians with disabilities will have access to 2 debates, one in English and one in French, to ensure the defeat is free so that all Canadians can see their leaders in a moment that is so important during elections to decide who they want to govern them. Mr. Speaker, we believe that His Excellency, and we know that Canadians will see this as well, will be an excellent independent commissioner for debates in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have nothing against Mr. David Johnston, who moderated the 1984 debate when Mr. Mulroney handily defeated his opponent.
Because the actual government had an option, consulting or imposing. Pourquoi le gouvernement impose plutôt que...
Why has the government chosen to impose rather than consult? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, many consultations were held in the last year. We consulted with parliamentarians, with Canadians. We consulted with media across the country. And we have a plan which is appropriate. I'm happy to see that my colleague opposite sees how important these leaders' debates are, because it is important that Canadians see the spontaneous interaction between party leaders. This is what leads to decisions. It's good for democracy, and I hope that everyone in this chamber will work with the Right Honourable David Johnston, because we will be having debates with him.
The government quietly latched onto an interpretation of Sharia law to block international adoptions from Muslim-majority countries in 2013. This strange rule applies in countries that don't even follow Sharia law. Meanwhile, families like Sarah are blocked. It's been 6 years, and Sarah still can't unite with her adopted son. The orphanage is now demanding that Sarah bring him home or give him up. Why did the Liberals take 3 years to just review this bizarre policy, and will the government stop using an interpretation of Sharia law for adoptions?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, international adoptions must always protect the safety and well-being of the children, as well as comply with the laws of both countries. Harmonizing these laws can be challenging, but the Harper Conservatives didn't conduct enough consultations to make sure that provinces and territories that are responsible for adoption were on board in terms of the moratorium. They went ahead and cancelled all adoptions from Pakistan without taking into consideration the generosity of Canadians who wanted to sponsor. We've asked the department to initiate a review of this policy with an intent to institute a more fair process. Thank you.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday on the picket line with Canada Post workers, I learned that the company has suspended a number of benefits, including short-term disability payments. Michael Wall, who's been employed at the company since 2004 and has a serious illness, is depending on those payments in order to be able to make ends meet. For Canada Post to respond to the strike by attacking their most vulnerable workers is cynical and cruel. While the strike is rotating, these cuts in payments are not. So will the minister be complicit in this mistreatment of Michael and those like him, or will she get on the phone today and tell Canada Post to back off?
Honourable Minister of Employment and Labour.
Mr. Speaker, as we said time and again in this House, we believe in the collective bargaining process. We know this has been a difficult process, and that's why last week I took the measure to appoint a new mediator. Both parties are working closely with the new mediator, and they are still at the table collectively bargaining as they should. We look forward to an update on those talks in the near future.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Privy Council investigation into leaks from the Liberal cabinet meetings on shipbuilding revealed that 73 people were aware of the substance of the discussions. Of the 73, most were ignored, some were offered deals, one journalist was offered a job, and only one person is facing trial. The Prime Minister speculated that Admiral Norman might face charges, and eventually those charges came. 73 people, Mr. Speaker, and only one facing charges. How did the Prime Minister know that only Admiral Mark Norman would be charged?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, there are obviously outstanding legal proceedings with respect to this matter, and has been explained in this House repeatedly. While those proceedings are outstanding, it is certainly inappropriate for the government to make comment on the proceedings, and it's equally inappropriate for the opposition to press questions on that matter, because that has an interference with the judicial process, which members of Parliament are supposed to refrain from.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister says these questions are inappropriate. The first part of question period, there was a lot of talk about data protection. Well, Mr. Mark Norman wants data for his legal defence. The only protection going on is the Liberals protecting their butts, both literally and figuratively with Mr. Butts, Mr. Speaker. So, will the government permit the clerk of the Privy Council to appear before the Ethics Committee to confirm that none of the materials related to the shipbuilding cabinet discussions have been destroyed, deleted, or amended, Mr. Speaker?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the innuendo in the honourable member's question is entirely inappropriate. The honourable members opposite are not legal counsel. They are not legal agents in the outstanding prosecution. They have no standing with either the defence or the prosecution. They are not parties to the legal proceedings. All members need to allow Canada's independent court system to do its job without partisan interference.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think it's time to stop playing hide-and-seek with the Norman file. We want to make sure that the documents needed by Mr. Norman have not been destroyed. Can the Prime Minister ask the Clerk of the Privy Council to testify before the Parliamentary Committee to see whether the documents have been destroyed, yes or no?
Again, the innuendo that's buried in that question is absurd.
North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since our election, the Minister of National Revenue has been working relentlessly to fix the damage caused by the Harper Conservatives in the CRA's client services. Can the Minister explain to us how the appointment of the first Chief Client Services Officer will help her reach her client services objectives?
The Honourable Minister.
I would like to thank my colleague for his question. In French, since 2015, we have launched several initiatives to improve client services of the CRA, and we know we can do better. The Chief Client Services Officer will be responsible for applying the Service Transformation Project with a client-focused approach. My first priority is the improvement of the agency's services for Canadians, including those of Scarborough North, that they be treated like important clients who deserve respect. Mr. Speaker.
Have loud conversations during question period when it's not his turn. I'd ask him to do so somewhere else. The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals said during debate last night that the Minister of International Development has personally raised Canada's concerns about particularly problematic material in Palestinian textbooks with the Palestinian Prime Minister and Minister of Education, that she raised it as recently as this summer. If that's true, if the government is aware of and is raising the issue of anti-Semitic content in UNRWA textbooks, then why are they also funding them to the tune of $50 million?
The Honourable Minister of International Development. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I did go to the West Bank last summer. I visited schools and other facilities. I spoke with leaders and teachers. I spoke with students I also spoke with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Education of the Palestinian Authority. I was able to provide funding for Right to Play, another organization which will support education and training of teachers in the schools of the West Bank and Gaza. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have broken their promises. The Prime Minister and the Minister for Families said they would improve EI sick leave benefits, but nothing has been done. Were these just empty promises? I wonder. The Liberals tabled the Budget Implementation Act, which included partial EI reforms, but there was nothing on sick leave benefits. But they have one more chance left in their last budget before the end of their mandate. Will the Liberals guarantee that they will improve sick leave benefits? The Minister for Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for giving me the opportunity to remind my colleagues that EI is very important for our families, especially those who are going through difficult times. It's important for families to receive the benefits they are entitled to. I'm also pleased to say that since 2015, we have reformed 5 special types of benefits. We've added 2 new types of benefits, including EI benefits. These benefits are now more flexible and more adaptable to the needs of families.
Order, allowed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. After having Band-Aid solutions by the Harper government, for 10 years, our grain farmers have asked our government for a solution to get hopper cars moving and to get our grain crops to international markets so they can make a living. I know we listened and took action to address these concerns with the Minister of Transport. Please inform the Manitoba farmers and all Canadians about what he has done to fix the rail system.
The Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the member from Kildonan and St. Paul for her question and for her advocacy for Manitobans. You know, the Harbour Conservatives pretend to be the friends of our grain farmers, but for 10 long years, they did not do anything. In fact, when we brought in freight rail legislation to help our farmers and shippers, they voted against it. Mr. Speaker, our grain farmers and other producers in this country should know that we, this government, we have their back.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, they waited so long before adopting C-49 that we don't know if it'll help our producers this year. The Liberal government yesterday showed us again that they are doing nothing for our farmers who operate under supply management. How can the minister justify that a month after signing the USMCA, our farmers are still in the dark? Yesterday, the minister could have announced compensation. Instead, he said the government would create 2 committees. These committees should have been created before producers were sacrificed.
Merci, Mr. President, and we did exactly what we said we were going to do, Mr. Speaker. We understand there's an impact on the farmers, and we're committed to fully and fairly supporting them to make sure they can continue to succeed. We're forming working group with dairy processors and dairy farmers, with poultry and egg farmers and processors. Together, they will help our supply management farmers and processors innovate, grow, and remain competitive and sustainable for future generations. Mr. Speaker, we have and will continue to support our supply management sector and every other agriculture.
L'honorable député de Bécancour.
The honourable member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel. Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting from the report of the Transportation Safety Board. The report says the following: given the slowness in implementing our recommendations, the risks to safety persist. Over 60 recommendations are still pending. That's a third in the last 20 years. Ottawa is asleep at the switch. Mr. Speaker, what is the Minister of Transport waiting for to stop playing with the safety of Quebecers? The Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the chair of the Transportation Safety Board recognized yesterday that Canada has one of the safest transportation systems in the world, yet we share the same opinion as the Bureau that at our department, our #1 priority is safety in all modes of transport. We will keep on working towards that goal, and we are especially happy that yesterday the Transportation Safety Board removed 3 major issues from the safety watch list. That's progress, and we will keep on working to make our transport system the safest in the world. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the minister did not read the report. The Transportation Safety Board, in its report, said clearly that the government is mismanaging the safety and oversight of federally regulated transportation companies. Further, it is unbelievable how the department is dragging its feet when it comes to regulating these companies. In short, the transportation safety problem comes from the department itself. What are the Liberals waiting for before they stop playing with the safety of Quebecers and Canadians? The Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that transportation safety is extremely important for all Canadians. It's important when Canadians are passengers on trains or on planes, and it's also important for the transportation of freight throughout our vast country. We take transportation safety very seriously. We're doing everything we can do to improve the regulations and to consult when necessary, as well to implement regulations which will ensure the safety of our transportation system.
Canadian children will be curious to see what gets into their Halloween bags. Unfortunately, trick or treat remains an apt metaphor for how our federal public servants are compensated under the Phoenix pay system. Tomorrow is also the 2-year anniversary of this government's deadline to fix Phoenix. How many more years will it take for this government to implement a payroll system that pays its workers accurately and on time?
Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that stabilizing the Phoenix pay system remains my absolute priority. We are seeing progress, but it is taking too long. Public servants deserve to be paid accurately and on time, but we are seeing progress. We have dealt with 100,000 transactions in the backlog since January. We have 1,500 people working at the pay center. We've paid out $1.5 billion in retroactive pay as a result of the collective agreements that were not bargained and were not completed by the previous government. Mr. Speaker, we are taking every step possible to ensure that our public servants are paid.
And trick or treat. Order, order. I've heard a lot today from the member for Battle River Crowfoot who hasn't had the floor. Maybe tomorrow he'll have the floor, but the thing is, if he keeps talking when he hasn't got the floor, he may not get the floor. The Honourable Opposition House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table a rather large document. It's actually over 800 pages, and no, it's not the Liberals' Omnibus Budget Implementation Act. In fact, what it is, it's the answers from the government in regards to how many departments, agencies, crown corporations, and other government entities have breached the privacy of Canadians. It's over 800 pages worth in less than 2 years that privacy has been breached. So I'm wondering if I would have unanimous consent in order to take
There is no unanimous consent. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on another point of order, rising out of question period.
Thank you, opposition soon to be government, but thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely apologize. Mr. Speaker, my mistake. This actually already has been tabled. This was a response from the government. It was tabled June 8th. So it is actually in the records already that the breach of privacy has occurred tens of thousands of times in less than 2 years.
This sounds like debate. This will conclude question period for today. I'll have a ruling to deliver in a moment. Alors,
Order.
aurais-je mes collègues qui ont été...
I would encourage colleagues to take their conversations into their respective lobbies.
I saying, shh. Let's try again. Members could assist me by saying, shh. I thank honorable colleagues. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I'm now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on October 18th, 2018 by the member for Montcalm regarding an alleged misleading statement made by the Prime Minister during question period. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Montcalm for having raised the matter. During his intervention, the member for Montcalm argued that the Prime Minister had misled the House by providing inaccurate information when, during question period on October 17, 2018, he said that the provinces had asked the federal government for a period of 8 to 12 weeks between the time the bill legalizing marijuana came into force and the substance's actual legalization. This answer, according to the member, contradicts a motion adopted by the National Assembly of Quebec on November 16, 2017, on which the member further claimed the Prime Minister was aware of. The Honourable Member for Montcalm thus feels that the Prime Minister intended to mislead the House. A contempt that constitutes a breach of privilege.
Has intentionally misled the House is always a serious one. And the member for Montcalm reminded us of this when he enumerated the 3 well-established questions the Speaker must answer when deciding whether such an accusation is a valid question of privilege. Additionally, as I stated during a ruling that I made on November 20, 2017, at page 15325 of the debates, and I quote, "Members know well that in any case in which the veracity of what a member of the House has said is called into question, the Chair's role is very limited to the review of the statements made in a proceeding of Parliament. In other words, the Chair cannot comment on what transpires outside of the deliberations of the House or its committees," unquote. En conséquence,
as a result, apart from the Prime Minister's response during question period, the Speaker cannot be officially apprised of anything said to have transpired outside the walls of this place and on which the Honourable Member for Montcalm is basing his argument.
January 31, 2008, at page 2435 of the debates, and I quote, "Any dispute regarding the accuracy of a minister's response to an oral question is a matter of debate. It is not a matter for the Speaker to judge," unquote. Les délibérations de la Chambre.
The proceedings in the House are a forum for differing opinions to be vigorously debated. This is why I remind members to demonstrate the greatest care to ensure that the information recited to the House is clear. Doing so will allow everyone to fulfill their roles as they should. Based on the remarks made in the House on October 17, 2018, there is no clear evidence that would lead me to conclude that the criteria for a deliberately misleading statement were met. Accordingly, I do not find that there is a prima facie question of privilege. I thank all honourable members for their attention.
Of a point of order, question of privilege, honourable member for Milton.
Here. Mr. Speaker. I do rise on a question of privilege concerning a deliberate attempt by the government to deny me information that I requested through order paper question 1316. Now, this question read as follows. With regard to the tweet by the Minister of Environment and Climate Change on November 7, 2017, which stated that Canada salutes Nicaragua and Syria for joining on to the Paris Agreement, what are the titles of all individuals who approved the tweet? The answer, Mr. Speaker, states, "We have been clear. The murderous Assad regime must end the indiscriminate violence against its own people. The people of Syria deserve a life free from violence. Canada will continue to support the Syrian people in reaching this goal and in achieving a long-term political solution." Clearly, the tweet was a mistake for which the Minister of Environment and Climate Change took full responsibility through online communications and in the House of Commons. Now, in addition to this being a non-answer and the subject of my question of privilege, Mr. Speaker, I believe that you will find that the response actually breaches the standing orders as well, and that's a point I'll get to later. I was contacted last week by Dean Beebe of the CBC about an access to information request that he had received answer to. It's in reference to the tweet that I referenced in my question. He suggested that his ATIP had turned up the actual document that shows the name and title of those who were involved in approving the tweet. Mr. Beebe went on to publish this article on Thursday, October 25th, 2018, and the article confirms that Mr. Beebe had indeed obtained information from the government through an ATIP that I could not obtain through a legitimate proceeding of Parliament. The article says, and I quote, "CBC News has obtained documents under the Access to Information Act showing the Minister's office gave a final thumbs up to the tweet 51 minutes before it popped up on the Minister of the Environment's official ministerial Twitter feed last November 7. The Minister noted repeatedly that the social media misstep occurred on the departmental Twitter account rather than on her personal Twitter account, suggesting public servants were to blame." Mr. Speaker, I did suspect all along that this was true as well. Because the government held back these details from me, I could not present the evidence to this House in my role as the opposition member. The article went on to report the tweet in question was approved by the Minister's office at 2:09 p.m. today and issued at 3 p.m., says an assessment. The package shows the names of at least 31 public servants involved in the ill-advised tweet. The release documents show the pre-publication vetting was carried out in advance by the department's social media and home teams, as well as by the Minister's office staff, whose names have been removed from the file. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the article points out that the government also violated the timeline set out in the Access to Information Act. Now, that's not your problem, Mr. Speaker, but it does provide you with more evidence of the government's intent to avoid this issue by withholding information from me and delaying information to the media. And I would make one more final point. Nowhere in the Access to Information Act does it permit the minister from refusing the names of ministerial staff when providing a response to an Access to Information request. I don't begrudge Mr. Beebe the fact that he received an answer, but when a journalist and a member of Parliament ask the same question, you would expect the government to at least give some respect to the member of Parliament as it gave to the journalist, or put another way, treat a proceeding in Parliament with the same respect as an ATIP. In this case, I was given debate and an argument for an answer, whereas the journalist was actually given the answer. Not only is this an affront to this House in so committing this offence, the government also breached the standing orders that I mentioned earlier, and it's Standing Order 39-1, which says in part, quote, "In putting any such question or in replying to the same, no argument or opinion is to be offered, nor any fact stated except so far as may be necessary to explain the same. And in answering any such question, the matter to which the same refers shall not be debated." On December 16, 1980, at page 5797 of Hansard, the Speaker ruled, and I quote, "While it is correct to say that the government is not required by our rules to answer written or oral questions, it would be bold to suggest that no circumstance could ever exist for a prima facie question of privilege to be made when there was a deliberate attempt to deny answers to an honourable member. By omitting the information I was seeking in the government's response to my question and provide exactly what I was seeking to Mr. Beebe, it's demonstrated that the government deliberately withheld information from this House. On page 15 of the 24th edition of Erskine May, it describes the contempt as follows. Generally speaking, any act or omission which obstructs or impedes either House of Parliament in the performance of its functions, or which obstructs or impedes any member or officer of such House in the discharge of his or her duty, or which has a tendency, directly or indirectly, to produce such results, may be treated as contempt even though there is no precedent of the offence. The government, Mr. Speaker, keeps repeating the same offence over and over again. After numerous questions of privilege and warnings from the chair, it continues to deny members information while providing the same or more accurate information to media. And I think it's important at this time to present to the House a few selected examples of when you, Mr. Speaker, took notice of this pattern and heeded a warning. I'm almost finished. On April 16, 2016, the Speaker found a prima facie question of privilege after the Leader of the Opposition pointed out that specific and detailed information contained in Bill C-14 was given to the media ahead of this House and members of Parliament. During that discussion, Speaker Milliken was referenced from his ruling of March 19, 2001, when he said, "To deny to members information concerning business that is about to come before the House, while at the same time providing such information to media that will likely be questioning members about that business, is a situation that the chair cannot condone." And that was exactly the situation I was facing, Mr. Speaker, when Mr. Beebe approached me to comment on information he was given and I was not. While he was not impeded in the performance of his function as a journalist, clearly I was impeded in the performance of my function as a member in this place, which, Mr. Speaker, breaches my privileges and constitutes a contempt of this House as outlined in our procedural authorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for Milton for her question of privilege, which I will examine and come back to the House in due course. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, I suspect you'll recognize that there have been some consultations or discussions amongst the parties, and I would like to move two motions, Mr. Speaker, with hopefully will be unanimous support. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the deferred recorded division on motion 161, standing in the name of the member for St. John Rossay, and on motion 155, standing in the name of the member from Scarborough Centre, scheduled to take place Wednesday, October 31, 2018, immediately before time provided for private members' business, pursuant to Standing Order 93-1, shall be deferred anew until a later date today, immediately before the time provided for private members' business, and that if a recorded division is requested, later today on Bill C-376, an act to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, it be deferred until Wednesday, November 7, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Then maybe I'll go to the second one immediately following that, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Did I hear a no? It's a yes. Okay, agreed. Adopted. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And then the second one, Mr. Speaker, is just in relation to the Ethics Committee, or the ETHI, that in relation to its study on the breach of personal information involving Cambridge Analytica and Facebook, 3 members of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics be authorized to travel to London, United Kingdom in the fall of 2018, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. Orders of the day.
Order on the gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills.
Bill C-76, the Elections Modernization Act, and on the amendment of Mrs. Cousy.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise at debate at this point on Bill C-76, and I want to take the occasion to start with a bit of a broad historical sweep, not too much history, just going back to 2014, because I think it's important for Canadians to know what's being accomplished with this legislation and what remains to be done. It's not perfect, I want to stress that, but I will be voting for it. I'm also gratified that at least some of my amendments were accepted in the committee that studied this bill. But I want to go back to 2014, when the current honourable member for Carleton was the Minister of Democratic Institutions, brought forward a bill in that Parliament labelled Bill C-23 and given the unlikely title, given its content, of the Fair Elections Act. I was, as a member of the opposition here at the time, leader of the Green Party, but I struggled with other members of the opposition, New Democrats and Liberals, in trying to stop this piece of legislation because it clearly had less to do with fairness than with trying to create favorable conditions for the government party at that time, the Conservatives, going in to the 2015 election. So it's with a great deal of irony that I've heard the number of times that Conservative members in this place have said, oh, the Liberals are just trying to change the terms to make it better for them. Well, c'est vraiment important de souvenir les...
It's really important to remember what happened in 2014 when the member for Carleton put forward this bill. And I hope that now it will be corrected by the changes in C-76.
It was consumed, as some members in this place still are, with the fiction. And I want to underscore the word fiction. C'est pas vrai.
I want to underline that we do not have a problem in Canada with voting fraud.
A problem of people disguising themselves, taking voter cards, any number of things that have been hinted at in this chamber over the last debate over C-76. We do not have a problem of Canadians voting more than once under assumed identities. We have a problem of Canadians voting less than once. That is a serious problem, and that's why we needed the things that the so-called Fair Elections Act got rid of. Things like being able to vouch for someone. Things like being able to provide your voter card as a piece of ID when you went to the polls. Now, none of this would have been necessary if it wasn't for changes that the former Harper Conservatives had made back at the very beginning of their first mandate, where for the first time they made it a requirement that Canadians produce a piece of government-issued photo ID in order to be able to vote. Again, hinting darkly at the idea that people are voting more than once because we don't have enough checks on this problem, which is a non-existent problem, does not exist, never has existed. This has been the evidence from several chief electoral officers, both Mark Mayer and Jean-Pierre Kingsley, who both testified to the Proc Committee. This was a non-problem. But C-23 did a few other things. It took away some of the abilities of our chief electoral officers to speak to us as voters when we needed information. One of those critical moments was in, for instance, the election in 2011. The chief electoral officer sent out a press release, got on the phone, got on the radio. Guess what? Remember? Robocalls were going on. Canadians were being misdirected, being told that their polling stations had changed. None of this was true. We had an investigation. I don't think it was ever adequately investigated. We know it took place, but we don't know who done it. That's a mystery that remains unsolved, but I think we know there was a gun lying on the floor, it was smoking, and several people standing around appeared to have used it, but we have no conclusion as to why it was that voters who did not intend, we know this for sure, voters who did not intend to vote Conservative were being told to go to polling stations that didn't exist. Now, the chief electoral officer's powers in that moment to get on the radio and say, if you get a message on the phone that tells you it's Elections Canada on the line and your polling station has changed, ignore it. We have not changed any polling stations. That was important.
Yeah.
What C-23 did in 2014 was take away the ability of the chief electoral officer to do exactly that. Took away the ability of the chief electoral officer to reassure Canadians that their polling stations hadn't changed. There were a number of other things that the so-called Fair Elections Act did. One was to say that if you had a particularly long writ period, you had more spending permitted, which meant that the really big parties, like, say, the Conservatives or the Liberals, but to the advantage in that election certainly of the Conservatives, you could spend more money if the writ period was longer. So, boy, they spent a lot of money. In that election, they spent just shy of $42 million, and the people of Canada gave them half back because of the way the so-called Fair Elections Act had operated in to their benefit. So moving quickly, we had 2 pieces of legislation tabled in this 42nd Parliament, and it was the first one that dealt primarily with fixing all the things that had gone wrong or that were perverse under Bill C-23 in the 41st Parliament. In December 2016, we got Bill C-33. I was thrilled to see it, but it never got to second reading, and virtually everything, well, everything in C-33 got added in to C-76, which emerged this year. So let me just go through those things, the original C-33, and it's before us now is Bill C-76, and it's great. Gave the Chief Electoral Officer back the powers to warn people, talk to Canadians, and educate people in a nonpartisan fashion. Got rid of this extended period in which you could get more money out of the whole system. That's in C-76. It actually shortens up the period and restricts how much money big parties can spend, which means the taxpayers reimburse them less at the end, which is great. It brought back, and this is in the first part of this bill, C-33, that's now come forward as C-76, brought back the basics that you're allowed to bring someone with you to the polls that says, I know Joe, he's my brother-in-law, we live in the same neighborhood, but he's missing a driver's license because his driver's license has been taken away from him. I'm here to vouch for him. Or for students voting at university. Very difficult time for students to prove where they live, that they have the right to vote. Far too many people were denied their constitutionally enshrined right to vote in 2015. The Conservatives say, well, look, voter turnout went up. Sure it did. Voters were desperate to get rid of Stephen Harper, and they showed up in larger droves. But the reality is that hundreds of thousands of Canadians were denied the right to vote because of the vestiges, because of the changes to the Elections Act that we're now getting rid of. Also really good and entirely new is the concept that the Chief Electoral Officer, Elections Canada, can go into schools and try to encourage 14-year-olds to register to vote for when they turn 18. And they can start right away getting themselves knowing that they are registered so they can begin to think about their civic duty to vote. The lack of voter turnout among our youngest citizens is a real problem. I would love to see us reduce the voting age to 16. That's not in this bill, but a good first step is that Elections Canada can get into the schools, talk to the young people when they have that context of high school. Their civics education will feel far more real when they are personally registering to vote. Not that they have the right to vote, but they're pre-registered for when they turn 18 and do have the right to vote. Now, C-76 does a number of other things that I don't think we're ever going to be doing enough to deal with the threats of social media, the ways in which things like Cambridge Analytica, the way that Facebook information can be mined, the way that Facebook ads can be targeted using fake news. The C-76 attempts to deal with this. I think we're going to have to come back to it and do more. I certainly support what they've done in this bill. I certainly support that we have pre-writ period election spending limits. This was a big vacuum in our laws, and I think it's because last time we looked at the Elections Act, no political party was spending money pre-writ. They kept their money and started spending it after the writ fell. It wasn't until Stephen Harper's attacks on Stéphane Dion in January of, 2007, we started having attack ads outside a writ period with no spending controls at all. Now we have spending controls. What's missing? Here's the big gap. This was our opportunity to put political parties under privacy laws. This legislation says that political parties must develop privacy policies and table them. But that's a far cry. It's a voluntary scheme. We need to put political parties under our privacy laws. Back when C-23 was going through the House in 2014, I did try in clause by clause to get in an amendment that political parties were subject to the Privacy Act. No party supported that then. But I really want to thank the New Democratic Party for supporting my amendment, which did not succeed, to set out that parties must adhere to the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, PIPETA. We did not succeed, but I thank the NDP for being with me on that. We need to keep working for fair elections in Canada. C-76 gets us a long way towards them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank the member for her comments. I always appreciate her comments in the House. I think they're very well reasoned. I don't want to debate. I just want to add some facts to make sure people are clear about them. One is related to the voting card. The voting card is only proof of address, so the person has to have identification anyway. So if I were to pick up a voting card in Toronto that said John Smith and try to vote with it, and then I showed my personal identification, obviously it wouldn't say I'm John Smith. So that's why the Chief Electoral Officer said there had been no fraud. The second point I wanted to make is related to the robo-scandal case that she brought up. One of the items in the bill is the Commissioner has now been retracted from the Public Prosecution's Office and is independent again and can actually compel testimony. So if there were such cases in the future, they could be not only independent but also compel testimony and actually research into those mishaps or inappropriate actions during an election.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate the honourable member for the Yukon and also his wonderful work as chair of PROC. It's a tough job, and I think all sides of the House. I'm not a member of PROC. I have this strange situation where every committee passed a motion that requires me, if I have amendments, to show up there instead of exercising my rights at report stage. Nevertheless, I really enjoy appearing before PROC with clause by clause and the discretion of the chair to allow me to ask questions when I show up, and it's not a clause by clause moment. But even in the debate today, I've heard ridiculous claims made about the risk to voting, the security of voting, if voting cards go astray. The member for the Yukon is absolutely 100% correct. There is no threat of someone showing up to vote using a voting card to gain an erroneous privilege.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Saanich for her speech. Towards the very end of her speech, she talked about an issue that the committee heard from in great detail from the Chief Electoral Officer, from the Privacy Commissioner. We've seen reports out of the United States and the UK with respect to how elections or referenda, anything in which a democratic society these days goes through a vote. And I say these days because what's significantly changed from a generation ago, of course, is the internet, social media, and that time and time again, from the Chief Electoral Officer on down, the recommendations were clear that C-76 did not do much of anything on privacy. My friend moved an amendment. It was strong. We moved one that we thought was a little bit less, but maybe acceptable to the Liberals, and they voted both of those down. I'm wondering if she can describe for us what the risks actually are if the political parties, as they are constituted right now, have no obligations to protect the private data that they collect on behalf of Canadians, or are under any obligations to not then have that data leaked out to nefarious actors or stolen, in fact. That all the Liberals have left in C-76 is that each party must have a non-enforceable statement on their website somewhere. That's what all the privacy requirements that are here. And I'm wondering, having watched Brexit, having watched the last U.S. presidential election, and all of the threats that we've seen from our own intelligence agencies about this risk to our fundamental rights as Canadian citizens, and does C-76 do enough to address those serious concerns?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, as my honourable friend and colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, and I want to commend him again for his diligence on this matter, there is a fairly chilling level of information kept by about Canadians by political parties. Of course, we don't know all of it. I do remember former Conservative member Garth Turner, who published a book. It was called Sheeple, but it was about his experience as a member of Parliament, and he referred to the database held by the Conservative Party as FRANK, standing for Friends, Relatives, and Neighbours' Kids. And he related in that book how they collected data on if you went door to door and you found out someone hated your party, you made note of that. If you found out that they subscribed to a certain magazine, you tried to hang on to that information, tried to know as much as you could about everybody. But that was just typical data collection, but taken to a new level, because you're also looking at a new capacity in slicing and dicing the information and computer records, so that then you're able to start targeting riding by riding and where are your swing voters. Add on to that the use of Facebook, the ability of the social media providers and others who are hacking into those systems to say, well, we can tell you exactly who responded with likes to your Facebook post. We can use that information. We can post fake news that gets people to think that they have to vote this way to protect something we know they care about. In other words, targeting voters with lies is made possible by keeping political parties out of privacy protection.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et je vais...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will share my time with the member for Lethbridge. First, I would like to underscore that the Conservative Party believes that democracy is an important institution. It is important because it ensures that the government is held accountable to citizens for its decisions. Democracy also ensures that the rights of citizens are protected, the right to freedom of expression, the right to vote, and many other democratic rights we enjoy in this country. On this side of the House, we believe that every single Canadian should have the right to exercise their democratic rights. We also believe that our democratic institutions need to be protected by ensuring that foreign actors, foreign entities cannot interfere in our elections. We've already seen in several elections around the world, such as the ones in the United States, that foreign entities have attempted to interfere in those countries' democratic institutions. Yet in this bill, the Liberal government has not included anything to ensure that foreign entities cannot interfere in our democratic institutions. For instance, even if this bill is passed, foreign entities will still be able to send money to Canadian entities before an election, funds which could then be used to influence our elections. In fact, I recently asked the Minister for Democratic Institutions why the government did not include this type of provision in the bill, and she did not provide any answer. Further, Liberals have complained that we submitted too many amendments. Apparently, the Liberals believe that any amendment to a 200-page bill is too many, and so they decide that we have submitted too many. By saying this, the Liberals are showing they're not taking democracy seriously and that they do not want to take the time to follow the parliamentary process to make sure that we are making the right decisions on this important issue, be it when it comes to the protection of our democratic institutions. We cannot limit debate. On the contrary, when we debate, we show how important an issue is. We should have more amendments and we should have more time for debate. Further, Elections Canada will not have enough time to put in place the changes contained in the bill. In fact, on April 24, 2018, the Chief Electoral Officer, or rather the acting Chief Electoral Officer, said that Elections Canada would need to have more time to implement those changes and that the bill would need to receive royal assent in April of this year, but now it's already October. So we are taking this issue seriously, and we believe the bill should have been introduced much earlier. That way, we could have conducted a more in-depth study of the bill. We would have had the time to present more amendments, and we would have had more time to study those amendments. Yet the Liberals decided to wait until the last minute before introducing this bill. Now, the Liberals have decided to limit debate on this extremely important piece of legislation to compensate for their mistakes. It seems that this process is being repeated time and time again. The Liberal government presents incomplete legislation, and when the Conservatives try to improve that legislation, and rather than the Conservatives try to improve the legislation. Mr. Speaker, I hope Canadians are seeing exactly what is happening and are understanding that the Liberals do not take to heart the protection of our democratic institutions.
In terms of the way the Liberals approach these issues, their hypocrisy, and the substantive problems with this legislation. I want to make a number of points in response to some of the things that have been discussed thus far. First of all, we repeatedly hear this trope from the other side about how Conservatives want lower turnout, allegedly, and they also say that the changes that were previously made prevented Canadians from voting in the last election. This government goes on and on about the data and evidence-based policy, though, so let's look objectively at the evidence. If you look at Canadian elections over the last 60 years, if you consider a 60-year time horizon, a 40-year time horizon, a 25-year time horizon, and you compare the elections won by Conservatives and won by Liberals, you'll see consistently on average that the elections that Conservatives win involve higher turnout. And I was told as a young, bright-eyed staffer when I came to Parliament Hill, Conservatives want more people to vote because it's the right thing when more Canadians vote, but also there's a practical reason that if you look at historically, generally speaking, when there's higher turnout, when more Canadians vote, Conservatives are more likely to win those elections. And anyone who disagrees, look at the numbers, do the averages. It is very clear. Now, of course, there is a sort of, generally speaking, unfortunately, a downward trend in terms of turnout over time, over the last 50 years that we see in Canadian elections. But there are some aberrations to that, and what we saw in the last election was actually a significant increase in voter turnout. So if the government wants to claim that people were prevented from voting, again, they have a hard time making that case, since in the last election, after the changes that were made, there was a significant spike in turnout. So when the government says that somehow the Conservatives were trying to disenfranchise people, that people were prevented from voting, I would like to know what evidence they have to support that claim, and if they can find any indication of who those people are, what that situation would be. They talk about the issue of ID, and they don't seem to understand the reality that there are so many different options people can use for ID. They say, well, what about a student? Well, maybe a student can use their student card. What about a person who's homeless? Well, a person who's homeless can get a letter from a shelter. What about a senior? Well, a senior who is using medication can use a prescription label as part of their ID. There are so many different options. And, Mr. Speaker, if there are Canadians out there who have none of these ID options available, then I would suggest that a better fix would be for us to look for ways to help those Canadians get access to ID. Because even outside of voting, there are many benefits to having identification. There are many things that it is very difficult to do if you don't have identification. So if the government really thinks that there's a population that has none of the IDs we've listed, then I welcome a strategy from them, and I think it's something that we would be interested in discussing in the opposition. How can we ensure that everybody in Canada has some means of ID, some ability to identify themselves? I think that is a much more logical solution, because you listen to the speeches from the government and it's clear that they have a very difficult time actually identifying who could not have one of the IDs that are mentioned by Elections Canada. And again, if somebody doesn't, let's fix that issue rather than calling something ID, which very clearly isn't the voter information card, which we know is full of errors. Now, I think it's important to underline the failure of this government to address the issue in terms of foreign interference in our elections. I'm repeatedly frustrated by how naive this government seems to be in terms of their engagement in the world. Top of mind is recent meeting between this Prime Minister and the leader of Turkey discussing the issue of how journalists can be protected. Now, of course, there are real issues in many countries that need to be addressed, but the pretense now seems to be pretend that the Turkish government are champions of the rights of journalists, which is obviously pretty far off the mark given the realities happening in Turkey today. The naivety of this government. We have so many different countries, so many different actors around the world that want to influence the direction of Canadian policy and are actively trying to do so. This is something I hear about repeatedly when I talk to Canadians and cultural communities. They see and they hear about efforts by other governments, by other foreign entities to try and influence the direction of policy in Canada. And yet there are no meaningful measures in this bill to address foreign interference in our election. And Conservatives proposed those amendments. Unfortunately, those amendments were rejected. There are many problems with this bill. The government needed to do better, and we are opposing this legislation on that basis. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Alors, la députée de Sac.
The honourable member for Sackville Preston Cheshire-Cook. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I have to give him some credit because he always throws in a bit of color into issues which may appear black and white to some. And congratulations to him as well for his French, which is improving. My colleague spoke about democracy and the right to vote, and it's strange that he started with those issues because at the end of the day, 1 million Canadians were unable to vote in the past. Some amendments have been accepted by our government. In fact, we agreed to a total of 70 amendments, including the ones presented by the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague whether he can talk about two issues which are bolstered by this legislation. One, it makes voting easier for people who have mobility issues and helps members of the armed forces to vote more easily. The Chief Electoral Officer had called for more voting flexibility, and I'd like my colleague to speak to these two issues. Thank you very much. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question and for his congratulations. In fact, I do practice my French quite a bit. He also referred to other elements in the bill. But at the end of the day, it's an omnibus bill which covers a lot of ground. And this is interesting because the Liberals were so against omnibus bills when they were in the opposition. And in the future, when they are back in opposition after the next election, they will be able to address these issues again. So there were several elements in his question, and I agree with some of the points he raised, that is, making voting more accessible for our troops and more flexibility. But I would like to point out that in previous elections, we helped more Canadians vote. So this shows that we put in place very effective tools, and the results spoke for themselves. In the last election, more people voted. More people voted.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to congratulate my colleague for working on his French. It's entirely to his own credit. In 2014, under the previous government, the Elections Act was changed, and voter identification cards had been removed, and all parties were against that move. And now in C-76, what we are doing, we are making these cards legitimate again, if you will, and all parties agree with the fact of presenting voter ID cards except for the Conservatives. So why are you opposing this measure, the fact that Canadians have always counted on their voter ID cards? The honourable member. Thank you very much. And this is an important issue, and we are the only party which defends the integrity of Canada's elections, and that's a fact. It is clear that we identified many alternative options to presenting the voter ID card. Student cards, shelter cards, soup kitchen cards. Voters have many options to identifying themselves when they vote. If the government believes that Canadians were not able to access these voter ID documents, that is something we can address. There are so many other options for voters to identify themselves, including library cards and other ways.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to stand in the House today in order to speak in defence of Canadians and the democratic system that we hold dear. The Liberal government is doing all that it can to ram Bill C-76 through the House of Commons and into the full effect before the next election. Now, in doing this, they're ramming it through, they're shutting down debate, they're not allowing us the opportunity to engage in a thorough discussion, but they're also ignoring the testimony that was brought forward to committee. Much testimony that was brought forward from witnesses who have an expert background on this. And instead, the Liberals are deciding to ram it through, and they're actually, in doing that, they're rigging the system in their favour for the next election. Now, my Conservative colleagues and I are committed to holding this government to account, and so, of course, we'll engage in this discussion as much as we're allowed. Now, for Canada's democratic system to function properly, every Canadian citizen over the age of 18 must be granted fair and equal access to the voting process. Under our current leader, Conservatives will continue to hold this government to account with regards to these things. We watch as this government acts in self-interest and they fail to protect Canada's democratic institutions, but they need to be held to account with this regard. Now, multiple measures introduced in Bill C-76 will prevent Canadians from engaging in a free and fair election, and it's our responsibility to highlight those concerns here today. As important as it is to ensure that all Canadian citizens have equal access to voting, for our democracy to be upheld, we must also ensure that voters can cast only one ballot, that they are citizens, and that they are over the age of 18. These are our laws, and this is what helps protect a democratic system. Our entire system is undermined then when individuals vote in the wrong riding, or when they vote more than once, or when they vote under a false identity. In fact, it undermines our electoral system so substantially that it's actually called a crime in our system in order to engage in fraudulent behaviour like that. Now, contrary to what the Liberals are trying to make Canadians believe, if Bill C-76 is passed, it will actually open up increased opportunities for these crimes to be committed. Because instead of working to prevent voter fraud, C-76 actually amends Canada's current voter identification rules to create a loophole by which citizens will be able to vote and non-citizens will be able to vote and sub-citizens will be able to vote more than once. C-76 would make it acceptable to simply produce a voter identification card or information card received in the mail as some form of acceptable ID. Now, there's a problem with this because according to Elections Canada, the cards have an error rate of about 16%, which means that in 2015 election, approximately 1 million Canadians received an incorrect card. These cards had a name illegitimately attached to an address or an address illegitimately attached to a name, or they were sent to someone who was not even a Canadian citizen, or to someone who is not over the age of 18. Now, Mr. Speaker, of course, you can see very quickly how this would threaten the integrity of our electoral system. It's easy to see that once C-76 is in effect, there's a good chance that voter fraud will in fact take place at a greater prevalence rate than it does currently. Now, the Liberals make it seem like the current requirements for identification are unnecessarily burdensome, but in reality, there is a broad range of already accepted documents that make it possible for every single eligible Canadian to vote. Most people over the age of 18 likely have a driver's license or a provincial or territorial identification card. Most have a passport, an Indian status card, a band card, or a citizenship card. However, let's just say that some people may not have one of these, which is correct, Mr. Speaker, and I will acknowledge that. So Canadians need not worry. There's a second option. Voters are also able to bring in 2 separate pieces of ID as long as one has a voter's current mailing address. These IDs can range from a person's blood donor card, a hydro bill, a rental agreement, a credit card statement, a library card, a public transportation card, and the list goes on and on. However, let's just say once again that there's a chance that voters still cannot produce any single one of these options. There is a third option, and that is this, that voters can bring in 2 pieces of identification, and individuals who know them are able to vouch for them, that they are in fact who they claim to be and live at the address that they claim to live at. Now, with all of these options available to voters, why would the government add the voter identification card, which Elections Canada acknowledges has a high error rate? Canadians need to show a legal identification in order to buy a case of beer or a package of cigarettes or to board a plane. And it should be all that much more important for Canadians to show their proper identification when they go to vote, when they go to participate in Canada's democracy that selects the individuals, the women and men, who stand in this place and represent Canadians. That matters, Mr. Speaker, and an identification card must properly be shown for that. Now, when this is not the case, it actually dilutes the value of the ballots that are cast legitimately. It demeans our democratic system. C-76 is an attack on our parliamentary system as we know it, and it's an attack on our democratic system altogether, therefore a direct attack on Canadians. Now, I'm proud of our previous Conservative government and the work that was done to put in the Fair Elections Act in 2014. Our legislation upheld the democratic right of each and every citizen to vote while also protecting this country against voter fraud. In fact, in 2015, under the new Fair Elections Act, we saw a record turnout of voter participation, one of the highest percentages in Canadian history. With knowledge of increased participation under the current system, then, why would the Liberals rush to pass legislation that enables an increase in voter fraud and risks undermining the integrity of our current democracy? After the 2015 election, the current Prime Minister tried to change Canada's election laws to benefit the Liberal Party. It was the Canadian people who pushed back time and time again over the series of months in this tremendous way in order to stop what the current government was trying to push through. Now again, we see the government trying to push through this legislation, trying to make this change to the system, which ultimately will act in their favour and against the well-being of Canadian citizens. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to creating an opportunity for voter fraud, the second issue that I want to draw attention to today is foreign interference. Now more than ever in recent history, we must be vigilant. We must. We must be vigilant about protecting the authenticity and the independence of our elections. Sadly, under this legislation, the Prime Minister has failed to take the necessary steps to eliminate the possibility of foreign interference. Bill C-76 allows for, and I would even say encourages, by creating loopholes for foreign interference in Canadian elections. This legislation allows unlimited foreign donations outside the pre-writ and post-writ periods, and it doubles the total amount that third-party spending is permitted during the writ period. Now, Bill C-76 will allow foreign money to be funneled into Canada and then disseminated to numerous advocacy groups during a new pre-writ, post-writ period, pre-writ period. Now, this money donated by foreign entities will be used for the purpose of influencing Canada's election outcome. Mr. Speaker, we have to be concerned with that. Now, an example of this practice occurring is actually the Tides Foundation. Now, this is an organization based in San Francisco that is totally opposed to Canada's energy sector. And in 2015, in that election, this organization funneled $1.5 million to Canadian third parties and is now currently under investigation by the CRA. Now, many allegations like this are still circulating out there and yet to be investigated. Meanwhile, our Prime Minister wants to do nothing to prevent these things from happening in the future. Now, a government that puts Canadians first would be doing all that it could to protect the election from being hijacked from foreign investment groups. If the government was really concerned with the integrity of Canada's democratic system, it would be fixing the problem by closing these loopholes rather than creating more of them. Now, the Conservatives tried to put forward a number of amendments during committee, but each and every one of those amendments was shot down, and instead these loopholes were somehow safeguarded. Mr. Speaker, I have to ask a question with regards to that. Why safeguard these loopholes? Why ensure that we are allowing foreign investment into our electoral process here in Canada? Now, with the election less than a year away, the Prime Minister is choosing to turn a blind eye to this. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a government that will protect the integrity of our elections. The Prime Minister is failing to crack down on foreign influence and voter fraud while arguably encouraging these practices within the legislation as it's outlined in C-76. Now, as an elected official, it is my responsibility to hold this government to account and to insist on integrity within the voter system. It is clear that Bill C-76 undermines the very basic principles of democracy, and so I urge this House to vote no to this legislation.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. La députée de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to my honourable colleagues' remarks. Protecting Canadians, integrity in the Elections Act. Mr. Speaker, the previous government made changes with respect to elections maps. Everybody agreed with keeping them the way they were, except the Conservatives. And we bring this back into C-76. We agree with this. So I'd like to hear my honourable colleague. Why are the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, opposed to this bill that puts in the elections map to identify voters?
For Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the honourable member already knows this. At least I hope she does. It's quite common knowledge to the rest of us in this House. And that is this, that after a period of time, about 10 years, it's up to Elections Canada to redistribute our ridings. In other words, as members of Parliament, we are here representing approximately 120 to 125,000 Canadians. That's our responsibility. Now, over time, of course, population grows, which means that we end up representing more than that number, which means that there needs to be a distribution process. So that means that our boundaries within our ridings, they change, they adjust. And of course, they're adjusting so that Canadians are properly represented by their Member of Parliament here within the House of Commons. So yes, under us, when we were in government, under Stephen Harper as the Prime Minister, those electoral boundaries did change in order to make sure that Canadians are accurately represented within the House of Commons. We're not ashamed of that. That's due process. That's protecting democracy.
Exactly.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I could illustrate the difference between Stephen Harper and this government's approach to changing election laws. When it came time to change the election law from the Conservatives, they did not have the support of the Liberals, the Greens, the NDP, and they were very offensive with respect to Elections Canada. Today, the legislation that we're debating is supported by the Green Party, by the NDP, by Liberals. Yes, they would like to see some amendments, but they're going to be voting in favour of it. There's consultation that takes place with this government, and in fact, there is wide support for the changes that are actually being made. And I'm wondering how the member would respond in terms of, could she explain the difference to Canadians, why it is the Conservatives could do it without any consensus at all amongst parties? And she would feel that that was actually fair. Just to reflect on that.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill that is before this House went to committee. It was cut short, arguably, with regards to the number of witnesses that were called forward and given the opportunity to testify. Now, in addition to that, my colleagues put forward 200 amendments, and only 6 of those passed. Now, they were good amendments, Mr. Speaker. They were amendments that would prevent foreign investment in our country. They were amendments that would protect democracy. They were amendments that would be fair to each and every party represented within the House of Commons. Now, Mr. Speaker, those were all shut down with the exception of 6 small amendments that were accepted by the government. Now, in addition to that, I would highlight one more thing, Mr. Speaker, and that is this. Right now, we have the opportunity to call 4 by-elections in this country, and this government has chosen to call only one of those. Now, Mr. Speaker, here's what that means for the Canadian public. It means that there are 3 ridings that could have a Member of Parliament here in this place representing them day in and day out, speaking on their behalf, but this Prime Minister is refusing to give them that democratic right.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, very quickly, the ident cards have being a mistake. I received an ident card in a past election. I went to the polling station it indicated, but it was wrong. The address didn't match. I was sent to another polling station, supposedly where I was to vote, because the ident card identified another one. I wasn't allowed at that one. Due to my recognition as a mayor of the city I was in, I was able to find the elections officer, and they made some changes, so I was allowed. But the ident card was wrong, and that's part of the process by using it as identification. So maybe the member, I think, has referred to the problems with identification card and the zillions of other things that could have been used in that place. But I was being denied the right to vote until I found somebody that allowed me to vote because of a wrong ident card.
Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. This is exactly what I highlighted in the process of my speech, Mr. Speaker, and that is that these information cards are sent to the electorate. Many of them go out, most of them go out accurately, but some of them do not. And we know that in the last election, it was 16% of them that did not, which equals about 1.5 million electoral cards that did not land at the right address or did not go to the right person, which means that those individuals then are put into a situation where potentially under this new legislation, they're able to vote when they actually shouldn't be able to vote. They should have to show proper identification, such as a driver's license or a passport, and they should be able to have to prove that they do in fact live within that area and are able to vote there.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles on a point of order. When I spoke earlier, I talked about identification cards, and I was informed. Now, I didn't talk about boundaries. I talked about identification cards, voter ID cards. So perhaps in the translation, that's not what we heard through translation, but in fact, what I stated and what I was referring to in my question was the identification cards, because I wasn't talking about the boundaries.
Je n'ai pas un rapport concernant l'interprétation.
I do not have a report on the interpretation. It was working. Unless there is another point of order on the issue. In their answers, members can answer as they see fit, but the Speaker doesn't have a view on exchanges on members. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek. C-76. It was a very great pleasure that I had to sit on the House Proceedings Committee to undertake a review of the Elections Act. And I'd like to add my voice to speak in favor of Bill C-76, the Elections Modernization Act. And I will speak more specifically about changes to the rules surrounding spending. The undue influence of money in the democratic process is a question that is of concern to Canadians. Under the rules in force, political parties must, under the Canada Elections Act, disclose the source of funds to make political funding and expenditures fair and transparent. Political parties started to disclose their expenditures in 1974 under the Election Expenses Act. Since 2004, riding associations, nomination contestants, leadership candidates must also indicate the source of money and how it was spent. Since 2007, businesses and unions can no longer make political contributions. In 2014, the contribution limits were increased for parties and candidates. They were reestablished to determine how spending limits should be increased if the election were to last longer than 37 days. It's now time to delve into the issue of elected spending caps for political parties and third parties. These changes are being made because of the impact of fixed election dates on spending. After all, it's now easier for political parties and third parties to plan their expenditures for partisan advertising and advertising linked to a specific issue. Campaign activities can start before the writ is dropped. Canadians want to ensure that elections are fair, and it's in that regard that the Prime Minister entrusted the Minister of Democratic Institutions with a mandate to examining maximum limits on political parties and third parties for election spending. The bill under study would limit the duration of the writ period, eliminate the proportional increase of the spending limit during the election period, and would establish a maximum amount for partisan advertising during the pre-writ period. By limiting the election period to 50 days, this bill would give greater certainty to parties and enable them to better manage their expenditures. You will recall during the election of 2015, it lasted, in fact, 78 days, according to the rules in force at the time. For each day beyond 37 days of campaign, the ceiling was increased by 1/37 of the base amount. In 2015, national parties had a ceiling of approximately $55 million. No party reached that amount, but the last electoral marathon gave rise to significant reimbursements. During the 78-day election period in 2015, reimbursements for all political parties and candidates totaled approximately $102 million. In comparison, over the previous election period in 2011, reimbursements totaled $61 million. So that's a significant difference, Mr. Speaker. Taxpayers have questions. They want to know what the value added for the $41 million paid back to political parties was. They could also be wondering if that high amount could have an undue influence on our elections. Did it, for example, benefit the party in power? A party in power under the current rules can manipulate the length of the writ period based on the size of funds compared to those of other parties. This bill eliminates the prorated increase for all political participants. That may help save taxpayers money, but perhaps even more, it will help to allay concerns about the influence of money on our elections and the perception that the prorated increase benefits the party in power unfairly. Allow me now to take a few moments to talk about the pre-writ period. Under the current rules, outside of election periods, political parties are subject to individual contribution ceilings and not to maximum expenditures. The establishment of fixed elections for dates for general elections enabled political parties and other bodies to plan their expenditures over the course of the pre-writ period to avoid some constraints during the election period. Now, this raises concerns as to the undue influence of money. We want to ensure that the voices of political parties or other political entities which have larger budgets do not silence others when Canadians are turning their attention to elections issues. For the pre-election period, which starts on June 30th in an election year with a fixed date, this bill will establish a spending maximum of $1.5 million for each party. Limits are also being proposed for third parties during the same period. The date of June 30th was selected because it is unlikely that the Parliament will sit at that time. During an election year with a fixed date, the Parliament will likely have been suspended prior to June 30th for an election in mid-October. And as a result, that's when the campaign activities will begin. And that's when the spending limits should apply. Voters can rest assured that the voices of those with the most money in their coffers will not stifle that of others. That would be fair, and it is of the utmost importance in our democracy. Canadians must be proud of the steps taken here in Canada to limit the influence of big money on the elections process. This is a system that continues to evolve as our democracy evolves. The establishment of fixed-date elections has given rise to new challenges in terms of equity and transparency in our election system. Bill C-76 deals with these challenges. I urge all members to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. She talked about the influence of big money in elections, and I think when you're talking about democracy, I think everybody's vote needs to count the same. And one of the real flaws in this bill is that the Prime Minister is not taking the necessary steps to eliminate the possibility of foreign influence. In other words, where does the money come from? And I was wondering if she could comment that perhaps the bill could be strengthened, especially in regards to foreign money in influence in Canadian elections, but also since she'll be on her feet, she knows that there are certain by-elections that are happening in Canada, and the Prime Minister is really stopping 300,000 Canadians from having a representative, a voice in this House. And considering that this bill is about elections, does she not think that there should be something in there to acknowledge the fact that by-elections should be called in a timely manner and equally across the entire country? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked a little bit about people abroad. Now, Bill C-76 will improve the situation for everyone serving Canada in the armed forces abroad, for example. It will give them more of a right to vote. And also Canadians who live abroad. Now, not a lot of people work abroad. There are over 1 million Canadians doing that. And in Quebec, there are also a lot of snowbirds who were often gone in October when there are fixed date elections. So Bill C-76 will allow all of those Canadians who legitimately have the right to vote. And, you know, that will give them the right to vote and to exercise their vote and have the time to vote.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about a part of the bill that was recommended by the Chief Electoral Officer, which was actually in the original bill. The Liberals then stripped it out of the bill, and we tried to put it back in last night in a vote, and the Liberals voted against it. And it's the part that requires political parties to provide receipts for the spending that they do. And as MPs, any candidate that's ever run for office here knows that if you make an election claim expense at your local riding level, I spent $50 on, food or $100 on rent, you have to prove it with a receipt. But political parties don't. The reason the Chief Electoral Officer wanted this is there's new powers for investigation in the bill. But those powers don't mean anything if the Chief Electoral Officer doesn't have the evidence, often with money, to track where the wrongdoing may have happened. So this was something the Liberals agreed with, then stripped it out of the bill. Chief Electoral Officer wanted it in the bill. And so the question begs, what exactly are the Liberals afraid of? And why they say they trust the Chief Electoral Officer. They appreciate the Chief Electoral Officer. They think he's just the greatest guy, except when he makes recommendations like that one, or that there should be privacy laws that parties have to abide under. Then they choose to ignore the Chief Electoral Officer. Then they don't like his advice so much. Now, some would call that hypocrisy or inconsistency, or you choose the term, Speaker. I don't want to imply any, but it's certainly wrong. And so my question to my friend is, why do they deny on these two important pieces? One is on protection of Canadians' privacy and the protection of our elections, and the second, a very basic requirement that the Chief Electoral Officer recommended that would give them the investigative powers and the evidence that they would need to catch people who are cheating in election sponsorship scandal. But I'll allow my friend to respond.
The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, indeed, we sit on the PROC committee together. Now, I had the chance to meet the Chief Electoral Officer. He came to talk to us about what we should be focusing on in the bill. And the Chief Electoral Officer made 100 recommendations in terms of changing the Elections Act. We've managed to implement 80% of his suggestions. Thank you. Before resuming debate, I just want to return to the member for Rivière-des-Mille's point of order concerning interpretation. It seems that there may have been a mistake and that the comments of the member were interpreted differently, particularly when it came to the word carte électorale.
electoral map. Aussi une carte.
Or it could mean a voter ID card. It could mean both. Both use the French word carte. So, I believe that the interpretation in that case wasn't correct given the context, and that is why the Honourable Member for Lethbridge wasn't able to give a very specific answer to the question. So I appreciate the point of order that was raised by the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, and we will continue to ensure that the words and phrases are correctly interpreted every time. Once again, I appreciate the point of order. Resuming debate.
Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to add a few comments on to Bill C-76's discussion and debate. It's been a long time coming, and I think it will be important for us to ensure that we've all had the chance for our comments on it as it moves forward, because it will have a huge impact on democracy and how Canadians function and move forward. So I'm very pleased to talk about C-76, which we, of course, we call the Elections Modernization Act. And I think there are many clauses in here that do just that. The Government of Canada of today is 100% committed to the strengthening of Canada's democratic institutions and restoring Canadians' trust and their participation in our democratic processes. All too frequently, in every one of our elections that we have, we end up with getting less and less people turn out to vote. And I think that's a real disservice when we talk about democracy. We need to be encouraging more people to get out, and I think C-76 will be helpful in that way. We believe the strength of our democracy depends on the participation of as many Canadians as possible, both young and old. And in the recent City of Toronto election that I was, my daughter was a candidate in, so of course I was very involved in that election, especially on election day, in viewing how things were functioning. I can say there were many people that were turned away for a variety of reasons. Seniors had much difficulty in being able to get their vote. They had 3 days to be able to get in touch with someone, and then somebody had to go down to City Hall in order to try to facilitate their getting a chance to vote. I think those are some of the things that C-76, I hope, will be eliminating as far as some of those barriers. By undoing the unfair aspects of the previous government's Fair Elections Act, we are making it easier and more convenient for all Canadians to vote. And I am sure after the next 2019 election, we will come back with some other suggestions as to how, again, we can improve the turnout, make it easier for people, especially those who are disabled and seniors, to be encouraged to participate, but to make it easier for them. Clearly, we are making the electoral process more accessible to Canadians with disabilities, caregivers, and members of the Canadian Armed Forces. And we are restoring voting rights to more than 1 million Canadians that live abroad. Restoration that is truly needed. We are strengthening our laws, closing loopholes, and bringing in more robust enforcement regimes to make it more difficult for the bad actors that we have out there to influence our elections. And I think a day doesn't go by, if you're watching any of the U.S. channels in particular, that they aren't still talking about their last election and the amount of foreign influence that clearly was there. And no doubt we have probably had foreign influence in ours, but not to that extent. And hopefully with C-76 we'll be able to ensure that that is kept to a minimum, if any. So we are requiring greater transparency from third parties and political parties so that Canadians can better understand who also seeks to influence their vote. Mr. Speaker, the importance of exercising your right to vote in today's society has never been so important. There are a large number of youth today that feel as though their voice does not matter. C76, I hope, will show them that we need their participation, we need their vote, and the future is theirs, and it's imperative that they get involved and that they exercise their vote. I was quite surprised last week to see the amount of young people that I said, have you voted today, wherever I happen to be? And their answer was, no, I haven't, and I'm not going to. And I have never been involved in an election that there were so many people saying they simply weren't voting. They didn't know who to vote for. They had no interest. Now, municipal elections are different than federal, but the fact that someone would make a specific comment that they had no interest to vote, were not going to be, I think is a very serious issue. And we need to be doing everything we can to encourage people the other way, for them to realize the value of their vote and not to put democracy in danger. So their voices do count, so it's up to us to convince them of that. So this misconception could not be any farther from the truth, Mr. Speaker. So when I'm meeting with constituents in my riding of Humber River Black Creek, knocking on doors, I always emphasize to the younger voters that this is about their future, not mine. This is about them, and it's imperative that they participate and that their voices be heard through their ballot being cast at the polls. C76 is making it easier for that voice to be heard. It is the youth of today that will be the shape of our future, that will be our country of the future. A future that will be much brighter when we see more and more youth exercising their right to vote. There's still that discussion about obligation to vote. And some people ask, well, shouldn't we put it in the law that they have to vote? Well, Canada isn't at that point, and I would hope we won't get to that point. But making sure that people understand the amount of individuals around the world that die for the right to vote. And here we've got people simply saying, I'm not going to vote. It's not that I don't know who to vote for, I'm just not interested. It's a very sad system that we have right now, at least at the municipal level. Our government has made a commitment to Canadians in the last election, and C76 delivers on that commitment, which is important to the residents of Humber River Black Creek, because when a promise is made, they expect a promise to be kept. Honesty is something that most people think all governments lack, and so I'm pleased to see that we are attempting to meet up with the commitments that we have already made in the last election, but not for that reason other than it is the right thing to do, to make sure that our democracy is playing out properly, and that's what I hope it is going to do with C76. I strive to ensure that I combat that misconception, as I said earlier, with my own hard work every day and the hard work of all of my colleagues here in the House of Commons that come here every day to make a difference in the lives of all Canadians, no matter whether you're 15 years old or 10 years old or 90 years old. Our work that we do, all of us, is to make a difference in the lives of those Canadians. Mr. Speaker, C76 delivers on our government's commitment to protect, strengthen, and improve our democratic institution. It delivers on an important election commitment made again by our government. But it also goes further and provides Elections Canada and the Commissioner of Canada Elections with new powers and tools to help enforce our rules, something that was very much lacking in the previous legislation that we were dealing with. It's important for us to give the Commissioner of Elections the powers they need to enact whatever rules are there to be enacted and to move forward. Modernizing our elections should be a priority for all members in this chamber, and I believe it is. And it may be after the next election again that we bring forward amendments that will continue to strengthen democracy in Canada. Currently, one of the issues that the staff of Elections Canada are ineligible for consideration for appointment as a commissioner. So Elections Canada offers an obvious recruiting ground for personnel who are very familiar with the issues that arise in our democracy. Bill C-76 restores Elections Canada's status as a source of candidate recruitment. Let me tell you that certainly in Humber River Black Creek, and I don't think it's only that my riding, getting people to work on elections is difficult. And then getting people, of course, to work in the leadership as returning officers and so on has become more and more difficult. People's lives are busy, and they don't all have the kind of commitment to understand how important the role is. And it takes a lot of time from someone who be a returning officer. They are underpaid for the amount of work that's required to do that, and it comes out of pure dedication. So there's a variety of things that are in C-76 that I think are very positive as we move forward to the future, and I'm happy to have had a few minutes to comment on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague and friend for her speech. I've known her some years. We've been in this place a bit. We've seen a couple of ups and downs, and one of the concerns that she raised, I too share, and that was particularly with the participation of young people, the growing sense of cynicism. And I would offer her party and her leader this compliment in the last election. I think they tapped into that sense of desperation and fear about our elections, and that a great number of young people came out and supported her and her party with the sense that this government would be different. That was the promise, clearly, that this leader, when he was a candidate, made some significant promises around our democracy that were quite captivating, particularly to younger folks and particularly to progressive folks. One of them, of course, is the now infamous promise that 2015 would be the last election under first past the post. A number of my colleagues on her side got to share the experience of what that betrayal was like once the government said no. But it was very specifically on this, because a lot of young folks get a lot of people in general now get much of their news from social media. That is a leading way of distributing information. And one of the risks to our politics is the spreading of what's called misinformation and disinformation. When you combine that new power with the power of large and significant complex databases, that's information that the parties all gather on individual voters, not groups of voters. As she well knows from the 90s and early 2000s, the information we now have on individual voters, voting preference, voting history, age, telephone number, religious affiliation, sexual orientation, all sorts of incredibly personal information is gathered by political parties about voters, yet there's no rules right now in place that say the parties have to keep any standards as to protecting that privacy or what they do with that data. So combine the great power of social media and being able to target individual voters. Bill C-76 was recommended by the Chief Electoral Officer to strengthen privacy rules. We made amendments to do that. The government rejected all of them. My question is simple: why?
Honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you. And I just want to take a second to acknowledge the great work of my colleague. Yes, sometimes I think maybe we've all been here a little bit too long, but he's done some great work, and it's been terrific being able to work with him. And I look forward to maybe another 4 or 5 years here in the House of Commons together, working on issues that matter to Canadians. But yes, it is a concern. I think C-76 attempts to strengthen as much as it's possible as we move forward. But the challenge of social media, how are we going to protect the individual rights and people's privacy rights? I note in C-76 they stipulate that you have to keep a list of all of the individuals that are phoned and their phone numbers. So I think there are a variety of things in C-76 that are attempting to strengthen it. There will always be areas we can improve on, and I would expect that there will come back with some other changes after the next election on ways, again, that we continue to try to meet the current challenges that face us all.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for her intervention this afternoon. I've risen in the House a few times talking about the election that we had in 2011, where Guelph was targeted as a center for robocalls, and what that did to the people working on behalf of Elections Canada, and whether they would volunteer again, knowing that the ground was shifting under their feet. Looking at the strengthening of the position of the Chief Electoral Officer for Canada and the ability to prosecute crimes when they occur during elections. I think we've really come a long way in terms of C-76 in undoing the Unfair Elections Act. Could the honourable member maybe comment on how important it is for us to have a strong regime in terms of Elections Canada Act and the implementation of our elections?
Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much. Certainly that 2011 election, I think, was very discouraging to people who were working on the elections as well as candidates who got very discouraged as a result of finding out that a lot of irregularities were happening, but there was not a whole lot done. So strengthening the services for our Commissioner of Elections is important so that they have the ability to be able to take serious penalties against people who violate and interfere with our democracy. It's too important a treasure for us, and anybody who interferes in it needs to get a very stiff penalty so that that doesn't happen again.
Avant la reprise de débat, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire connaître à la Chambre les questions qui élaboreront à l'heure de l'ajournement ce soir. Alors, la députée de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
On employment insurance. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge on natural resources. And the Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni on Veterans Affairs.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I wish to inform you that I will be splitting my time with my great friend and colleague, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. So, Mr. Speaker, I am looking at the clock right now, and I see that we have little more than half an hour left in this debate. It's a sad state of affairs for a bill that really covers such an important law in which Canadians, every single Canadian, has so much vested in, not the least of which are the members of this House, that we are having to debate this very important bill under the yoke of time allocation. You know, and it's really, the rush is all of the Liberals making. I mean, we have heard in this House repeatedly about the fact that Bill C-33, the Liberals' first attempt at amending our election law, you know, that was introduced November 24th of 2016. And that's about as far as it got. It stayed at first reading. I think the member for Perth Wellington called it a very unloved bill because it just seemed to have been forgotten by the Liberal government. And so C-33 languished there for many, many months. And then finally, on April 30th of this year, we had C-76 brought in, which swallowed up C-33 but added a whole bunch more. And then the sense of urgency came because here we are, April of 2018, and the Liberals are suddenly aware of the timelines they have to deal with. This is a Liberal government with a clear majority. They have command and control over the agenda of the House. They came to power with an ambitious election agenda, and they're making us pay for their laggardness. The time allocation motion was, you know, when the bill came back to the House for report stage last week, it was on Thursday, October the 25th, that the government moved time allocation. So we really only had Wednesday afternoon. Thursday, we had the Dutch Prime Minister here, so it was not a full day. We had Friday afternoon. Monday, the government decided to debate C-84 and C-85. We had the votes at report stage last night, and here we have Tuesday, the final day to debate this bill at third reading. I mean, it makes a mockery of this Prime Minister's promise to treat this institution with respect when he's ramming this bill through, especially when the amendments that were looked at committee and at report stage were backed up by such solid evidence. But, you know, the Liberals have demonstrated time and time again that it's their way or the highway. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to place all of this within the context of the biggest promise that the Liberals made with respect to electoral reform, and that is that 2015 would be the last held under first past the post. Why does that matter? Well, Mr. Speaker, when the honourable clerks at the table read out the tally of the votes, you do not approve a motion with 39% support. And yet, that's precisely what happens in this place, because we have a government, yes, it has a majority, but it was elected by 39% of the people. And so if we truly believe that every vote should count equally, that the regions of Canada should, the place here the House of Commons should actually reflect how people voted. Well, I certainly wish that the Liberals had followed through in that promise, had listened to the evidence that was gathered by the Special Committee on Electoral Reform, and at least had progressed. If the Liberals want to see how it's really done, they need to look no further than the province of British Columbia, where a BC NDP government by my friend, the Premier John Horgan, who's also a constituent, is actually following through with a promise. And right now, we're having a referendum on electoral reform. I was happy to cast my ballot last weekend in support of proportional representation. This is a great opportunity for the province of BC to actually lead the way on electoral reform, and it's a great way to show Canadians that on this particular issue, if you want progress, if you want a government that keeps its promise, you vote NDP, because John Horgan and the NDP are showing that. So that's what I think this has to be held in the context of. I want to move on because I don't want to be entirely negative. There are some important things in this bill that we do support. We know that many of the changes in C-76 are actually just simple reversals of the Conservatives' bill from 2014. So, for example, it reinstates vouching for identity, it restores the voter ID card, it removes restrictions on how the Chief Electoral Officer and Elections Canada can communicate with voting. So these are all good things that we support. I also will, on a personal note, note that the government has incorporated the idea behind my bill, C-279, which I introduced in 2016. That bill sought to limit the length of elections, and I think all members, and indeed Canadians, will be very happy that we won't have to go through a 78-day marathon campaign anymore. But seriously, I mean, when you don't have a limit on the length of elections, especially with the changes that the Conservatives brought in under their previous government, it greatly expanded how much political parties could spend every day you went past 36 days. And I don't think anyone can argue in favor of Canadians needing 78 days to make their decision. So I'm glad to see that there's a hard limit of 50 days on the length of elections. I'm also happy to see that Elections Canada can now access information from immigration, refugees, and citizenship. So, you know, one of the great things I do as a member of Parliament pretty much every month is I get a list of new citizens who recently acquired their citizenship, and I get to write them certificates congratulating them on acquiring their citizenship and welcoming them to, you know, now being future electors of Canada. And I think if Elections Canada is able to update its registry in cooperation with another government department, all the more better. I think every party in this place wants to see more people participate. I also think the early registration of teenagers aged 14 to 17 is a great step forward. You know, one of the other things I really enjoy doing as a member of Parliament is I take time to visit all of the high schools in my riding, and I find that especially grade 11 and 12 students, when you actually make the effort to come out and speak to them, they are actually a very thoughtful and engaged group. They care very much about their future. They care about climate change, about very progressive ideals, and I've really valued my exchanges with them. So by early registration as voters, you know, that gives them another impetus to get the buy-in to the system so that when they turn 18, they can actually go cast their ballot. I can remember, you know, I was fortunate enough to turn 18 in 1997, an election year, and I got to cast my ballot, and I can remember doing that with a lot of pride. I also think that removing the ban on public education by the Chief Electoral Officer is a great thing, and also extending the hours of advanced polls. These are all positive measures in my view. But Mr. Speaker, that's not to say that there aren't problems. One of the biggest gaps, and I think it's been clearly identified by the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who's just been doing yeoman's work on this bill on behalf of the NDP, you know, he has clearly identified that there's a major gap with respect to the privacy rules covering political parties. You know, every single political party in this place gathers a lot of information on Canadians. We know generally how many people live in a household, what their ages are, their genders, in some cases what their professions are. And, you know, we live in a time now where information warfare is a fact. Hacking is a fact. We need look no further than the examples of the Brexit vote and the recent election in the United States. This is something we as a country, it would be absolutely foolish of us to pretend it's not going to affect Canada. Unfortunately, despite all of the evidence that was heard at Procedure and House Affairs, not only from the Privacy Commissioner, but a whole host of experts, the Liberals cynically ignored this important provisions. They decided not to strengthen privacy laws covering political parties. Also, nothing was really done with respect to election ads on social media and the internet. Now, one of the big things, I remember the Liberals amended their own bill at committee to remove the requirement of political parties to keep receipts for their spending. So this is the Liberals at committee amending their own bill to take that out. We, last night, through report stage amendments, tried to insert that back in through vote number 12. It was voted against. This is something that the Chief Electoral Officer has been calling for since the 38th Parliament. So for a party that likes to sing praises of the Chief Electoral Officer to repeatedly ignore his recommendations and his calls to action on so many occasions, it just makes a mockery of the Liberals' statements in this place. So we also tried to move a voting day to Sunday, which I think, would have encouraged more participation. On a Monday, I know everyone's entitled to get those hours off, but it sometimes doesn't always work out. Anyways, we tried to be constructive with this bill. Despite the many flaws that exist, we are going to vote to send it to the other place. But I will be reminding Canadians of the opportunities that were lost, the opportunities that we tried to attempt, and the Liberals' flagrant attempts to ignore all of those constructive proposals. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the very start, we recognize that the NDP have, in fact, a series of amendments that they were proposing at the committee stage, and they weren't alone. There was also many more amendments from the Conservative Party. There were many suggestions and recommendations from the presenters, including Elections Canada. And what's really encouraging that I believe that came out of that committee stage is that we had many amendments that were accepted from different parties, all parties in fact. Even the Green Party had direct input in making sure that there were some amendments brought forward. Today, the legislation is healthier as a direct result, Mr. Speaker, and realize that maybe not everything was accepted that they would have liked accepted. Some of it, no doubt, could be very easily justified. And I just wanted to more so provide the comment as opposed to a question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I very much accept what the honourable member said. There were many amendments moved. Some were accepted, some weren't. The problem is that we are not having enough time to debate. I mean, report stage is already over. We're now at third reading. The Liberal government has not given this House enough time to deliberate what happened at committee. And it goes right against what they themselves proposed on April 10th of 2014. We have the member for Costa Bay Central Notre Dame, the member for Malpeque, even the member for Winnipeg North. They stood in this place repeatedly to argue that time allocation measures should not be used any time this House is deliberating on our elections law. So that's the big issue I have, not so much with the amendments, but this House's ability to democratically deliberate on those measures.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Cowichan. He always has a very thoughtful, well-thought-out speech. I was just wondering if you could comment on two things for us. He did highlight some of the hypocrisy of the current government, and it's always good to criticize there, but how can we make it better? And his party is going to vote to send it to the other place. I was wondering if he would be supportive of strengthening things in this bill to keep foreign entities from undermining our democratic institutions. One of the things we're worried about, and it's reality today, there are other governments that want to influence the Canadian process. Big money being brought in here, and there's not enough for that. But also by-elections. It seems the government's cherry-picking when these by-elections should be taking place, and they're really stalling three really important ones so Canadians can have a voice. I was wondering if you could comment on those two issues.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. I once substituted on the Ethics Committee when they were looking to Facebook and Cambridge Analytica. There are some great concerns about data harvesting, the foreign influence that goes through that, and I know the Ethics Committee is doing some great work peeling back the layers of the onion to discover how deep the rot goes. It's something that we absolutely have to be on guard for in this time and age. And I would agree with the member with respect to by-elections. The Liberals, let's face it, they do not have a good excuse for delaying the calling of these by-elections. It's no secret that 300,000 Canadians within those remaining by-elections are without representation in this place. Our leader, Jagmeet Singh, he announced that he was going to run on August 8th. It's been very clear. We look forward to the Liberals actually living up to their promises to calling those elections and making sure that those unrepresented Canadians get members of Parliament in this place. That's the right thing to do.
Time for a very short question and response. The honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, and I appreciate the thoughtful remarks of my friend from Cowichan, Malahat Langford. I just, through you, Mr. Speaker, like to ask him why he thinks it is that the Liberals chose to not go ahead with getting receipts to prove that there's been no fraud in an election and taking that out of the bill at the 11th hour. Why?
Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
That is a fantastic question by the member for Victoria, and I'm not sure I can accurately answer it. I think that's a question I'll be posing to my constituents during the next election, and maybe posing to the Liberal candidate of Cowichan, Malahat Langford. What was his party so afraid of that they won't produce receipts that their political party spends on advertising? I mean, if the chief electoral officer is going to have these investigative powers, it makes sense that the political party should be compelled to not only store the receipts, but hand them out to the chief electoral officer. If we're really talking about transparency and openness and making sure that political parties play by the rules, that seems to me to be an easy fix. So I'll let the Liberal candidate explain that in my riding in 2019.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to stand in this place and speak to the Liberals' attempt to fix the Harper Conservatives Unfair Elections Act. The bill we're debating today is C-76. So how did we get here? The 2015 election campaign and the lead up to it was certainly full of people's very legitimate and impassioned opposition and protests against the ransacking of the Elections Act. Dismantling of a lot of our electoral and democratic process was certainly well documented. And so this was a clear mandate, whether it was the New Democrats or Liberals that were elected to take the government. One of the first pieces that we had a strong mandate from the electorate was to repair the Elections Act, to roll back the Unfair Elections Act that the Harper Conservatives brought in. So how then what happened next? A year into the mandate? Well, first of all, the Liberals ragged the puck, there's no other way to say it, about their commitment to fulfill their election promise to make every vote count. Moving to a proportional representation system would have brought Canada in line with 90% of the democracies around the world that do not use first past the post as a way to choose their members, but instead if you get 39% of the vote, then you get 39% of the seats in this place. It was an election promise made by the Prime Minister, I believe, 1,500 times. He was slow to establish the committee. Very glad that he took the advice of my New Democrat colleague, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who proposed doing a proportional parliamentary committee so that we had the Liberal government, because it didn't get the majority of the votes, neither did it have the majority of the seats on that committee, and it included representation for the first time ever from members from the Bloc and the Green Party. Nevertheless, 33,000 submissions from around the country, including some very innovative online, using Twitter and other social media for people to get their comments and questions to the committee. Hundreds of experts. The broad consensus was not to use the Prime Minister's preferred alternative, which was ranked ballot, but instead to move to a proportional form of voting. Rudely and I would say abruptly pulled by the new Democratic Reform Minister and cancelled entirely by the Prime Minister bailing on a serious election promise. So that was one chapter on our attempt to fulfill the government's mandate. We tried to help. It didn't. They didn't take it up. And as my colleague, the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford, has just pointed out, British Columbia right now is voting in a referendum on whether to make every vote count. That's a mail-in ballot, and hope that everybody will research through Fair Vote and the other organizations that are providing information to help people make the right choice. I'm certainly going to be voting yes in the mail-in referendum, and hope that others do too. So far as amending the Elections Act, took a year to do anything about it, introduced a bill, sat on the bill for 2 full years, then brought in this most recent version of the bill, which again, again, now we've had zero debate on this at this point, brought in a new version of the bill, which got stalled over the summer. Then finally is up for debate in the House, and the government has promptly invoked closure and stifled debate on the bill at every stage. And so here we are in the final moments of the debate. Deadlines have been missed. The Chief Electoral Officer said it has to be that there is a complete, fully adopted bill in his hands by April 30th of this year, 2018, so that's sort of 6 months ago. Instead, the day after the deadline, the Liberals tabled this new bill. Not enough time to get the job done. And so here we are. Vitally important work. We have an election less than a year away, and yet we still do not have an adopted bill. And the New Democrats have proposed one amendment after the next. We've tried to be constructive in this process. Very discouraged that the government has failed to take our advice and the advice of the Chief Electoral Officer in a number of serious areas. So here's one. To be able to investigate spending, the Chief Electoral Officer needs to be able to see receipts provided by political parties when they spend in elections. As candidates, we're required to do that. I buy a box of Timbits. I have to show that receipt and have that be available for public view. Not so for political parties. So how can that evidence be compelled in the case of needing an investigation? The Liberals originally had that in this bill, C-76. They then removed it from their bill. The New Democrats brought a motion forward to bring it back in, and the Liberals voted it down. The Chief Electoral Officer says he wants this amendment. It is still not in this bill. Lost opportunity to strengthen our democracy and transparency, things that this government says that they are all about. Another failure of this bill, it does not do enough to regulate advertising on digital platforms. Between Russia, Trump, Brexit, there have been ample examples of the ability for digital platforms to interfere with election results. There was a missed generational opportunity by this government to bring in legislation that would deal with that adequately. And so a year from now, arguably, our election will be vulnerable to deceitful messaging and disinformation at the election time. Another failure, that, as in the words of the Privacy Commissioner himself, this bill provides nothing of substance in regards to privacy and data protection. Right now, there is no oversight for political parties and how they store and manage data. There are no privacy rules applying to political parties right now. The Privacy Commissioner, the Chief Electoral Officer, the BC Civil Liberties Association, witnesses testifying from Europe, our counterparts in Europe, they all said that our election process needs data protection. The minister herself asked the spy agency, Canada's spy agency, for advice. They said this bill is not strong enough, and yet the Liberals rejected every amendment that the New Democrats brought forward. There's only an unenforceable statement that political parties are meant to put on their website, but that's certainly not enough. And every witness at committee said that the status quo is not acceptable, and that this bill failed to provide the strength that we really needed in this reform. Another disappointment, a piece that I'm personally very invested in, given that it's 2018, but this House only has 25% women elected. I'm proud of my own party, the NDP, because we have extra measures built into our nomination process. 43% of the candidates offered for election in 2015, New Democrat candidates were women or members of equity-seeking groups. As a result, our caucus is 40% women. Not so the Liberals, not so the Conservatives. They each have, well, then they don't have the same measures. My colleague, former Member of Parliament and now Mayor of Vancouver, Kennedy Stewart, brought forward a bill proposing incentives to parties that offered the public more gender-balanced candidate slates, and the government voted it down. Then just in this past few months, when the NDP at committee tried to insert the same measures into the bill, again, they were voted down. This is taxpayer money that right now, for example, that taxpayers paid back the Conservatives $21 million in election spending rebates for 2015. Less of that would have gone to the Conservatives, given that they only elected 17% of their caucus women. It's an incentive using taxpayers' dollars. A great disappointment that that did not come forward. There were a few pieces that did work. I'm very glad that my colleague, the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford, that his private member's legislation proposing a shortening of the election period so that we don't have to go through the same suffering we did in 2015, that was bundled into the bill. We're glad that the government did that. We are glad that this act reinstates vouching for identity. We're glad that it restores the voter ID card. But back to vouching, actually, we still have a big hole. I could be in a gym and my neighbor who lives across the street but is not actually in my same poll on election night, if I still ask him, can you vouch for me so that I'm able to vote because I don't seem to be on the voters list, that wouldn't be possible, even though we're in the same gymnasium and there with the same volunteers. So another failure in C-76 for the government not to go all the way, take all the advice that it received and to make this bill as strong as it could have been. It's a disappointment and, again, a generational opportunity lost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Consent commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe the legislation provides a wonderful opportunity for the modernization of Canada's Elections Act. And we have seen significant amendments. You know, with Elections Canada had well over 100 recommendations. 80% plus of them have been incorporated within the legislation. We've made many changes which were reversed from when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, that took away things such as the voter information card, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of good news from within this legislation. We appreciate and recognize that both the New Democrats and the Green Party are in fact going to be voting in favor of the legislation, and no doubt there will be ongoing discussions and debates into the future in terms of other things that we might be able to do. But at the end of the day, I do believe we got good, sound legislation that was first introduced by the department, Mr. Speaker, which went through the committee process, and ultimately it will pass. And I think that's important that we recognize, and I would ask my colleague across the way the specific question. I would recognize that most parties, with the exception of the Conservatives, would like to see this legislation enacted before the next election. And does she not see that as a positive thing?
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I find it another area where the Liberal government entirely failed to use the power of its majority and the good mandate given to it by the people of Canada to go all the way and repair the damage done. And I'm in good company here. Mark Maynard, the former Chief Electoral Officer, says, quote, how can they pretend to impose all sorts of rules on Facebook and Google and other social media when they're declining to have that apply to themselves, end quote. Or Teresa Scassa, the Canada Research Chair in Information Law at the University of Ottawa, says, quote, an almost contemptuous and entirely cosmetic quick fix designed to deflect attention from the very serious privacy issues raised by the use of personal information by political parties, end quote. And then the member himself, in the all-day debate that the Liberals chose to bring to this place, October 10th, 2014, the member for Winnipeg North himself said, the legislation should be designated such that time allocation can never be applied to it, end quote. This is in relation to the Elections Act. His government, under his leadership, has brought in time allocation again and again. He should be ashamed.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech and wish her well with the planned transition to provincial politics. She's a formidable debater in this place. I know she'll be a formidable opponent for the provincial Liberals and for the Alberta NDP. Now, I wanted to briefly comment on my colleague from Guelph. He's talked many times about the problems of robocalls in Guelph, and I'm sure he's discussed this with former MP Frank Valeriot, because I just found the CBC story from 2012. MP Frank Valeriot's team sent automated phone calls to voters without identifying the source. Liberal campaign in Guelph fined for robocall violations. So I want to join my friend from Guelph in deploring the conduct of Frank Valeriot's campaign in that respect. And we really need to see finally some integrity from Liberal campaigns. And if members are skeptical about this is a CBC story. I want to ask my colleague for her perspective on the debate commissioner announcement today. No consultation from the government, and yet the Liberals appointed someone, an eminent person, a former Governor General, but the point remains that there had been an expectation created, I think a legitimate expectation around consultation, and no consultation on that.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thanks for the question. So this is, quite a serious development that happened just yesterday. It is expected and understood that if whoever is going to be adjudicating the election process, or in this case the debate process, is not put in place with the support and consensus view of all political parties, that the party in power who appointed that person may well be seen, whether rightly or wrongly, to be a partisan appointment. Now, of course, all, hands raised to David Johnston, good man, but the commitment that had been made by the Minister of Democratic Reform repeatedly to the House committee that was overseeing the reviewing the issue of a process for the leaders' debate, said repeatedly, I will take this committee's advice, and the committee's advice was that tradition of a consensus view. And so that the government taxed people $750,000 for a process to establish the new oversight person for the leaders' debate, failed to talk with the parties, failed to present actually do the process and present a consensus view, and then to announce it out in the front hall here with, to the great surprise of everybody, is a disappointment.
There are only 2.5 minutes left remaining in government orders for this afternoon, so we're going to go to our last speaker, and that will be the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to have the chance to speak last on this bill, C-76, an act to amend the Canadian Elections Act. I remember meeting time and time again citizens from my riding, people from my city and the province of Manitoba. People in 2015 were absolutely sick of the Harper Conservatives, and they were sick of a government that was trying to take away their democratic right to vote and putting in place an ideology which is a winner take all. The Harper Conservatives had done everything in their power to bend the electoral laws to their ideology and ignoring the concerns of others. They used voter suppression, but people stood up. They stood up in true Canadian fashion to fight for their rights. I met young people in my riding from the University of Winnipeg who went out on the day of the election to vote in mass. Even though sometimes they didn't have the identification, they went out of their way to get the identification to ensure they could vote. I met homeless people who raised enough money by begging on the streets in order to get enough money, the $20, to get voter ID or identification from the province to be able to go vote on that day. I met Indigenous people who lined up around the street. But I also still met people who weren't able to vote, who were turned away from the polls because they weren't allowed to exercise their democratic right. Other young people, other Indigenous people, people from the inner city of Winnipeg who were told, unfortunately, you don't have the proper ID, you can't vote. So while some were able to, others were turned away. And this was voter suppression because the Harper Conservatives were afraid of the public. They were afraid of others actually coming out to exercise their democratic right to vote. The Harper Conservatives spent a lot of time attacking the Chief Electoral Officer and his position and his ability to do a non-ideological, non-partisan, non-political role of defending Canadians' rights to a proper democracy. And, Mr. Speaker, in my last minute that remains, I would just like to say, when election time comes, it's up to Canadians to stand up for their rights and use every chance to exercise their democratic right to vote. We all benefit from voting in our elections, and never again will a government take away our right to vote and exercise our inalienable rights to our democratic and human rights. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Bravo. It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to an order made on Thursday, October 25, 2018, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Madame Gould, appuyée par...
Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moved to that Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, be now read a third time and do pass.
Mrs. Kuzi, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make certain consequential amendments, be not now read the third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 378 with a view to amending it so as to prevent a government from cherry-picking which by-elections to call when there are multiple pending vacancies in the House of Commons. The question is on the amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favour of the amendment will please say yea. All those opposed to the amendment will please say nay. In my view, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Okay. The
question is the following one. Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moved that Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make certain consequential amendments, be now read a third time and do pass.
Move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make certain consequential amendments, be not now read the third time but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 378 with a view to amending it as to prevent a government from cherry-picking which by-elections to call when there are multiple pending vacancies in the House of Commons. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Colkins.
Mr. Colkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozan Storman Dundas South-Glengarry.
Mr. Lozan Storman Dundas South-Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulderis.
Monsieur Boulderis.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Nautel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Ms. May Saint Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saint Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Vignon Métis Matan Matapedia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matan Matapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Porcoquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Concordant
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Yeas pour 130, 130. Nays contre 161, 161.
I declare the amendment defeated. La prochaine mise au vote.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moved that Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make consequential amendments, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petty Taylor.
Petty Taylor.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mrs. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoura.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Cara.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Métis, Motan, Metapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matin, Metapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McLean, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Street.
Blaney North Allen Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Allen Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Malcolmson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms.
Senator Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion voient bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Camels, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Cameron, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney, Belchas, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Mr. Mr. Blaney-Berchesse et Etienne Lévy.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthod.
Mr. Berthod.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abouteff.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier. Yeas pour 196, 196. Nays contre 95, 95.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M161 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Long. The question is as follows. Mr. Long, seconded by Ms. DeBruson, moved that the standing... Shall I dispense? All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Long.
At my right.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon Lamitis Matan Metapedia.
Mr. Massé-Avignon Lamitis Matan Metapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Porco Quitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Porco Quitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Fourth row at my right.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascaros.
Mr. Fragascaros.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky
Second
Salido.
row at my right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lausanne Chantal La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne Argentin La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
My right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Sajjan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lawson Stroman Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinski.
Mr. Glinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Ms. May Saint-Scalfalens.
Ms. May Saint-Scalfalens.
Fourth row at my left.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gay, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nautel.
Mr. Nautel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwong.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Blaney, Northumberland Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, Northumberland Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 291, 291. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M155 under private members' business In the name of Mrs. Zaid.
La question est la suite.
The question is as follows.
Madame Zahid, appuyée par Monsieur.
Mrs. Zaid, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved to that in the opinion of the House. Shall I dispense? Dispense.
Que tous à ma gauche qui appuient le...
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
À ma gauche.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozenstrom and Dundas South-Glengarry.
Mr. Lozonstrom and Dundas South-Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benzin.
Benzin.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Saint-Scoff-Island.
Ms. May Saint-Scoff. À ma gauche.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Rangé à ma gauche.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey and Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gale and Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Soroya.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Chaquette.
Mr. Chaquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Troisième rangée à ma
No, sorry, my fault.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Barra.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bertad.
Mr. Bertad.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Explaining North Island Powell River.
Explaining North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Premier rangé à ma gauche.
Mr.
First row at my left.
Ms. Finley.
Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Camus Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Cameron Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney Bechas Les Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bachas, Les Chemin Lévis.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey Avignon La Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. Massey Avignon, Le Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. McCambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Quatrième Ranger à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubois. Mr. Aldig. Mr. Amos. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Baylis. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Cesar Chavins. Mr. Biddle. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Moff. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Kuri. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fregascados. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Graham.
Deuxième rangée.
Third row at my
Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Hernandez Sangre. Mr. Fillmore. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lemuter. Mr. Beach. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. O'Connell. Mr. Varani. Mr. Poisson. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Vandal. Ms. Cara. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Ranger ma droite.
Mr. Nault. Ms. Scroll. Monsieur Lausanne-Argenté de la Petite Nation. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Ms. Gould. Monsieur Champagne. Mr. Holland. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Duclos. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cusner. Ms. Murray. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Schiffke. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Hébert.
Ranger ma droite.
Mr. Hare. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sajan. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpot-Taylor. Mr. Leblanc. Ms. Chager. Mr. Trudeau. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Ing. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Mr. McKay.
All those at my left. Opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row, fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Yeas pour 290, 290. Nays contre 0, aucun. Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order. Order.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, just to make a minor change from earlier today on a point of order. It's just a minor. I can wait till it comes.
We'll wait a moment or two then. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leaders, rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, earlier today I actually tabled the certificate of nomination for the right of Honourable David Johnston to the position of Debates Commissioner. At the moment, I misspoke and presented it pursuant to Standing Order 111.1, and it should have been pursuant to Standing Order 110(2). As much, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the record be corrected to reflect the correct standing order.
I think members are all quite shocked at that, really. But one is even suggesting the Parliamentary Secretary should apologize and resign. Seems a bit strong, but, you know, it being 6:23, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business.
C-376, Sikh Heritage Month Act, standing in the name of Mr. Dhaliwal.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Well, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C-376, an act to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Dhaliwal, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C-376, an act to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Speaker, it is an honour to rise once again in this House to debate this bill. The speed at which this is being supported and moving through the stages is a sign of how much support this bill has on all sides of the House. We have heard throughout this process from members sharing their views on why this bill must pass, the history and contribution of Sikh Canadians, and the journey it has been from the days when those early Sikh pioneers arrived in Canada to present a day where this nation stands tall as a leader for equality, diversity, and compassion. This is the very purpose of this bill, for all Canadians to fully understand our history, the significant role the Sikh community has played in it, and for us to become an even more of a proud multicultural country. By passing this bill to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, we are making sure we bring attention to the lesser-known movements and key individuals that played a role in shaping this country. That is what I want to do today. Mr. Speaker, I want to share with members some of the important movements and individuals that have been part of Sikh Canadian journey to what it is today. The arrival of Sikhs in Canada began in 1897 as members of the Hong Kong military made their way through Canada to Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. These soldiers were celebrated with local papers printing headlines, "Turbaned men excite interest." They appreciated this welcome and liked the similarity between British Columbia's climate and the land to that of Punjab, and made plans to immigrate here. In 1904, Sikhs began to migrate, and by 1908, almost 5,000 Sikhs moved to Canada. By 1911, Sikhs began heading east from BC to Ontario. One of them was Bakam Singh, who came to Canada in 1907 at the age of 14, and in 1915 joined the Canadian Forces to become one of the 9 Sikhs to serve in World War I. He fought in battlefields of Flanders Field, where he was wounded twice and treated at the hospital run by one of Canada's most famous poets, Dr. Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, who wrote in Flanders Fields. Mr. Speaker, this shows you the parallel between well-known Canadian history and the Sikh Canadian history. The bravery and sacrifice of soldiers like Buckham Singh is a part of the legendary contributions Canadians made in Flanders Fields that is part of our identity today. Unfortunately, while there was initial excitement and the acceptance in the early arrival of Sikhs and desire on part of the Sikhs to become an equal part of Canadian society and serve with their brothers, sentiments changed and laws began to be passed that would restrict Indian immigration. In 1908, an order in council declared there must be a continuous journey to come to Canada, and it was this law that would stop the Kamagata Maru in 1914. This is the incident we all know. It has shown Canada transform from its darkest moments to one of our greatest moments when the current Prime Minister and the member from Papineau offered an apology in this very House where those prejudiced laws were passed. But this incident also showed the determination of Sikhs who made their mission to become equal citizens of Canada. Many early pioneers peacefully protested and worked to stop the discrimination that was taking place. As these issues progressed, Gurdwaras began to open and play an important role within our community. They were a place the community could gather, find support, and discuss the issues they were facing. They were also key to Sikhs retaining their identity and religion as they provided a safe place for them to worship, which included reciting prayer, reading the scripture, and singing hymns. At the center of any Gurdwara is the Sri Guru Granth Sahib, which is the holy eternal Guru for Sikhs. Bhai Arjan Singh brought the first Guru Granth Sahib to Canada in 1906 to a house in Port Moody. From there, the Khalsa Diwan Society opened the first Gurdwara in North America, which was in Vancouver in 1908, as well as organizing the first Nagar Kirtan. There was a small gathering that marked this occasion, and today the Nagar Kirtan that is held in my riding of Surrey Newton is the biggest in the world outside of India, with over 500,000 people attending each and every year. As the community grew, more Gurdwaras opened in Victoria, Fraser Mills, and Abbotsford in 1912, which were followed by the Akali Sikh Gurdwara in 1952 and the first Gurdwara in Ontario in 1965. The growth of the community and the close-knit nature of Sikh Canadians resulted in the formation of Paldi, British Columbia, which was formed by Mayo Singh, named after his birthplace in the village of Paldi in India. This became one of the earliest towns for Punjabi settlers. This was a complete town with its own lumber mill, school, and postal office. And the center of this town was the Gurdwara, which was built in 1919. Today, there are over 100 Gurdwaras across Canada, which offers not only a place of worship, but food and shelter for public as well as place for the community to gather. These early Gurdwaras have become home to the history and struggles of the community and continue to stand as a reminder on how far the community has come. As a historic movement for Sikh Canadian community came when Right Honourable Prime Minister Jean Chrétien declared the Gursikh Temple in Abbotsford a National Historic Site in 2002. It is the oldest existing Sikh Gurdwara in North America, and it is now the only temple Gurdwara outside of India and Pakistan that is designated as National Historic Site. Through all of these early struggles, the determination of pioneers, Sikh Canadians began to receive the recognition and equal standing in the society they deserved by late 1940s. Sikh Canadians were given full voting rights in 1947 after a 12-man delegation, including members of Khalsa Diwan Society, presented their case to British Columbia Premier Hart. This outreach resulted in the first minor victory, with the right to vote being given to all those from Asian and South Asian community who had fought in World War II. Mr. Speaker, the lobbying continued with Kartar Singh, Kapoor Singh, Dr. Pandya, and Mayo Singh leading a delegation to the 1946 Municipalities Conference in Harrison Hot Springs, British Columbia. And by April 1947, all South Asian males were granted the right to vote both in provincial and federal elections. Beginning in 1980s, the barriers to wearing a Sikh article of faith were removed, and it became easier for Sikhs to practice their religion while succeeding in their careers. It started with Inspector Baltej Singh Tillon, who fought to wear his turban as part of RCMP uniform in order to complete his dream of becoming a Mountie. And in 1993, with the election of Honorable Gurbaksh Singh Malli to the House of Commons, it changed the rules that has previously prevented members of Parliament from wearing turbans in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, these are just of some of the key movements and individuals that need to be honored, recognized, and celebrated so that we can become even more a proudly diverse society. The history of Sikhs in Canada is a story of compassion, hard work, persistence, and progress. From the first Sikh Canadians arriving in 1897 to the community becoming a large part of Canada's social, economic, and political fabric. Sikhs have played an integral role in this country, from business and philanthropic leaders to hard-working Canadians who work across various sectors throughout the vast country. Mr. Speaker, for example, in my riding of Surrey Newton, over the past 3 years, a group of young Canadian Sikh men and women have held food and toy drives every holiday season. They have collected hundreds of thousands of dollars in food and toys for the Surrey Food Bank and Vancouver Children's Hospital. This has inspired other groups within our city to do the same, and this will soon be the largest organized effort of giving food and toys to those less fortunate in the entire nation. Mr. Speaker, another great example of the Sikh Canadian community giving to others is expressed through the Blood Donation by Sikh Nation campaign that also started in Surrey Newton. And this annual blood donation campaign started in Surrey Newton has saved the lives of more than 130,000 Canadians, and now has grown to include clinics across Canada, United States, Australia, and other countries worldwide. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the many examples where Canadians of Sikh heritage have played a key role from coast to coast to coast. and become an equal part of Canadian fabric and Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, this is why we need to make sure that the rich history and contributions of Sikhs in Canada are not forgotten and they are remembered so that every generation knows the journey of this community and our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to address the House, and thank you to all the members for supporting this bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for bringing forward this initiative and for his speech on the subject. I was planning on supporting it anyways, but if I hadn't been, his speech certainly would have convinced me. I want to ask him two questions. I appreciated the remarks that he made about the military service that has happened through the Sikh community and hasn't it always historically been recognized. And we know that in India as well as here, there's been significant representation always of the Sikh community in terms of military service. And I wonder if he wants to speak more to that point. The second question I wanted to ask is about the plight of the Sikh community in Afghanistan. This is something that has been discussed in this House and I know is a major concern for the community, the declining population of the Sikh community in Afghanistan and the significant need there, the opportunity for private sponsorship here to Canada and the engagement with the community here in Canada around that issue. I'd like to hear his perspective on that and on what we can do to help that segment of the community.
Honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his support and encouragement for this bill. I'm very indebted to all the members and particularly him asking this question about the military. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, from 1897 was the first time Sikhs participated in military in Canada, and since then the tradition remained, and we were very fortunate to have now the Minister of Defense, who was also the colonel in military and has served in Afghanistan. And the honourable member asked about the plight of the Sikhs in Afghanistan. In fact, that's a very compassionate issue that the honourable member has raised. In fact, Mr. Puller, deceased MLA from Alberta, he is the one who brought this issue forward, and now the minister responsible for immigration is working on that file, and we will make sure that soon those Hindus and Sikhs in Afghanistan that they need the help are brought to Canada as refugees and are settled and given a good life.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that this is a very important private member's business. I just wonder if there's quorum in the House.
I do not. I thank the member for raising this. I do not see quorum at present. I would ask that the bells be rung to call on the members. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend.
Point of order. I'm sorry, a point of order. Point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government.
I wasn't too sure when you called quorum. I know there's 20 or so Liberals that are here, but there were no Conservatives and their benches at the time. Does that mean?
Order. The honourable member knows that we don't draw attention to the presence or absence of members in the chamber. The honourable member for Victoria.
To start again, Mr. Speaker, and do so by thanking my friend from Surrey Newton. I had the honour of seconding his bill, and I appreciate very much what he's brought forward to the House to celebrate the importance of the Sikh heritage to our democracy. You know, Mr. Speaker, Mo Sahota was the first Sikh elected to federal or provincial office anywhere, and I'm proud that he comes from my province of British Columbia. In 1991, he became the first Sikh minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure through you I'd like to ask the member if he doesn't agree that having Mr. Jagmeet Singh, the first Sikh and visible minority leader of a national party in this place, would be another historic event, and I wonder if he will work with us to make sure that happens just as soon as possible.
For Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to thank the honourable member from Victoria for seconding my bill. This is not my bill. In fact, this has become a bill from everybody in here. Mr. Speaker, the honourable mentioned about the leader of the NDP, Mr. Jagmeet Singh. We are very proud that he is the leader of the major party. In fact, if you, Mr. Speaker, you go through my speech in the last, then I mentioned about him that this is the history creating event, and I can tell you, Prime Minister is working diligently. And in the coming days and coming months, we will be able to see that opportunity happen soon.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, since getting elected, I have had the honour of getting to know Canada's Sikh community very well. In particular, I have worked extensively with the community on human rights issues. When we speak of Sikh heritage, standing up for human rights is in the community's DNA. The Sikh faith began at a time and in a place of significant pre-existing interreligious conflict, and in the context of deeply ingrained caste-based discrimination. Caste describes a cultural and religious system whereby people are seen as having greater or lesser dignity and value as a result of their birth. It has implications for the occupations people are limited to, but also for the fundamental way that people are treated and viewed. While most of us might take for granted the idea that people are of equal dignity regardless of who their parents are, that has not seemed obvious in many different places and times. Caste hierarchy was the assumed background of the place and time in which Sikhism emerged. The Sikh faith from the beginning rejected the idea of caste. It advanced a profoundly countercultural assertion of universal human equality. Sikh gurus recognized that even after being formally rejected, caste might live on in the subtle impressions of people. So they sought to introduce practical changes that would do away with the systematic racism of the caste system. Langar was established, whereby Sikhs and members of other faiths would be welcome to enjoy a meal at the Gurdwara at no cost. People would sit on the floor together enjoying delicious food regardless of their background or social station. Langar operationalized this idea of social equality. Now, names could also be an indicator of caste background. So the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, assigned the last name Singh to all Sikh men and Kaur to all Sikh women. This served the important objective of obscuring caste background and promoting the practical recognition of equality and universal human dignity. As a Christian myself, I see many practical parallels between the social history of Christianity and of Sikhism. Both came on the scene in highly unequal societies and championed the rights of the poor and the oppressed. I feel a great deal of kinship with the Sikh community because of a shared appreciation for the role that faith can play in impelling us to work for a more just society. Equality and universal human dignity are not ideas that came to us through scientific discovery. Equality is a normative idea, not subject to experimentation and not falsifiable through the scientific method. It is a matter of undisputable history that faith in the way that it invites us to go beyond things that are knowable through reason alone, has led us to see the dignity and worth of all human beings. From its very inception, Sikhism was defined by its rejection of the caste system, the prevailing system of inequality. When I was in India about 3 years ago, I had the honor of meeting with Dr. Udit Raj, a leading activist for the rights of Dalits and a member of India's parliament with the governing BJP. Caste-based discrimination continues to be a major challenge, despite the best efforts of many of all faiths and in all parts of Indian society to combat it. I was glad to have met Dr. Raj before visiting Sri Harmandir Sahib, or the Golden Temple, because by explaining the ongoing impact of the caste system, he helped me to understand in a particular way the vital importance of Sikhism's rejection of it. It made my visit to Sri Harmandir Sahib that much more meaningful. And the Golden Temple is more than just a temple. Continuing the Sikh tradition of Langar, tens of thousands of people are fed at that temple every single day. But you don't have to go that far to get a good meal. Your local Gurdwara offers the same. Early Sikhs did not just fight against caste-based discrimination. They also defended freedom of religion, even for those who were not part of their community. The ninth Guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, gave his life to defend the religious freedom of the Hindu community, then under pressure to convert. He set an example of courage and self-sacrifice, which Sikhs have continued to follow to this day. In a time of intensifying conflict between different communities, Sikhs sought to advance freedom and justice. And they have continued to up until the present day. The Sikh experience in Canada has been defined by remarkable successes, rich contributions in the areas of commerce, culture, philanthropy, and politics. Canada is a community of communities, a place where people can celebrate and practice their distinctiveness and recognize particular community with those who share their culture or faith, while still being part of a larger and united community that is one nation. I do not believe that we should think of ourselves as a post-national state, but rather as a state that seeks unity in the midst of its diversity. Sikhs have become a vital part of our community of communities, of our cultural mosaic. But Sikhs have faced some particular challenges in Canada as well. The Komagata Maru incident and other cases of official discrimination come to mind, as do continuing instances where the Sikh community is falsely portrayed as violent or where minor instances of proposed religious accommodation are spuriously rejected. The Sikh community has a long history of standing up for their rights and the rights of others, and we must always stand with them to defend religious liberty, understanding that the principle of religious liberty is not about seeking special accommodation for one group or another, but it is about defending an idea that protects us all. The right of a Sikh to wear a turban while working in the public service, the right of a Muslim physician to refuse to participate in or refer for euthanasia, the right of a Quaker not to join the military, the right of a Jew to receive time off work during holy days, the right of an atheist not to participate in civic prayer. These are not special rights, these are fundamental rights. These were not rights invented by newcomers, these were rights contained in our implied Bill of Rights since 1867, reaffirmed in Diefenbaker's Bill of Rights and in the Charter. We would never have had a country without the clear protection of the rights of minority faith communities. They are fundamental to who we are, and as Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji understood when he gave his life for Hindus, we put our own fundamental human rights on shakier footing when we fail to uphold them for anyone else. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a difficult history whereby Sikhs have come to be portrayed in some quarters as violent. In June of 1984, in the context of escalating tensions overseas, the Indian Army invaded the Golden Temple complex. This was called Operation Blue Star and was aimed at rooting out militants. But the attack left many civilians dead who simply had gone to their faith's most holy site in order to pray. After this attack, Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was assassinated by a Sikh bodyguard, and this was followed by a campaign of organized violence, torture, and slaughter against the Sikh community in certain parts of India. These events had a searing impact on the Sikh community. When I was at the Holocaust Museum in Israel, our guide told us that Israelis are a post-traumatic people. That is, they live in the shadow of and are deeply impacted by this experience of violence that their community has been through. The post-traumatic aspect of Sikh identity is an important part of Sikh history, and it reinforces the community's commitment to fighting for human rights, their own and those of others. The call for remembrance and for justice and reconciliation is always important. We do not move forward by forgetting the past, rather we move forward by remembering it and by seeking to learn its lessons. On the heels of the violence of 1984, Canada experienced the largest act of terrorism in its history, the bombing of Air India Flight 182. This terrible event was linked to ongoing tensions in India, and it unfortunately furthered negative stereotypes about the Sikh community, even though many of the victims were themselves from the Sikh community. Unfortunately, this has led at times to the confused lumping together of violent extremists with those who legitimately advocate for human rights. So let us always be clear as parliamentarians. Violence has absolutely no place in this country, but people who advocate peacefully for human rights or for political change have every right to do so. The Sikh community in Canada is a model community, no more violent or extreme than the Christian community or the Jewish community. These painful events of the past are important to remember and reflect on, and we can move forward in a way that draws from the wisdom of the gurus who taught understanding, peaceful coexistence, and commitment to universal human dignity. Today, the Sikh community continues to be leaders in the fight for human rights here in Canada and in other parts of the world. It has been a pleasure to work recently with different organizations to advance the cause of the persecuted Sikh and Hindu community in Afghanistan. I was pleased to join so many of my opposition colleagues last week tabling petitions supporting their cause. The response from the Sikh community to the crisis facing their fellows in Afghanistan is quite revealing. They want to see Canada offer refuge to these incredibly vulnerable people, but they want to be part of the process by which these refugees come as private sponsors. All the government has to do is allow this process to happen. We know how successful private-sponsored refugees are in general because they come into existing communities of love and support who can help them integrate into Canadian life. In the last election, Conservatives promised to create a special program to allow vulnerable religious minorities in Afghanistan to be directly sponsored to Canada. I made a statement on this issue in December of 2013, and I wrote to the Minister of Immigration again this summer. This government has had 3 years to take action, and nothing would make me happier than to see them take real action on this file sooner rather than later. I focused my remarks today specifically on issues around human rights, an area of great passion for me and I know for the Sikh community as well. I look forward to continuing to work with these great Canadians to advance the cause of justice and to make sure that all people, regardless of their background, are recognized by their community in the same way that they are recognized in the eyes of God, as people with intrinsic and immutable dignity and value. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, in April of this year, for the first time in more than 100 years, the Sikh community of Victoria celebrated Baisakhi with a parade. Over 1,000 people came out. It was full of light, it was full of color, it was full of energy. And that, I think, summarizes what the Sikh community has brought to our community. I was so pleased to second my friend's bill when he brought it forward and to recognize the contribution of the hardworking people of Sikh ancestry who live in our community. And it's particularly relevant on Vancouver Island, of course, because so many of that community came here in the early part of the 20th century to establish themselves, to create a new life for their family. In fact, we've had a community of Sikh immigrants first establish themselves in our community of Victoria in 1904. People forget just how long they have been an integral part of our community. And we have had a couple of gurdwaras, especially, of course, the Khalsa Diwan Sikh Temple on Topaz Avenue, and we've had the Punjab Akale Sikh Temple on Graham Street, the Gurdwara Sikh Sabha Sikh Temple on Cecilia Road. We have a large and vibrant community, heirs to that tradition of which I spoke, Mr. Speaker, people who've come to make a better life for themselves in our community. Now, during his remarks, my friend from Surrey Newton properly paid tribute to the history and success of this community. Through hard work, they've made such a difference in our community. For example, he talked of some of the travails of that community, which I would also like to refer to, of course, when I speak of the Tamagagara Maru incident of 1914. But some of the successes also that need to be celebrated. The hard work of that community has led to success in so many different fields in our community. I would like to pay tribute to the Jal family, who are famous in the business community for their work and development, and who are celebrated for what I call handshake business. A handshake from the Jal family is all one needs to create multi-million-dollar enterprises. They are revered and loved in our community for their charity as well. And Mr. Gordy Dodds, who, when we had the Calgary floods a few years ago, and I always tell this story when new Canadians are sworn in, a gentleman of also Sikh tradition from South India who came here and in the parking lot of his furniture store business sat on a platform, I think about 100 meters over that, and had people come and donate money to the Red Cross to help the victims of the flooding in Calgary. And when I asked him, Gordy, why are you doing this? He said, because we're all Canadians and we stand together. That is the community that I'm proud to call the Sikh community of Victoria. I'm also proud because I had the opportunity to teach Mo Sahota when he was at law school. He won't remember that. He was the first Sikh elected to a federal or provincial seat in all of Canada when he was elected in British Columbia. And he served until 2001, and in 1991 became the first Sikh cabinet minister anywhere in our country. And he's, of course, made enormous contributions to my party, but to the people of British Columbia, seeing, for example, the major expansion of BC Parks, and his commitment to the environment is legendary in our community. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have another Sikh leader who is seeking to join us in the House of Commons. His name is Jagmeet Singh. He is the first visible minority to serve as leader of any of the major parties, and of course he is a proud Sikh himself. And one hopes that this government, and I was buoyed by the comments of my honourable friends about the efforts that the government will soon make to allow him to join us in the House of Commons and continue the tradition of service that the Sikh community is so noted for. And I was pleased to hear the word days, not months, being used by the honourable member in his remarks. I cannot but mention, of course, the tragedy, the travesty of the Komagata Maru incident of 1914. Just as we're soon going to do a long overdue apology to the Jewish community for the SS St. Louis incident, this has been the subject of apologies that I think were long overdue. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if you will, hundreds of people on a boat as British citizens, as part of the empire, coming to establish themselves as Canadians, but were unable to do so, essentially due to racism against what was called then Asiatics. And rules that were made in 1908 by our government to stop them from coming here, requiring an enormous sum, $200 to be paid, requiring them to have a continuous journey from India, even though there were very few ways to be continuously journeying from India in order to get to Canada. All sorts of fraudulent hurdles put up in order to stop them. But what they have contributed since that community finally established itself, of course, is legendary. I am so proud to stand here today and support my friend for bringing to the attention of this House the need for Sikh heritage, multiculturalism of that part to be established. And I point out, of course, that in 1905, the former leader, Jack Layton, said, and I quote, "It will be a wonderful day when a motion could be adopted in the House of Commons to recognize the 5 Sikh symbols." Also in his party, the Honourable Judy Wasserlashalas Lease moved a motion in Parliament that year to give proper recognition and respect for Sikhism and an equal place for Sikhs in Canada. So I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that our friend is continuing a proud tradition that our party has worked with, and I know it's not a partisan issue. We all want to see this established. So I salute my friend for bringing this motion forward. I look forward to enthusiastically supporting it when it comes to a vote. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Sikhs first came to this great country in 1897. Today, there are over 500,000 Sikhs in Canada, making approximately 1.5% of the population. Mr. Speaker, the story of this bill began in 1897 with Risaldar Major Kesar Singh of the British Indian Army landing on the shores of this great land. Kesar Singh and his fellow Sikh soldiers were in awe with his land's abundance and beauty. So when they went back, they told their fellow family and friends, and a few years later, Sikhs started to migrate and settled in Abbotsford and worked in the forestry and agriculture sectors. By 1906, there were 1,500 Sikhs in Canada. They faced many challenges: the anti-Oriental riots of 1907, a push to have them moved to British Honduras, legislation to prohibit them from owning property, and not being allowed to vote, and the list goes on. In 1914, the Kamogatamaru landed in the Burrard Inlet with 376 passengers, 340 of whom were Sikhs. They were ordered to leave, and when they returned, 19 were shot and killed. But they were not to be deterred. They worked hard and pushed for their right to vote. They built communities, gurdwaras, and industry. They joined the Canadian Army, beginning with Private Buckham Singh, who served the 20th Canadian Infantry in Flanders. Private Singh was one of the approximate 10 Sikh Canadians who served in the Canadian Army during the Great War. He was wounded on the battlefield and sent back home to Kitchener after he contracted tuberculosis. He would later pass away and be buried there. Every year on Remembrance Day, Sikhs in Kitchener-Waterloo go to his grave for a special ceremony. In 1943, Khalsa Diwan Society, the first Sikh society in Canada, sent a 12-person delegation to seek the right to vote in Canada, and by 1947, they had received that right, thanks to the society. Though many officials tried to thwart their efforts to strive, specifically the likes of William Hopkinson, and two Sikh pioneers, Bhai Bhag Singh and Bhai Batan Singh, even lost their lives to his manipulative and racist actions. The Sikh pioneers continued to push ahead. Sikhs in Canada have always had a passion to build institutes and cooperatives to help their communities succeed, but at the same time preserve and cherish their faith, language, and culture. In fact, they are the most visible of visible minorities, sporting steel bracelets, turbans, and beards. Besides gurdwaras, they founded the Guru Nanak Mining and Trust Company in 1909 in Lions Bay, West Vancouver, under the guidance of the great Professor Teja Singh. Today, there is a Khalsa Credit Union with almost $500 million in assets, over a dozen Sikh private schools, including Khalsa School, Sikh Academy, Guru Angad Dev Academy, and Gobind Sarwar, to name a few. They have built their own non-profit crematoriums, including the Five Rivers Funeral Home, to help with funeral rites of Sikh and Hindu Canadians. They have built free kitchens, feeding thousands daily in their gurdwaras from coast to coast to coast, and also through Guru Nanak's Free Kitchen on the downtown east side. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about the story of my family and many like myself. In 1959, my father, Mohan Singh Sarai, immigrated to Canada, settled in Abbotsford, worked in the sawmill industry, and bought a small farm. He loved this country and sponsored my mother, Amrit Kaur Sarai, in 1967. Subsequently, my whole immediate and most of my extended family made Canada home. Sarais, Bains, Randhawas, Bayas, Dosanjhs all made Canada their homes. But none of this would be possible, including me being here today, if it wasn't for our pioneers, who first settled, who fought for basic labor and voter rights, and who cleared the path for equal opportunities for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, you may wonder, why do we need this Heritage Month? Why celebrate diversity in the culture and faiths that call Canada home? Well, it's because that is what Canada is all about. Mr. Speaker, I think Canada is this way because of our Indigenous peoples, our First Nations who welcomed us all to this great land, even though the thank you and the gratitude was not always such. They shared this abundant land's bounty and beauty, and although there have been times where Canada hasn't kept up to that reputation, the pendulum always swings back because of these elders and their values. So on behalf of Sikh Canadians, I want to say thank you to all the Indigenous nations of this great country who welcomed us and allowed us to be who we are and celebrate our diversity. This bill will mark April as Sikh Heritage Month. This will mark a month which for Sikhs is so important. It will commemorate Vaisakhi, the day Khalsa was initiated, a day on which hundreds of thousands walked the streets of Surrey, Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, and Toronto, singing hymns, sharing food, and recognizing the human race as one, the freedom to worship as you please, and social justice as a human right. This bill will commemorate the Sikhs in Canada, whether it's Private Buckham Singh, industrialists Asa Singh Johal and Sunit Tulli, farmers like Rishpal Singh Dillon, women like pioneers Harnam Kaur or Justice Pulbinder Shergill, in policing firsts like Inspector Baltej Singh Dhillon, or judicial firsts like Wally Opal, political firsts like Dr. Chima, the Honorable Herb Dhaliwal and Mo Sahota, journalists like Bell Puri and Simi Sarah, or our athletes like Arjun Buller, Robin Bawa, and David Sidhu, or our comedians Lily Singh and Just Rain. All of these are just a sprinkle of the thousands who have contributed to the beautiful fabric of this land. It is equally imperative that we recognize many of the lawmakers who really changed the way Canada saw its immigrants and its diverse culture, notably the Right Honourable Pierre Trudeau and the Right Honourable John Chrétien, who implemented the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the policy of multiculturalism. If it were not for these two key bills, we would not be tabling and debating this bill today. Mr. Speaker, let us celebrate the achievements of Sikhs in Canada and leave stories for our children. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Les Etchemins-Lévis. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to rise on a point of order and to ask if we have quorum necessary to continue the work here.
That's 20, I think. That is 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
We do have quorum. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse Etchemin-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to see that many of my colleagues will have an opportunity to appreciate the comments I'll make here this evening. Dealing with the Bill C-376, an act to designate April as Sikh Heritage Month. I've already had an opportunity to express my support for this bill. Standing in the name of the member for Surrey Newton, who is an engineer, and I congratulate him. I was there when he was recognized. We know that Sikhs have contributed to helping build our nation, Mr. Speaker. Because this is the second time I've had an opportunity to speak to this bill, I'd like to give an example. My colleague from Markham Unionville, a young man, arrived at the age of 21 in Canada, and he earned $2 a day, an hour rather, and the only day he had off was Dominion Day, which has now become July 1st. So that's an example of someone who came here, who integrated, and like thousands of other Sikhs who came to this country over the past 100 years, they left from Asia, and most of them settled in British Columbia, and now they are across the country as well. It's important to remember that it's the second largest Sikh population in the world, after the population in India. There are more than 500,000 Sikhs here, and we know that Sikhism is practiced by many followers throughout the world, and here it started about 100 years ago. And because this evening, well, we're moving towards November 11th, Remembrance Day, which will commemorate the 100th anniversary of the First World War. I'd like to point out the fact that Sikhs were stood alongside us.
Commend the members of the Heritage Committee and the chair, the member from Toronto Danforth, for making this bill pass through committee unanimously. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, while we don't see it in the news as much, not all of what happens in Ottawa is partisan. People see mostly the question period and think we are always fighting each other. But in recognizing and celebrating the Sikh heritage and the contribution of Canadian Sikhs is one of those issues that we all agree on. Not so long ago, a while, maybe a little bit more than 10 years ago, we had the former NDP leader, Ed Broadbent, who used to say that by even the configuration of this room, we tend to always have to fight and discuss of what divides us, which is probably something like around 20%. But we say we never talk of the 80% that unites us. And we are all here tonight in this room to talk about something that unites us. There may be some of my colleagues who would be in another room, but I'm glad they are here tonight with us to share this discussion on this motion and on this bill. So recently I was happy to see that my former cabinet colleague, Jason Kenney, who is now going through a very successful political career in Alberta, along with Calgary's Sikh leaders such as Captain Kamal Singh Dulat and the community at large, he hosted an event honoring the contributions of Canadian Sikhs to Canada's military in its many missions for good and peace throughout our history. My colleague from Markham, Unionville, relate to also the contribution of an individual. Well, now we can celebrate this as part of our Canadian heritage, and Canadian in that case Sikhs, in the armed forces engagement, because there is an exhibition. It is organized by Pardeep Singh Nagra. He is the executive director of the Sikh Heritage Museum of Canada. This exhibition is going to go to other parts of the country as well. What actually an amazing initiative it is, especially at this time, Mr. Speaker, when we are willing to put within our law the contribution of the Sikh community. So Mr. Nagra and the Sikh community ought to be involved for not only mentioning a contribution of a member of their community, but also for linking it to one of the defining moments of our history, which was the involvement of Canada in the First World War. That's the case, Mr. Speaker. Canadian Sikh contributions to our military go as far back as the First World War, which took place 100 years ago. And that brings me to the same story that was shared by my colleague tonight, Buchan Singh. Buchan, on his headstone Singh, was born in Punjab, India, in December 1893. He was born in a place called Mahilpur. He came to Canada in 1907 at the age of 14 and became a miner in British Columbia before moving to Toronto in around 1912 or 1913. He was, as we can see, very young when he immigrated to Canada, much more younger than my colleague from Markham, Unionville, who was already in his 20s. But he was actually, even at that time, already married, but because of harsh immigration laws, he could not bring his bride with him. In 1915, Singh enrolled in the Canadian Expeditionary Force. He was working as a farm hand in Rosebank, Ontario, when he was called for active service and joined the 20th Battalion. His last service was with the 28th Battalion, according to his headstone. Singh was wounded twice in separate battles, and it is said to have been treated by Dr. John McCrae. And this is where I would say the Sikh community meet Canadian history with a big H. John McCrae wrote the poem In Flanders Field. He was lieutenant colonel then. He was a soldier, a physician, and a poet. Mr. Speaker, we are about to commemorate Remembrance Day, and you know how important it is for us parliamentarians and the special link there are between politicians and those who fight for us overseas or also protect us here in the country, protect our country, our value, our democracy. And I would like to extend a tribute to this gentleman, Buchan. Actually, he died a short while after the war, He was sent to an hospital in England to be repatriated to Canada. While in England, he contracted tuberculosis. He died in a Kitchener, Ontario hospital in August 1919, just 1 year, even less after the war. He was buried in Kitchener's Mount Hope Cemetery, and Buckham was also a recipient of the Victory Medal. So this is just an example of how patriotic could be this individual who was really a first generation of, he arrived, as I just mentioned it, at an early stage. He served his country, he's adopted the country with great pride, and again, I mentioned it, he was served by John McCrae. And let me just quote, Mr. Speaker, "In Flanders fields the poppies blow, between the crosses row on row that mark our place, and in the sky the lark still bravely singing flies scarce amid the gun billows." This is the first verse of this great poem, Mr. Speaker. And this is certainly one of the greatest pieces of poetry in the world, but also very meaningful to us. And there's a link now between Canada, one of our heritage, John McCrae, and a Sikh hero. Well, Mr. Speaker, there are also other members of the Sikh community alongside Buckham Singh who fought for the First World War. But I felt it was important to mention that this single individual who got the Victory Medal was actually treated by John McCrae. And again, I just want to reiterate that we fully support this motion to bring the Sikh Heritage Month in Canada. Merci.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm so delighted here to support the member from Surrey in his bill on C-376, Sikh Heritage Month. I know in this place it's difficult sometimes to get things through the House quickly, and I've worked with the member to make sure that he had an opportunity to get so quickly to second reading. I'm glad to be the last person to speak now on second reading of this bill. You know, there's only two clauses in the bill, the name of the act and making April of every year Sikh Heritage Month, but there's one powerful message, that Sikh heritage is Canadian heritage, and we are one. Newfoundland has a modest population of non-European immigrants who each have an outsized impact on raising our cultural awareness. The Sikh community is a perfect example of this graceful and organic process of diversity awareness. And this is the purpose of Bill 376, Mr. Speaker. Provide a forum and an occasion in which we can focus on the important contributions of the Sikh community to our rich Canadian diversity. The official home of the Newfoundland and Labrador Sikh Society is the Gurdwara on Logie Bay Road in my riding of St. John's East. You would mistake it for a large white saltbox house in a traditional Newfoundland Irish colonial style, but for the bright orange gables and the distinctive Rajput arch style typical of Sikh architecture. Understated, but still quietly dramatic. A perfect meld and juxtaposition of Sikh heritage and Newfoundland heritage. The physical Gurdwara is only 15 years old. It was founded in 2003. Until then, the congregation would meet in people's homes or local halls in St. John's or across the province, demonstrating the spiritual unity of a community geographically divided like so many diaspora. The population of Sikh Canadians in my province, like that of all Newfoundlanders, waxes and wanes with our economy. According to census data, it tripled from 300 in 2001 to almost 900 in 2011, and has since subsided. But when I speak to Rami Wadwa at the Sikh temple, he tells me that it really maxed out at 75 families who really participated in the Gurdwara, and now there's about 50. But it will grow again because Sikhs are very welcome in our province. As he was explaining to me, some of the new Sikhs arriving and participating in Newfoundland and Labrador Sikh culture are actually from Italy. They're coming over to work as skilled workers, and they're coming over to work in farms and coming to Canada to become Canadian. And it's great that they have a spiritual home in the Gurdwara. This bill will help us prove that Newfoundlanders welcome Sikhs. April is the Sikh New Year festival of Vaisakhi, with many important milestones related to the founding of the Khalsa in 1699, and is a very appropriate month to be Sikh Heritage Month. With the passage of Bill C-376 here and in the Senate, we hope April will have renewed and enhanced significance as an occasion to learn about the young and vibrant teachings and culture of Sikhism and the selfless pursuit of truth. The values of Sikhism are eternal values shared by all Canadians, like unity and equality of all humankind, selfless service, striving for justice, honesty and honest conduct, and a life devoted to these values. Their congregation has changed over the years in so many ways. The initial members of the congregation came in the 1960s as teachers. In the 1970s, engineers and doctors joined the community, and now we have trades and business folks who are coming to participate in the oil and gas industry and also into other sectors. I know that many of us have friends across the country are Sikhs, but in Newfoundland and Labrador, I have a very close friend, Dr. Jasbir Gill. Dr. Gill was born in England while her father was finishing his studies in engineering, and her mother was there with him. She was a trained teacher. And then they moved to Labrador and Goose Bay to work where he worked at the base. And although her mother was unable to get her teaching qualifications transferred over from India to Canada, she did run the daycare up there. And I talked to her and I was asking Jasbir what is an important feature of Sikhism that she would like me to share and what makes her cultural heritage so important. And one thing that she said to me which really struck was that there's enormous support within the Sikh community for all other cultures. She talks about how the Gurdwara in St. John's East encourages their members to participate and share in the spiritual life of other congregations, of other faiths in the community, the Jewish community, the Hindu temple, and others. And it's just so wonderful to see how this melding of cultures truly embodies the spirit of what it means to be Canadian, and in fact truly embodies what a Sikh Heritage Month can and should be, this opportunity to share and grow together, to learn about each other's cultures, and to develop this type of respect. There's also a very interesting new immigrant coming to my riding of St. John's East, Satnam Singh Brahmara, 7'2" center for the St. John's East, for the St. John's Edge basketball team, and who was recently with the Dallas Mavericks farm team as the first Indian-born player drafted into the NBA. And so we are just so very excited to welcome the newest member of the Sikh community into our homes and into our television sets, and to visit him at Mile 1 Station. Mile 1 Arena to see the Edge play with this incredibly tall and talented player. And it's just so great. So I'm just want to congratulate the member for Surrey for all he's done, how excited he has been about this opportunity to help celebrate Sikh Heritage Month, and how he's worked with all members to make that happen, how he's reached out to the community across the country to let them know about this opportunity. And I encourage all members to support this bill at third reading. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, I rose in the House to express my concerns on behalf of seasonal workers who are left in a precarious situation by their government every year. Once again, this winter, over 16,000 people, 40% of whom live in Quebec, will no longer receive benefits for a period of up to 4 long months. Thousands of families will once again be deprived of any financial resources. The Liberal government seems to be guided by half measures. They've planned for a pilot project in 13 economic regions, but superficial measures will not solve this crisis, which affects people all across Canada. The pilot project will not help the people of my riding, who once again will be left by the wayside. The government's lack of commitment means that every year thousands of families have to spend months without any source of income. This leaves them in a situation of extreme stress. They can't feed their families because they're the victims of what is called this black hole or spring gap. Because EI is indexed to the unemployment rate, unemployed seasonal workers often work a lot more for fewer benefits, and they're afraid that they will not be able to feed their families as a result. This problem is a fundamental one. It cannot be solved by such superficial actions. It's urgent that the government take action. Thousands of families are being left behind without any source of income for months. In Saint-Hyacinthe, businesses talk to me about the concerns that they have for these seasonal workers. They see the great financial distress of their employees, and one business chose to make personal loans to employees so that they wouldn't have to lose their houses and so that they could help feed their children. Essentially, they allowed them to survive. The NDP has been fighting for an in-depth reform of the EI system. It has too many shortcomings, and this has been dragging on for over 10 years under both Liberal and Conservative governments. The NDP has worked with unemployed workers' associations and unions to try to reform the system, but the government prefers to take superficial action rather than to really review the system in depth to help Canadians. Urgent measures are necessary because time is running out for all of these seasonal workers. They will be affected by the black hole starting this winter. The NDP can't leave thousands of workers in this precarious situation when we know that a simple legislative change would help them. The solution that the NDP is proposing is simple and fair. Better access to EI for everyone, with a universal eligibility threshold of 360 hours. We also propose restoring the 5-week supplement for all seasonal workers. The black hole is a problem that must be solved once and for all. It is urgent, and superficial measures will only make the problem drag on. We've had enough of half measures. The government needs to commit to make a long-term investment and to thoroughly reform the EI system. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Social Development.
Speaker, it's my pleasure to take part in this adjournment debate on employment insurance and more specifically on the topic of workers in seasonal industries.
I'd like to thank my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for the excellent work she does to defend the interests of her fellow citizens.
The government knows that some workers in seasonal industries are struggling to qualify for enough EI benefits to carry them through the off-season. It's been a challenging and stressful situation for many workers, families, and communities. And while EI can only ever be part of the solution, I want you to know that our government understands and we're taking action. In Budget 2018, we addressed this problem head-on.
First, we provided $10 million in immediate aid to Quebec, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island to help workers in seasonal industries.
2018 also allocated $230 million to further assist these workers. Of that amount, $189 million was used to support a new pilot project to provide up to 5 additional weeks of EI regular benefits to eligible seasonal claimants. This pilot project is being implemented in 13 targeted EI economic regions impacted by the effects of recurrent seasonal income gaps.
This pilot project will help to close the income gap and provide tens of thousands of individuals and families the support they need when they need it the most.
We're also making available $41 million to all provinces and territories through their labour market development agreements. This funding will enable provinces and territories to provide skills, training, and employment supports for workers in seasonal industries such as employment counselling, job search assistance, and training, which could include income supports. These agreements provide flexibility for jurisdictions to tailor interventions to the needs of their local labour markets. And these are just some of the examples of the significant changes that our government has made to modernize the EI system and reduce the number of workers left without an unemployment safety net. For example, we've also revised the eligibility threshold for people entering or re-entering the workforce. We've reduced the waiting period and made working while on claim a permanent part of the EI program, and also extended it to maternity and sickness benefits. Mr. Speaker, together these initiatives will have a significant and a positive impact on workers and seasonal industries. We're not finished. More work is ahead, and we thank the House for having a chance to address this issue.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Liberal government has abandoned Canadians. Once again, the Liberal government has not kept its commitments. Once again, there's a lot of lovely rhetoric, but no concrete actions. It's high time for the Liberal government to understand that it's jobs that are seasonal, not workers. Once again, the government has talked about training and pilot projects. Workers in Eastern Quebec and New Brunswick continue to express their anger, and there are still hundreds of them gathering. Given the urgency of the situation, I repeat, what is the government waiting for to set up a solution that works for all seasonal workers in the country and to have a real in-depth review of the EI system? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I met with workers and industry and community leaders in Bathurst, New Brunswick this summer to review the challenges that are specific to different regions as we address this issue. And while we have taken several steps to invest millions of new dollars into the program to assist workers right across the country in these industries that are seasonal in nature, we also know that a one-size-fits-all solution simply won't work and will create other problems within the sector. So, Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that workers in seasonal employment are an important part of Canada's growing economy. The changes that we're making to the EI system are addressing these serious challenges that are faced by workers and their communities.
Our government is committed to improving the employment insurance program so that it better meets the needs of workers and employers.
It is committed to making sure we find a solution now and into the future, and we continue to work on the EI file to make it fair for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and in particular for workers in seasonal industries. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to again address the issue of how to help Canada's military and RCMP veterans and their families who struggle with PTSD. As I noted in my original question, New Democrats acknowledge and welcome more research funding for PTSD diagnosis and treatment for the opening of new operational stress injury clinics and the limited progress that is being made in the hiring of frontline service workers needs to be addressed. Nevertheless, the problems plaguing poor service at Veterans Affairs Canada remain, and in some cases those problems are actually getting worse. In a nutshell, that is the real problem. More money is being allocated to solving the problems of veterans with PTSD and other challenges, but the results are not improving. But please, don't take just my word for it. If you look at the government's own service standards at Veterans Affairs Canada, they tell the entire story. As of today, this government is meeting just 12 of its own 24 self-identified service standards that they promised to meet for veterans and their families. And I do stress that these standards are self-identified by this Liberal government. I think it's important to highlight some of these failures in order to give the House an idea as to how this government is failing veterans, and particularly those suffering from PTSD. The very first service standard posted on this department's website, and arguably the most important standard, deals with the first point of contact for a veteran, answering that veteran's call for help. The Liberal self-identified service standard in this case is pretty straightforward. The expectation is that a veteran, family member or other Canadian who calls the department's National Contact Centre network can expect their call to be answered by an analyst within 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, the service standard for this government is that they will answer 80% of these calls within 2 minutes. The government's performance? As of today, this government is able to answer just 66% of these calls for help in under 2 minutes. Now imagine a veteran wounded in combat, suffering from PTSD and possibly in crisis, reaching out for help and being told by a computer that their call is important, then having to wait 2, 3, 4, or even 10 minutes to speak with a human working at Veterans Affairs. That may not seem like a big deal to some, but if you are even remotely aware of the symptoms endured by those suffering from PTSD, then you know that this level of service is completely unacceptable. Looking at the department's excellent website resource on the symptoms of PTSD, you will see that those that are suffering from PTSD might experience this. They might experience lack of enthusiasm and difficulties with motivation, excessive worry, feeling restless and on the edge, anger and irritability and concentration problems. We all know how it feels when we are put on hold for 10 minutes listening to elevator music when we have an urgent issue. So imagine how a veteran suffering with PTSD feels when they, after perhaps years of hesitation, finally get the motivation to call their government for help and are put in some automated queue for what must seem like an eternity. And what about that backlog of 29,000 plus disability benefit claims that are waiting to be processed for those military and police personnel transitioning into civilian life? There are another 10 service standards that are not being met by this government, but time does not allow me to detail them all. But I assure you that they are numerous and significant and have a dramatic and negative impact on the health and well-being of veterans afflicted with PTSD and their families who also carry this burden. And about service dogs for veterans who suffer from PTSD, this government's own sponsored research has shown that these companions can and do alleviate many of the symptoms of PTSD. But for some reason, this government refuses to provide dogs to those veterans who could benefit so much from them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Our government is committed to ensure that veterans and their families have access to the mental health services and the support that they need. We are there for them. Veterans Affairs Canada funds a network of 11 clinics that treat operational stress trauma, as well as satellite service points that are close to the places that veterans live. These centers allow veterans to have access to multidisciplinary health professional teams who are specialized in mental health and who are able to offer specialized diagnosis and treatment. Whether it's a wait of 2 minutes, 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, I can tell you that a veteran who calls, yes, we should answer as quickly as possible and give the best service that we can give, and that's what we're committed to doing. The department also works with a national network of around 4,000 mental health professionals who have the qualifications that are necessary to provide mental health treatment to the veterans who need it. Furthermore, Veterans Affairs Canada offers a toll-free telephone service that's open 24/7 that allows veterans and their families to get help over the phone. Earlier this year, we announced the creation of a Centre of Excellence about post-traumatic stress disorder and the related mental health issues. The Royal Ottawa Health Service, which has a great amount of experience in the realm of mental health, is the first partner of the Centre of Excellence. Is the system perfect? No. Do we want to improve it? Yes. There's a lot of work left to do. By focusing on research, education, and raising awareness, the Centre will be able to provide important information to healthcare providers concerning the mental health issues that face veterans and their families. The Minister of National Defence and the Minister of Veterans Affairs Canada know that sometimes Canadian Armed Forces members who are released for medical reasons don't get the services they need as quickly as they should. We're not hiding that. Over the last 3 years, Veterans Affairs Canada has seen an increase of 32% in requests for disability benefits and a 60% increase for first-time requests. As I said, this is a good thing, but it does mean that people have a higher workload. It means that more people are aware of the benefits that they are eligible for, and they are coming forward to request those benefits. In order to have access to medical benefits, Veterans Affairs Canada is now sorting through some of those requests. Currently, we're looking at disability,
treatments, sometimes it's not possible to accelerate the processing of some of these requests. 96% of requests are accepted, though. Finally, in order to improve the department's ability to offer services, we've invested more than $42 million over 2 years. Starting in this fiscal year. We invested millions, and when we do that, it takes time to get things started, to hire people, to put them on the front lines. We are continuing to improve services offered to our men and women in uniform, as well as their families. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the response. I'd like to close with a personal story as to why we ask these questions and why we press this government to improve services for veterans with PTSD. Corporal Lionel Desmond was an injured Afghan veteran, medically released from the Canadian Armed Forces through its much discussed transitional organization, the Joint Personnel Support Unit. After struggling for some time with his demons as a veteran, Lionel succumbed to them in the most terrible way, sadly taking 3 members of his family with him. We owe it to Lionel and Shanna and Ollie and Brenda to ensure that their suffering is not in vain. And we definitely owe it to Lionel's sister, Cassandra Desmond, who is one of the strongest people that you will ever meet. After suffering tragedy and loss on a scale that is unimaginable to most Canadians, she presses forward and is fighting for change. It was an honour to meet you, Cassandra, and know that New Democrats and all members of Parliament are here and working and talking about PTSD because of you and your determination.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, yes, it is extremely disheartening when you hear about situations like that, and we're doing everything we can to move as quickly as possible by providing the best service possible. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to support mental health services for veterans and their families. Further, Mr. Speaker, there are clinics for operational stress injuries. We have professionals. We also have a free service 24/7 last year. Veterans Affairs, the Air Forces, and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs launched a joint strategy on suicide prevention for veterans and armed services members. The sooner we sensitize those who serve, the better it will be later. Is it perfect? No. There is much left to do, but we are here to do the work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The
motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.